Chapter 2672. For an entire day and night, Duan Ling Tian was immersed in his seemingly endless pill refinement. To him, the medicinal herbs required to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, were free. He could squander them as he pleased. He was using gold and silver to familiarize himself with the method of refining celestial pills. Although Duan Ling Tian had the rebirth martial emperor's alchemy skills and experience in the mundane realm's mortal continent, he could only rely on his alchemy experience in the Devata realms. As for the method of refining pills in the Devata realms, it was different from the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. Although there were differences, it was still the same. As long as Duan Ling Tian spent some time and wasted some medicinal herbs, he would be able to master the method of refining pills in the Devata realms. In the lowest cultivation stone room in the latent dragon abyss, Duan Ling Tian was so focused on refining the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. Meanwhile, in the latent dragon abyss, a commotion broke out as soon as someone spoke. "Hey! Did you hear? Yesterday, Duan Ling Tian went to the Lu clan and killed Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan." As soon as the news spread, the entire latent dragon abyss became lively. There were many people who were cultivating in their stone chambers but were not in closed-door cultivation. Those who heard this also left their stone chambers and came out to join in the fun. Supreme Elder of the Lu clan? Lu Qing? As far as I know, there are 3 Supreme Elders in the Lu clan. One of them is an inner court elder in the county governor's estate. As for the remaining 2 Supreme Elders, one of them is a primitive celestial alchemist. I've also heard that there's a primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan. He's one of the only 3 primitive celestial alchemists in the 9 Spectres County. I think I've heard that the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan is called Lu Qing. What? You mean Duan Ling Tian went to the Lu clan and killed the primitive celestial alchemist in the Lu clan yesterday? How is this possible? After all, once a primitive celestial alchemist detonates his celestial fire, even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to escape death. Exactly. For this reason, even a great overarching golden celestial wouldn't recklessly attack a primitive celestial alchemist. Once a primitive celestial alchemist risks his life, he'll act like a madman and ignite the celestial fire in his body. There was an uproar in the latent dragon abyss. Everyone was doubtful that Duan Ling Tian had killed the primitive celestial alchemist from the Lu clan. If that's the case, why don't you think about it? If the primitive celestial alchemist detonated the celestial fire in the Lu clan's estate, wouldn't the entire Lu clan be razed to the ground? At that time, how many Lu family members will die? That seems to be the case. Even if he doesn't detonate the celestial fire, Lu Qing, the supreme elder of the Lu clan, should be quite strong, right? Indeed, he's quite strong. It's said that although he's not as strong as the other 2 supreme elders of the Lu clan, he's still stronger than the current clan leader of the Lu clan. He's one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials. He's only half a step away from becoming a Violet Sun Golden Celestial. An Indigo Sun Golden Celestial, one of the best among the Indigo Sun Golden Celestials, was killed by Duan Ling Tian? Is this a joke? Many people were skeptical when they learned that the supreme elder of the Lu clan, a primitive celestial alchemist, was an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. Duan Ling Tian had killed an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial? This had to be a joke. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian was strong and was not inferior to many Golden Celestials, they did not expect him to be so strong. However, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing an Indigo Sun Golden Celestial. News of this has spread like wildfire. There's no doubt it's true. A young powerhouse who had just returned from outside sighed and said, "I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, after asking around, the results were the same. In the end, I had no choice but to believe it." Soon after, a few more people confirmed the news. If this is true, then Duan Ling Tian's strength is too heaven-defying, right? It's not just heaven-defying. Let alone the 9 Spectres County, even in the history of King Qin's mansion, there hasn't been anyone who possesses such strength before the age of 100, right? I didn't think I'd be able to witness the birth of such a monstrous genius in my life. As more and more people confirmed the news, the people in the latent dragon abyss no longer doubted the authenticity of the news. I'm not done yet. The young man who first mentioned that Duanling Tian had killed the Lu clan's supreme elder, the primitive alchemist Lu Qing, continued to say, yesterday, after Duanling Tian killed elder Lu Qing from the Lu clan, he also killed another supreme elder from the Lu clan. That supreme elder was one of the inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate. His strength was only second to elder Pang Bing and elder Jing Xiu. As the young man's voice faded, the entire hidden dragon abyss fell into a deathly silence. After a while, a few people who had heard about the incident in the Lu clan nodded in agreement. I've heard about that as well. Elder Lu Qian was also killed by Duanling Tian. It's said that elder Pang Bing was present at the scene as well. Moreover, elder Pang Bing admitted that his strength was inferior to Duanling Tian. What's even more shocking is that before Duanling Tian left the Lu clan, he extorted 100,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and 200,000 prominent celestial stones from the Pang clan. Moreover, he gave them a deadline of 3 days to hand over the celestial stones to him. As these people spoke one after another, the group of people in the hidden dragon abyss who hadn't had time to react were once again frightened. They were dumbstruck and didn't recover for a long time. How is it possible that Duanling Tian is so strong? The first person to regain his senses had a blank look in his eyes as if he had lost his soul as he muttered in a low voice. Lord County Governor doesn't care? The second person who regained his senses asked in confusion. In Lord County Governor's eyes, Duanling Tian is far more valuable than elder Lu Qian. It's said that Lord County Governor went to the Lu clan yesterday and expressed his unconditional support for Duanling Tian. That's why the Lu clan and elder Pang Bing didn't say a word in the face of Duanling Tian's threats and extortions. Moreover, since yesterday, both clans have been selling off their properties to collect prominent celestial stones. The Lu clan and the Pang clan. Are they really going to give Duanling Tian 300,000 prominent celestial stones? This is too inconceivable, right? That's 300,000 prominent celestial stones. After everyone came back to their senses, they couldn't help but be shocked and let out waves of exclamations of disbelief. To them, the news was simply too shocking. In the past, they knew Duanling Tian was not weak and was the strongest person in the latent dragon abyss. However, they did not expect Duanling Tian to be so strong. His strength was heaven-defying. Duanling Tian, Qin Yu, who was practicing in the second-to-last stone room of the latent dragon abyss, heard the commotion outside and woke up from his practice. He calmly listened to the discussion of the group of people outside. The Lu clan? They must have a death wish. Qin Yu could not help but laugh when he learned about what had happened yesterday. He felt that the Lu clan was digging their own grave for provoking Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian was someone who could even kill a great overarching golden celestial. The Lu clan was nothing compared to him. At this moment, the latent dragon abyss was not the only place that was in an uproar because of what had happened yesterday. Even the county governor's estate was in an uproar because of what had happened. It was even to the extent that in the entire county city, so long as there were people, practically everyone was discussing this matter, and even more people were extremely shocked by the strength Duanling Tian revealed. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Even Elder Pang Bing, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County, admitted that he's not a match for Duanling Tian. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the 9 Spectres County. A hidden dragon rising from the abyss is unstoppable. It seems like the 9 Spectres County is going to have a great person. As the news spread in the county, most of the people in the 9 Spectres County felt proud that the 9 Spectres County had produced such a hidden dragon. Even more people were looking forward to the growth of this hidden dragon. They were curious to what extent he could grow to in the future. Naturally, there were also some people whose expressions were unsightly when they heard the news. These people were from the 15 county governors' manors under King Qin's mansion. They were in charge of monitoring the situation in 9 Spectres County. Of course, the 9 Spectres County also had people stationed in the county cities of the other 15 counties. We must report this matter to Lord County Governor immediately. I can't believe there's such a hidden dragon in the 9 Spectres County. With him around, Chiaolian County will no longer stand a chance in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. When the people sent by the county governor of Chiaolian County, one of the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, learned about the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed in the Lu clan yesterday, they immediately left the 9 Spectres County and returned to Chiaolian County. The people sent by the other 14 county governors in the 9 Spectres County also left the 9 Spectres County and went in different directions. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still focused on refining pills. He was completely unaware that because of the commotion he had caused in the Lu clan, the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion would face the same fate as the 9 Spectres County in the near future. Another day and night went by. It's done. Chapter 2673. 7 pills. The success rate is not bad. With a sweep of his empty hand, Duan Lingtian collected all the medicinal pills that were shot out from the cauldron. When he opened his palm again, he could see 7 medicinal pills with light circulating around them lying quietly on his palm. They were the primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. From now on, I can guarantee that I won't fail every time I refine a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills. Moreover, my success rate won't be lower than this. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. When Duan Lingtian refined the cauldron spirit pill earlier, he had used the rebirth martial emperor's memories regarding the pill refinement technique and mastered the pill refinement technique from the Devata realms. However, despite his confidence, Duan Lingtian still tried to refine 2 cauldrons of spirit-nourishing pills. Without exception, he succeeded. In the second cauldron, he managed to refine 9 spirit-nourishing pills. In the third cauldron, he managed to refine 10 spirit-nourishing pills. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the price of a spirit-nourishing pill is set at 10 prominent celestial stones. Now, the cost of refining a cauldron of spirit-nourishing pills is only 1 prominent celestial stone. For example, I used 1 prominent celestial stone to refine the spirit-nourishing pills in exchange for 100 prominent celestial stones in return. Celestial alchemists are just like alchemists in the mundane realms. Both professions are extremely profitable. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. At the very least, I can confirm that I can only extract a small portion of the gray flame from the defective metal piece. However, I can already use that small portion of gray flames as a primitive celestial fire. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he thought about the gray flame hidden in the defective metal piece. He muttered to himself, I wonder if the primitive celestial fire is the limit of the gray flame that I can control? If it is, then I can use the gray flame as a mediocre grade celestial fire once I can fully control the gray flame in the defective metal piece. If the primitive celestial fire isn't the limit of the gray flame that I can control now. In other words, if the gray flame I can control now can be used as a mediocre grade celestial fire to refine mediocre grade celestial pills, then once I can control the gray flame in the defective metal piece, it can be used as a prominent celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened as he thought to himself. However, judging from the pill refining process earlier, the small portion of gray flame that I can control is already depleted when I refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. It's impossible for it to be a mediocre grade celestial fire. This means the gray flame in the defective metal piece is a mediocre grade celestial fire. I can only extract a portion of the mediocre celestial fire and use it as a primitive celestial fire. Although I possess a mediocre celestial fire, I can only use a portion of it since I can't use it. Currently, I'm only a primitive celestial alchemist at most. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. I don't know why I can't use all of the gray flame. After all, there are some heavenly celestials in the Devata realms who are mediocre-grade celestial alchemists and possess mediocre-grade celestial fire. I don't think it's because my cultivation base is only a golden celestial that I can't use all of the gray flame that's comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. There must be some other reason I don't know. As Duanling Tian muttered to himself, he could not help but make a bold guess. In fact, he had guessed correctly. However, he would never have dreamed that the situation would turn out this way. The gray flame was not a mediocre-grade celestial fire. It was the sun divine fire that was in its second form that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Due to his current condition, he could not fully control it. Once the godly fire of the sun left the incomplete metal piece, it wouldn't take long for it to burn Duanling Tian's body into ashes. If Duanling Tian wanted to fully control the second form of the sun god flame and let it leave the incomplete metal piece and exist in his body, he had to step into the perfected golden immortal realm. Only the bodies of perfected golden immortals and above could withstand the second form of the divine sun fire. In other words, it was not impossible for Duanling Tian to master the second form of the sun divine fire that was comparable to a mediocre-grade celestial fire. However, he had to raise his cultivation base to the perfected golden immortal realm first. After all, once a golden celestial became a perfected golden celestial, not only would his celestial origin energy undergo a qualitative change, but his body would also undergo a transformation. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of this. It's been 2 days. I wonder how the Lu clan and the Pang clan are doing with the prominent celestial stones? Duanling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes glinted. Although he had spent the past 2 days refining pills, he was not in closed-door cultivation. For this reason, he still had a sense of time. There's only 1 day left before the appointed time. After I obtain the celestial stones from them, it'll be time for me to leave Nine Spectres County and have a look elsewhere. However, before that, I should inform Qin Yu and Elder Jingqiu. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he no longer continued to refine pills and left his stone room. Qin Yu. After Duanling Tian left the cultivation stone room, he looked at the cultivation stone room on the upper level and called out to the room. Duanling Tian. As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the door to the cultivation room opened and a figure walked out. It was none other than Qin Yu, who had come from Bloody Spectre City with Duanling Tian. When Qin Yu saw Duanling Tian, he smiled faintly and said, Duanling Tian, the commotion you caused 2 days ago was quite big. The Lu clan only has 3 supreme elders, and you killed 2 of them. You heard about it? Duanling Tian smiled faintly. I'm not the only one who heard about it. Now, in the entire county governor's mansion, the entire county city, and the surrounding areas, as long as they're not in closed-door training or are not well informed, who doesn't know about it? Qin Yu shook his head. Yes. Duanling Tian had already expected everything that Qin Yu had said. Therefore, he was not surprised and merely nodded. Qin Yu. Duanling Tian's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Qin Yu and said, I plan to leave the county governor's mansion and the county city today. Perhaps, I'll even leave Nine Spectres County. You're leaving? Qin Yu frowned. Soon after, he seemed to have recalled something and asked, Is it because of your current strength? Are you worried that the other 15 counties will harm you? That's part of the reason. Duanling Tian nodded. That's also the main reason. Moreover, I also want to go out for a walk. Previously, when I was in Bloody Spectre City, I didn't dare to go out because I didn't have enough strength. Now that I've finally gained enough strength, I plan to go out for a walk. Who knows, maybe I'll be lucky enough to come across a fortuitous encounter or something. Duanling Tian chuckled when he reached the end of his sentence. How could one come across a fortuitous encounter so easily? You don't plan to come back? Then, what about the martial competition of the 16 counties? Qin Yu's frown deepened. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll go to King Qin's mansion. I heard that the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Luo pills, from King Qin's mansion as a reward. King Qin's mansion definitely won't give away ordinary items. This can be seen from the Great Luo pills. Therefore, I don't want to miss out on this opportunity. Duan Lingtian smiled. Therefore, after I leave this time, we'll meet again in less than a year. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. That's good. I was worried that once you leave, I don't know when we'll meet again. Based on the current situation, it's indeed the best choice for you to leave temporarily. Qin Yu knew that when the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion learned about the existence of Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County, they would definitely try their best to get rid of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had violated their common interests. With Duan Lingtian around, they would no longer have anything to do with the first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This was something they did not want to see. However, you still have to be careful when you're away from home. Although you're stronger than Zhou Tong, the former first revered elder of the county governor's mansion, there are many people who are stronger than Zhou Tong outside of 9 Spectres County. Qin Yu reminded. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the stone room that he had been staying in recently and said to Qin Yu with a smile, I'm afraid I won't be returning to 9 Spectres County this time. In the future, you can cultivate in this stone room. With your current strength, no one in the latent dragon abyss will dare to say anything if you cultivate in this stone room. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he handed the door talisman to Qin Yu. I'm really lucky that you're leaving this time. Qin Yu said jokingly after receiving the door talisman. However, in the depths of his eyes, waves of excitement and agitation still flowed out. The cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's stone room was comparable to the cultivation environment of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Qin Yu had always dreamed of cultivating in that stone room. I won't talk to you about it when I leave. I'm going to say goodbye to Elder Jingqiu and the county governor. Then, I'll go to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect my debts. Chapter 2674. Elder Jingqiu. When Duan Lingtian saw Jingqiu again, he could see Jingqiu's uneasiness. He could understand why Jingqiu was acting this way. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same person he was in the past. If Duan Lingtian had used the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, when he left Bloody Spectre City with Elder Jingqiu and came to the county city of 9 Spectres County, his strength was on par with Elder Jingqiu. However, Jingqiu was unaware of this. Now, the news of what he had done in the Lu clan 2 days ago had spread throughout the county governor's mansion and the county city. Jingqiu must have found out about Duan Lingtian's current strength. He was even stronger than Pang Bing, the strongest inner court elder in the county governor's estate. On top of that, Pang Bing was stronger than Jingqiu. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have grown so much in just 2 years. Your strength has even surpassed mine unknowingly. Jingqiu sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. It's all thanks to Elder Jingqiu for bringing me to the county governor's estate. If it weren't for the cultivation environment and resources in the county governor's estate, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Duan Lingtian smiled. You're good with words. Jingqiu shook his head with a smile. You're chosen by City Governor Lu of Bloody Spectre City. Even if I didn't go to Bloody Spectre City and another inner court elder went to Bloody Spectre City, you would have been able to come to the county governor's estate as well. Jingqiu knew Duan Lingtian's current strength very well, so he did not dare to claim credit for it. You're here to bid farewell to me, right? Jingqiu asked as he narrowed his eyes. Elder Jingqiu, you know I'm leaving? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. Lord County Governor has already told me. Based on the current situation, it's indeed too risky for you to stay. Jingqiu nodded. This time, once the people from the other 15 counties find out you're so strong, they'll definitely think of ways to deal with you. They might even join forces to bribe other powerhouses to kill you. After all, your presence in the martial competition of the 16 counties that's going to be held in King Qin's mansion soon. Great overarching pills. Zheng Qiu said. Perhaps. I should take this opportunity to take a look around. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said with an indifferent expression. It's rare for you to think of me before you leave. Zheng Qiu smiled as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he raised his hand, and an exquisite little box appeared in his hand. He handed it to Duan Ling Tian and said, I'm sure you don't lack celestial stones. You can keep this pill. Raised was raised he. Was raised and Zheng raised Duan Ling Tian had raised. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up immediately when he heard Zheng Qiu said there were medicinal pills inside. What pill is it? Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, a medicinal pill that could be so solemnly stored in such an exquisite little box by Zheng Qiu, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate, was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill. It was definitely a rare medicinal pill. Otherwise, it could have been stored in a pill bottle. Gilded golden pill. Zheng Qiu's eyes lit up as he said bluntly. What? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as soon as he heard Zheng Qiu's words. He stared at the exquisite little box in Zheng Qiu's hands in shock and disbelief. Gilded golden pill? Elder Zheng Qiu. You're telling the truth? Is this really a gilded golden pill? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he looked at Zheng Qiu again. His chest heaved up and down like a bellows, and it took him a long time to calm down. Although the gilded golden pill was only a primitive celestial pill, it was the rarest and most valuable type of primitive celestial pill. A golden celestial below the level of Violet Sun golden celestial would be able to raise his cultivation base by a level in an instant without any side effects. Naturally, there were no side effects. However, those who had consumed the gilded golden pill before would not have any side effects if they consumed it again. In other words, a golden celestial could only consume one gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base. A Violet Sun golden celestial could consume the gilded golden pill to raise his cultivation base, but he could not directly break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. If a Violet Sun golden celestial wanted to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, he could only do so by consuming a mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill. However, if a great overarching golden celestial consumed the gilded golden pill, it would not have any effect. For this reason, the gilded golden pill was only suitable for golden celestials. As for heavenly celestials below the level of golden celestial, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal effect of the gilded golden pill. If they were forced to consume it, they would explode and die. Yes. When Zheng Qiu saw how excited Duan Lingtian was, he smiled and said, since your cultivation base has yet to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to improve further after consuming the gilded golden pill. Although the improvement won't be obvious, it'll definitely bring you closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Zheng Qiu said. At this moment, Zheng Qiu thought Duan Lingtian was already a Violet Sun golden celestial. He thought so because of Duan Lingtian's strength. Even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate who was much stronger than him, felt inferior to him. Elder Zheng Qiu, why don't you consume the gilded golden pill yourself? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and calmed his excited feelings before he couldn't help but ask. Zheng Qiu was a Violet Sun golden celestial. If he consumed the gilded golden pill, his cultivation base would improve and he would be closer to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Zheng Qiu shook his head and said, I've already consumed one gilded golden pill in the past. It won't have any effect on me if I consume it again. Zheng Qiu shook his head and said, back then, I obtained 3 gilt golden pills by chance. I took one and gave it to my son, who's the current patriarch of the Zheng family. This is the only one left. Since you have 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the Lu clan and the Pang clan, it's obvious you don't lack celestial stones. This gilded golden pill is the only one I have that I can give you. You can have it, Jingqiu said. Thank you, Elder Jingqiu. The gilded golden pill was too tempting for Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not stand on ceremony and accepted the gilded golden pill. However, in his heart, he remembered this favor from Elder Jingqiu. He was only a yellow sun golden celestial now. Once he consumed the gilded golden pill, he would be able to break through and become a green sun golden celestial. It would save him a lot of time. Duan Lingtian, Jingqiu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had accepted the gilded golden pill. However, he hesitated to speak. Elder Jingqiu, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you should know that if you win the martial competition of the 16 counties, the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County will receive 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. 3 great overarching pills. Lord County Governor will definitely consume 2 of them himself. After all, he has been stuck at the profound realm great overarching golden celestial for many years. After consuming 2 great overarching pills, he'll be able to break through to the next stage. However, even though the prefectural governor has taken 2 great Luo elixirs, there's still 1 great Luo elixir left. I hope that during the martial competition of the 16 counties, you can advise the prefectural governor to consider giving the remaining great Luo elixir to me instead of Elder Pang Bing. Jingqiu took a deep breath before he finally said what he wanted to say. Of course. You can just suggest it to Lord County Governor. I'll owe you a favor regardless of the outcome. Even if Lord County Governor gives the remaining great overarching pill to Elder Pang Bing, I won't have any complaints. Jingqiu said. Don't worry, Elder Jingqiu. Leave it to me. Duan Lingtian agreed immediately. When the martial competition of the 16 counties begins, I'll look for Lord County Governor as soon as I arrive at King Qin's mansion and ask him to give you a great overarching pill. If he's unwilling, I'll purposely go easy on you and give the first place to someone else. I believe he'll know what to do at that time. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened. Thank you. Although he felt Duan Lingtian's actions would anger Lord County Governor, he did not say anything. He knew this was the only way he would have a higher chance of obtaining the great overarching pills. There's no need to thank me, Elder Jingqiu. Take it as me repaying you for giving me the golden guilt pill. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile before he bade farewell to Jingqiu and left. After leaving Jingqiu's courtyard, Duan Lingtian went to look for Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, and left the county governor's estate. I'm afraid I won't be able to return to the county governor's estate after leaving the 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the vast county governor's estate in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at the county governor's estate. This was the place he had spent the most time in since he came to the spirit overarching heaven in the Devata realm. After leaving the county governor's estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Lu clan and the Pang clan to collect the 300,000 prominent celestial stones from the 2 clans. The Lu clan is really rich. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, the Pang clan did not have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, so they only gave him 100,000 prominent celestial stones. As for the remaining 100,000 prominent celestial stones, it was the Lu clan who helped the Pang clan. Duan Lingtian did not encounter any problems when collecting the money. This was because Duan Lingtian had the county governor of 9 Spectres County as his backer. Otherwise, the Lu clan and the Pang clan would not have cooperated so well. After collecting the money, Duan Lingtian left the county governor's estate. On the 3rd day after Duan Lingtian left the county governor's estate, swoosh. At this moment, a ghostly figure entered the county city of 9 Spectres County and barged into the county governor's estate. Chapter 2675. I'm looking for Duan Lingtian. An old woman dressed in a plain robe stood in the air above the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County as she spoke slowly. Although her voice was not loud, it seemed to contain a magical power that spread through the entire county governor's mansion. Everyone in the county governor's mansion heard the old woman's voice. Before the old woman spoke, even the most powerful county governor, Tianjiu, who was a great overarching golden celestial, did not notice the old woman's arrival. A commotion broke out in the county governor's mansion when they heard the old woman's words. This voice. It seems to be coming from the sky above the county governor's mansion. Based on the voice, it seems to be an old woman in her 70s. Why is she looking for Duan Lingtian? I can't tell if she's happy or angry from her tone. I wonder why she's here. No matter why she's here, the outer, inner, and revered elders won't let her go since she's causing such a commotion in the county governor's mansion. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the county governor's mansion. These comments were mostly made by the servants and maidservants in the county governor's manor, as well as a small number of guards with weaker cultivations. Without exception, these people were all below the golden celestial realm. At this moment, those who were golden celestials or above in the county governor's estate felt their hearts tremble when they heard the old woman's voice that came from the sky. Their hearts began to throb as well. This person is not simple. Just her voice alone can make a blue sun golden celestial like me feel this way. She's at least a great overarching golden celestial. I'm afraid even an ordinary great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to make me feel this way with just her voice alone. Some of the stronger guards in the prefectural governor's manor, as well as the outer mansion elders, inner mansion elders, and reverends, could tell from the voice that the owner of the voice was extraordinary. She was at least a great overarching golden celestial. In the county governor's mansion, only the county governor was capable of dealing with such a person. After all, the county governor was the only great overarching golden celestial left in the county governor's mansion. The other zenith heaven golden immortal, Zhou Tong, the former first consecrator of county governor manor, had died outside some time ago. The cause of his death was still unknown. Such an expert, if we approach her rashly, we will only offend her. It was precisely because they realized this that the group of outer court elders, inner court elders, and revered elders in the county governor's estate did not dare to rashly soar into the air and approach the uninvited guest. Whoosh! In the courtyard of the county governor of 9 Spectres County, a figure shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward the direction of the voice of the uninvited guest. At this moment, only Tianjiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, dared to approach the uninvited guest and came out from the courtyard of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. This expert. Could he be an expert bought over by one of the other 15 counties? Tianjiu could not help but have such thoughts when he heard that the uninvited guest was looking for Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he dismissed it. After all, it was impossible. What Duan Lingtian did to the Lu clan only happened 5 days ago. Unless it's a zenith heaven golden immortal, it's impossible for him to reach the county city in 5 days. Tianjiu thought to himself, even if a violet sun golden celestial travels at full speed, it'll still take about 10 days to reach the county city closest to 9 Spectres County. For this reason, Tianjiu did not think the uninvited guest was a powerhouse bought over by one of the 15 counties to deal with Duan Lingtian. It was impossible for the other 15 counties to plant a zenith heaven golden immortal in the county city of 9 Spectres County. Among the 15 counties, the county with the most zenith heaven golden immortals only had 3 zenith heaven golden immortals. For this reason, it was impossible for any of the counties to plant a zenith heaven golden immortal in another county's county city. After all, it was a very wasteful and extravagant thing to do. Moreover, as the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Tianjiu had information about the people planted in the county city of 9 Spectres County. Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the strongest person from the other 15 counties was only an indigo sun golden celestial. For this reason, he was certain the uninvited guest had nothing to do with the other 15 counties. When Tian Jiyu arrived near the source of the voice, he suddenly slowed down and looked at the figure in the distance. It was an old woman dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman stood there motionless like a mountain. However, Tian Jiyu felt as though she had merged with heaven and earth. "You're the county governor of 9 Spectres County?" All of a sudden, the old woman's turbid eyes narrowed without any warning, and she immediately met Tian Jiyu's gaze. In an instant, those cloudy eyes became as bright as the stars, extremely dazzling. A terrifying aura surged out of the old woman's body as soon as she met Tian Jiyu's eyes. It was as though a vast ocean had crashed into Tian Jiyu's body. Barf. Almost as soon as the old woman's aura hit Tian Jiyu, who had just been frightened by the old woman's bottomless eyes, suddenly trembled and couldn't help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. As the congested blood spurted out, Tian Jiyu's body trembled violently a few times. He subconsciously stepped back a few steps in the air. "Greetings, Senior. I'm Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County." Although Tian Jiyu was furious, he did not dare to show any disrespect. After he caught his breath, he bowed respectfully at the old woman. At the same time, Tian Jiyu's heart was also in turmoil. Even a peak great overarching golden celestial wouldn't be able to injure me so severely with just her aura. In other words, this old woman is at least an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. That was even more powerful than a great overarching golden celestial. King Qin was the only person in King Qin's mansion who was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Tian Jiyu shuddered when he realized the old woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The anger in his heart disappeared and was replaced by anxiety. Why would an overarching heavenly supreme celestial come to 9 Spectres County? Moreover, why was she looking for Duan Lingtian? "Where's Duan Lingtian?" the old woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at Tian Jiyu. "Senior, why are you looking for Duan Lingtian?" Tian Jiyu could not help but ask. He could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was related to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Moreover, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial's eyes flashed with killing intent when she mentioned Duan Lingtian. It was clear she did not come with good intentions. It was clear the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was looking for Duan Lingtian to kill Duan Lingtian. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You only need to answer my question, the old woman said coldly. Tian Jiyu felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar when he heard the old woman's cold voice. "Yes, yes." Tian Jiyu, who was so frightened that he sucked in a breath of cold air, quickly responded. He was as docile as a cat. Although Tian Jiyu was the county governor of 9 Spectres County, he had the backing of King Qin's mansion. However, the person standing before him was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. His strength was on par with King Qin, the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. Even if the other party killed him, the Duke of Qin's manor wouldn't avenge him. It was impossible for King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion, to offend an overarching heavenly supreme celestial for the sake of a mere county governor. "Senior, you're late." Duan Lingtian left the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago. After taking a deep breath, Tian Jiyu said to the old woman while trembling with fear. "He left?" Hearing Tian Jiyu's words, the old woman's eyes suddenly narrowed into slits, a cold light flashing through them. "I'll give you one more chance." "Say it again. If I find out that you're lying this time, I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The old woman's voice was bone-chillingly cold. "Senior, I'm telling the truth. Duan Lingtian did leave the county governor's mansion and the county city 3 days ago." Tian Jiyu smiled bitterly. "As for the reason why he left, I know as well. If you want to know, I can tell you now." Tian Jiyu said. "Speak." The old woman's narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flashed in the depths of her eyes, like bolts of lightning intertwining together. 5 days ago, almost as soon as the old woman finished speaking, Tianjiyu opened his mouth. He didn't dare to hesitate and told the old woman everything that had happened in the Liu family 5 days ago. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already close to that of a great overarching golden celestial. The old woman frowned slightly. That brat who defiled Miss Bing has such innate talent. The old woman was slightly taken aback. However, although she was shocked, the killing intent in her eyes did not reduce in the slightest. She wished for nothing more than to kill Duanling Tian. In other words, he left the county city of 9 Spectres County because he was worried that the other 15 counties would send powerhouses to kill him? The old woman asked coldly. Yes. Tianjiyu nodded. Did he say he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion soon? The old woman asked as her eyes flashed coldly. He didn't say anything. Tianjiyu replied. Naturally, he would not tell the old woman. He had already told Duanling Tian that he would be in King Qin's mansion in time to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He still had to rely on Duanling Tian to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. He had no choice but to tell the old woman the reason why Duanling Tian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. He knew if the old woman asked around in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she would be able to guess the reason why Duanling Tian had left the county city of 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he did not dare to hide the truth. Chapter 2676. As for Duanling Tian's participation in the martial competition of the 16 counties, Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, naturally, would not tell the old woman the truth. After all, the old woman would most likely come to King Qin's mansion and attack Duanling Tian when the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. At that time, unless King Qin personally intervened, no one would be able to stop the old woman. Under such circumstances, Duanling Tian would most likely die. He did not want to see that happen. After all, if Duanling Tian died, Duanling Tian would not be able to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. It would also mean that Duanling Tian would not be able to win the competition and obtain the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, for 9 Spectres County. The great overarching pills were something he had always dreamed of obtaining. He would not allow anyone to ruin his chances of obtaining the great overarching pills. Even if the person was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Humph. The old woman coldly snorted. Her powerful aura once again slammed into Tianjiyu, causing him to take a few steps back. Blood spurted out of his mouth as if it was free. His blood dyed the sky like bloody roses, dazzling and dazzling. Your cultivation base is close to that of an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. You must have been stuck at this bottleneck for many years, right? The old woman asked as she glanced at Tianjiyu indifferently. Before Tianjiyu could reply, the old woman continued, at this time, if you have 2 or 3 great overarching pills, it won't be difficult for you to break through the bottleneck and become an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. If I were you, I would definitely allow Duanling Tian to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, you've said it yourself that with Duanling Tian's strength, it won't be difficult for him to win the competition. That's why the other 15 counties under King Qin's mansion wanted to get rid of him and prevent him from participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties after learning of his strength. The old woman finished speaking in one breath. Senior, you're right. Tianjiyu smiled bitterly and said, of course, I hope that Duanling Tian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, I do want the great Luo pills. However, when he left and said goodbye to me, he hinted that he didn't want to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I even told him that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, I was willing to give him one of the 3 great Luo pills. However, he didn't seem to be interested at all. He even said that if he participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties and won first place, the other 15 counties would try to harm him. According to him, if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he can still survive. Once he participates, his life may be in danger at any time, so he doesn't want to take the risk. Tianjiu said. Don't you know how to force him to stay and not let him leave? The old woman asked in a deep voice. Senior, if I force him to stay and don't let him leave, he will definitely die when the experts from the other 15 counties come. At that time, I won't be able to get anything out of it. If he leaves, even if he doesn't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he might be grateful that I didn't force him. With his talent, he will have a bright future as long as his journey is smooth and he doesn't die prematurely. When he becomes stronger, as long as he's grateful that I didn't force him, he might be able to help me obtain a mediocre celestial pill, the Great Luo pill. Therefore, letting him leave is the best choice for me. Senior, what do you think? Tianjiu's words were watertight, and he could not find any flaws in them. He had said so much because he wanted to mislead the old woman and let her know that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Otherwise, if the old woman had waited for Duan Lingtian during the martial competition of the 16 counties at King Qin's mansion, Duan Lingtian would most likely die. Even he would be implicated and would not be able to obtain the Great Luo pills that he wanted. One had to admit that Tianjiu's flawless words were very effective. At the very least, the old woman did not doubt his words. When he left, did he say where he was going? The old woman asked in a low voice as she looked at Tianjiu. When Tianjiu heard the old lady's question, he knew the old lady believed his words. She did not think Duan Lingtian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qing's mansion. For a moment, he was delighted, but he did not dare to show it on his face. When he left, I asked him where he wanted to go. However, at that time, he said he didn't know where he wanted to go. Tianjiu smiled bitterly as he said, therefore, when he left, he was aimless. I don't know where he's going now. However, it's only been 3 days since he left, so he should still be in the 9 Spectres County. I hope you're not lying. If I find out that you know where he's going and don't tell me, you'll definitely die in the future. After the old woman finished speaking, she disappeared from Tianjiu's sight in just a blink of an eye. From the beginning until the end, Tianjiu could not see the old woman at all. It was as though she had really disappeared into thin air. This old woman. I'm afraid she's not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After the old woman left, Tianjiu's eyes widened in shock. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion disappeared before his eyes at the fastest speed possible, he might not be as fast as this old woman who did not leave any traces behind. Tianjiu was thoroughly shocked by the old woman's strength. I wonder how Duan Lingtian managed to offend such a person. Tianjiu smiled bitterly. Wait a minute. Tianjiu suddenly thought of something. Duan Lingtian is not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Logically speaking, it's impossible for such a person to appear in the 9 Spectres County. Could it be that his origin isn't simple either? Or perhaps, he's from a powerful force and came to the 9 Spectres County because that force was annihilated. And that old woman just now was a member of the enemy force of the powerful force that had already been annihilated. The more Tianjiu thought about it, the more he felt this was possible. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian was unaware of Tianjiu's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been impressed by Tianjiu's imagination. Tianjiu had such thoughts because he did not know Duan Lingtian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 3 years ago. I hope that old woman won't come when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. If she comes, not only will Duan Lingtian be in trouble, but I'll be in trouble as well. After all, if she sees Duan Lingtian in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties, she'll definitely think I've deceived her. Tianjiu could not help but pray that the old woman would not appear in King Qin's mansion during the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, Duan Lingtian would be in King Qin's mansion at that time. Duan Ling Tian was unaware that if he had left the county governor's estate a few days later, he would have been killed by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After leaving the county governor's estate 3 days ago, Duan Ling Tian had been making his way to Bloody Spectre City. He wanted to greet Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, before he left the Nine Spectres County. Although Duan Ling Tian and Lu Fenggu were not close, Lu Fenggu had indeed helped him in the past. Moreover, Lu Fenggu was the one who had provided him with the celestial fire. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian decided to meet Lu Fenggu before he left the Nine Spectres County. He wanted to leave behind some prominent celestial stones and primitive celestial pills, the spirit-hardening pills, for Lu Fenggu. High-grade celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills were easily obtainable to him now, and they weren't even worth mentioning. However, to Lu Fenggu, they were all precious treasures. I, Duan Ling Tian, don't like to owe people favors. I'll leave behind some prominent celestial stones and spirit-hardening pills for City Governor Lu to repay him for telling me about the Grey Celestial Fire. Perhaps, I won't have anything to do with him in the future. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian left the county city of Nine Spectres County and made his way to the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City to meet Lu Fenggu. Duan Ling Tian? To Duan Ling Tian's surprise, Lu Fenggu was overjoyed when he saw Duan Ling Tian. You're all right? It was as though Lu Fenggu was overjoyed to see Duan Ling Tian was fine. Duan Ling Tian could see a hint of guilt in the depths of Lu Fenggu's eyes. It was as though Lu Fenggu had done him wrong. City Governor. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. He did not understand why Lu Fenggu would lose his composure when he saw him again. Why would Lu Fenggu feel guilty? Duan Ling Tian, forgive me. I had no choice. Lu Fenggu sighed when he saw Duan Ling Tian did not seem to know what had happened. Then, he told Duan Ling Tian everything that had happened. A few days ago, an old woman came looking for you. She asked me where you were. She even threatened the lives of the city governor's estate and the Black Dragon army. I had no choice but to tell her that you went to the county governor's estate in the county city of Nine Spectres County. She was too strong. Just her aura alone was enough to make me kneel on the ground. I was on my last breath, and I couldn't even stand up. It felt like she was even stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Chapter 2677. Stronger than the county governor? Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. With his current strength, even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, he would only be able to fight to a draw with the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of Nine Spectres County. After all, not only was the county governor of Nine Spectres County stronger than Zhou Tong, the great overarching golden celestial whom he had killed, but the county governor's celestial methods and divine abilities were superior as well. For this reason, although Duan Ling Tian had consumed the gilded golden pill and become a green sun golden celestial, he did not dare to say he was stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. It would be difficult for him to defeat the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Let alone someone stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County. Old woman? Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, City Governor Lu, why is the old woman looking for me? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out. He had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago. Why would someone stronger than the county governor of Nine Spectres County come looking for him? I don't know why she's looking for you. However, I'm certain she's up to no good. Although she didn't show it on her face when she mentioned you, I can see the killing intent in her eyes. It's obvious she wants to kill you. Lu Fenggu said in a deep voice. Kill me? Duan Ling Tian's pupils constricted as shock appeared on his face. It was as if waves of tempestuous waves had been set off in his heart. It's been less than 3 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I've been staying in Nine Spectres County for the past 3 years. How could I have offended someone so powerful? Could it be that Yunqing Yan from the Divine Offering Land sent someone to kill me? However, isn't the passage from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms closed? How could Yunqing Yan send someone to kill me when he's trapped in the Divine Offering Land? Moreover, if they're sent by Yunqing Yan, there's no need for them to search for me in Bloody Spectre City, right? Duan Lingtian recalled the person Yunqing Yan had sent to the mundane realm to kill him. That person had appeared in Yan Huang realm through a tear in space. Based on his words, he had said he was stronger than most heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. If Yunqing Yan had sent someone to kill him, there was no need for him to come to Nine Spectres County. Once he entered King Qin's mansion, he would be able to locate him with just a thought. If it wasn't Yunqing Yan, who could it be? Based on what I've done after coming to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've had any interactions with experts of that level, right? Duan Lingtian could not understand why such a powerful existence would target him and even want to kill him. One needed a motive to kill someone. However, he really couldn't think of any motive that the old woman had to kill him. Duan Lingtian, you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 3 years. How did you offend such a powerful existence? Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't know either. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He was completely baffled as well. He did not know how he could have offended such an existence. Could it be because of Zhou Tong? Lu Fenggu asked as he inhaled sharply. Zhou Tong? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Put aside the fact that we're the only ones who know Zhou Tong was killed by you, we're the only ones who know I brought Zhou Tong to Bloody Spectre City and handed him over to you. If the old woman came for Zhou Tong, it's impossible for her to only target me. Moreover, she didn't make things difficult for you after meeting you. This means she's looking for me and wants to kill me. It has nothing to do with Zhou Tong. Duan Lingtian analyzed the situation. Lu Fenggu nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's analysis. Clearly, he agreed with Duan Lingtian's analysis. If that's the case, why is she targeting you? Could it be an expert hired by the other 15 counties to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. An expert hired by the other 15 counties? Lu Fenggu was stunned. Impossible. If she's hired by the other 15 counties to kill me, it's impossible that she doesn't know I'm in the county city of Nine Spectres County. Moreover, I'm afraid the other 15 county governors aren't aware of what I've done in the county city. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian felt it was impossible for the old woman to be hired by the other 15 counties. Duan Lingtian, what are you talking about? Why would the other 15 counties hire an expert to kill you? Lu Fenggu asked. Although news of what Duan Lingtian had done in the county city of Nine Spectres County had spread throughout Nine Spectres County, due to time constraints, it did not reach Bloody Spectre City. In response to Lu Fenggu's question, Duan Lingtian recounted everything that had happened in the Lu clan. Apart from that, he also told Lu Fenggu the reason he had left the county city and the county governor's estate. I see. Lu Fenggu exclaimed in realization. Lu Fenggu was enlightened. He could not help but rejoice as he said, it seems like the old lady who left our Bloody Spectre City for the county city passed by you. If that's the case, I'm lucky to have left the county city alive. As Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed, he could not help but rejoice. Duan Lingtian, since you've left the county city in Nine Spectres County, why are you here in Bloody Spectre City? Lu Fenggu asked. I'm here to bid farewell to you, city governor. Also, I want to thank you for telling me about the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. You obtained the celestial fire? Lu Fenggu's eyes lit up immediately. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Is it a primitive celestial fire? Lu Fenggu asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Initially, I didn't know what grade the celestial fire was. However, when I tried to refine the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill, I discovered it had run out of energy. At that time, I was certain it was a primitive celestial fire. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's gray flame was only comparable to a primitive celestial fire. He didn't tell Lu Fenggu that most of the gray flames were hidden in the metal fragments, and he couldn't use them yet. This was because he wasn't sure if he would be able to use the remaining gray flames in the future. If he could use the remaining gray flame, it would definitely be comparable to a mediocre celestial fire. Although it's a primitive celestial fire, since it's a primitive celestial fire that can only be obtained by a great overarching golden celestial, it's obviously not an ordinary primitive celestial fire. Duan Lingtian, congratulations on obtaining a primitive celestial fire and becoming a primitive celestial alchemist. Lu Fenggu congratulated Duan Lingtian. It's all thanks to you, city governor. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the celestial fire and become a celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Lu Fenggu. What's this? Lu Fenggu was stunned. I don't know when I'll be back after I leave. Take these as a reward for providing me with the celestial fire. Duan Lingtian smiled. Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. When I betrayed you and told that old woman about your whereabouts, you've already repaid the favor you owed me. If we're talking about who owes you, I'm the one who owes you. You avenged my direct disciple, but I repaid your kindness with ingratitude. The more Lu Fenggu spoke, the guiltier the expression on his face became. City governor, you didn't have a choice. I understand. Moreover, I'm fine now, aren't I? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Just accept it. It's a token of my appreciation. Under Duan Lingtian's persuasion, Lu Fenggu finally accepted the spatial ring. However, when he saw the mountain of prominent celestial stones and dozens of bottles of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, he hastily removed the claim on the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, this is too much. You should keep these celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills for yourself. Lu Fenggu handed the spatial ring back to Duan Lingtian. City governor, please accept it. I don't lack celestial stones and spirit-nourishing pills now. Duan Lingtian did not accept the spatial ring. He shook his head and said, now that I've achieved my purpose of returning to Bloody Spectre City, it's time for me to leave. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come back to visit you. Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu called out to Duan Lingtian before he was about to leave. With a solemn expression on his face, Lu Fenggu asked, You don't tell me you're still going to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? I've promised the county governor. Duan Lingtian said, moreover, if I win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'll definitely be valued by King Qin's mansion. At that time, I'll be able to use the cultivation environment and resources provided by King Qin's mansion to further improve my cultivation. But if that old woman is waiting for you in King Qin's mansion, won't you be in danger? After all, she's stronger than the county governor. At that time, even the county governor might not be able to protect you. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. King Qin's mansion is filled with experts. I don't think she'll dare to cause trouble there, right? Duan Lingtian said with a frown on his face. It's hard to say. After all, I'm only certain she's stronger than the county governor. As for whether there's anyone in King Qin's mansion who can stop her, I can't say for sure. Lu Fenggu said with a hint of fear on his face, if she can't find you in the county city of 9 Spectres County, she'll be able to find out why you left the county city. She will most likely wait for you at King Qin's mansion when the martial competition of the 16 counties is held. Lu Fenggu said. Unless you're certain she's not strong enough to cause any trouble in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Chapter 2678. After listening to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian was impressed by Lu Fenggu's meticulous analysis of the situation. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. Indeed. If the old woman was so strong that even King Qin's mansion could not defeat her, who would be able to save him if she waited for him in King Qin's mansion? That old woman. Who is she? At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized the old woman's identity was not certain. Unless he could confirm the old woman's identity and strength, it would be risky for him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that was going to be held in King Qin's mansion. Initially, he knew the old woman's strength was on par with the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, he did not expect the old woman's strength to be stronger than the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion. After all, the powerhouses in King Qin's mansion were much stronger than the county governor of 9 Spectres County. Unless you can confirm the old woman's identity and strength, I don't approve of you participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion. Lu Fenggu added. Thank you for your reminder, City Governor Lu. After thanking Lu Fenggu, the slightly upset Duan Lingtian left in the end. However, he remembered Lu Fenggu's final words and did not dare to be careless about it. After all, his life was at stake. Sigh. After Duan Lingtian left, Lu Fenggu sighed as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Unknowingly, he tightened his grip on the spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, I hope you'll remember my words. It's best if you don't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties that will be held in King Qin's mansion and stay away from the area that King Qin's mansion controls. Outside Bloody Spectre City. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian walked in the air like a shooting star toward the border of 9 Spectres County, preparing to leave. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know where he was going, so he walked aimlessly. At this very moment, his mind was in a complete mess. That old woman, who is she? Since she wants to kill me, there must be a reason. However, after I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I don't think I've offended anyone with a backer like this old woman, right? Duan Lingtian began to recall everything that had happened since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 2.5 years ago. He really wanted to know where exactly that old woman had come from, and why she had come. Could it be her? As he thought about it, Duan Lingtian's mind flashed. A figure also appeared in his mind and did not disappear for a long time. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian stopped in his tracks. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the time when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He was originally walking aimlessly on the streets of Bloody Spectre City. All of a sudden, the noise and clamor in the surroundings seemed to come to an abrupt halt and completely disappeared. It was as though the people in the surroundings were being strangled and could not make a sound. At that time, Duan Lingtian had also stopped in his tracks. He realized that a group of people on the street were all looking behind him, as if there was something behind him that made them absent-minded. What's it that's causing them to be unable to make a sound? At that time, Duan Lingtian had also slowly turned around out of curiosity. As soon as Duan Lingtian turned around, he saw a graceful figure in front of him. He could not help but exclaim inwardly, "What a beautiful woman!" He thought to himself, "What a beautiful woman!" The reason why such a large street had become strangely quiet was all because of that woman. The woman was dressed in a light purple dress. Her eyebrows were like jade, her skin was as fair as snow, and her waist was slim. Although there was a thin veil covering half of her face, her pair of clear and cold autumn eyes, as well as her elegant and refined temperament, were enough to make everything around her pale in comparison. Apart from that, her face was also covered by the veil. However, because the veil was half transparent, the outline of her face was faintly discernible, and one could vaguely see the perfect curve of her face. It made one have the urge to lift the veil and take a look at her face. One could imagine how charming she was even with the veil on her face. If the veil was removed, one could only imagine how beautiful she would be without the veil on her face. As the woman walked gracefully, the crowd quietly parted to form a path for her. At this moment, everyone, regardless of gender, was looking at the woman with infatuation. It was as though the woman had some kind of magical power. If it was any other time, many men would have lustful thoughts when they saw such a peerless beauty. However, at this moment, none of the men present had any strange expressions on their faces. When they looked at the woman, apart from a brief moment of amazement, there was only reverence in their eyes. It was as though the woman was a holy being who was high and mighty and could not be profaned. Murong Bing, after a while, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses and sighed deeply. When he was in the mundane realm, he already had 2 wives and 1 confidant. He only acknowledged those 3 women in his heart. Although there were many other women around him, none of them had gained his approval. He had always treated them as ordinary friends. He had always thought he was very lucky to have 2 wives and 1 confidant. He had always hoped that his love life would be in question. He locked the door to his heart and allowed the beauties to swarm him, but he remained motionless. However, it did not cross his mind that he would fall into a trap. After he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Moreover, he had unknowingly gotten intimate with a woman whom he did not really like but had only met once. Although they were not husband and wife in name, they were still husband and wife in reality. I'll find you. The woman I, Duan Lingtian, have slept with can only belong to me, Duan Lingtian. That was what Duan Lingtian had said when Murong Bing left. In his heart, he had already regarded Murong Bing as his woman. Is that old woman related to her? If she wanted to kill me, she could have done it herself. There's no need for her to send someone to kill me now, right? As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he thought it was unlikely that Murong Bing had sent the old woman to kill him. If Murong Bing wanted to kill him, she would have done it herself. Even if she regretted not killing him and wanted to kill him again, there was no need for her to send someone else to do it. After all, as a woman, her chastity was very important to her. It was impossible for her to tell others that her chastity had been ruined. If the old woman didn't come for her, who did she come for? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian noticed that he'd once again returned to a dead end, and he was completely at a loss. If the old woman really came for her, I'm afraid I can't go to the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He had seen Murong Bing's strength before. She was very powerful. Moreover, Murong Bing's background was not simple. She seemed to be from a powerful sect that possessed a sect-guarding celestial weapon. If the old woman came for Murong Bing, it meant she was probably from that sect as well. It was impossible for someone from that sect to be afraid of King Qin's mansion. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed. The martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion was about to begin. The Duke of Qin's manor was not only a general name for a faction, but also a general name for a region. It was also a general name for a vast and boundless manor. The king's city of King Qin's mansion was located on a vast grassland. From afar, it looked like a giant beast lying on the grassland. It lay there quietly and motionlessly as though it was asleep. This giant beast, which seemed to be asleep, opened its 4 bloody mouths at all times, allowing the passers-by to pass through it freely. It was rare to see people walking on the top of the giant beast's head. This was because King Qin's mansion had a rule in King Qin's mansion. Those who entered or left King Qin's mansion were not allowed to walk on air. They had to follow the rules and enter through the 4 gates of King Qin's mansion. King Qin's mansion was too big, and a big city meant a lot of people. When there were more people, it would naturally become chaotic. In order to better maintain the security of King Qin's mansion had set up such a rule. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the sound of wind whistling, 2 groups of people came from 2 different directions. They came to the east gate of Royal City, and the number of people was about the same, a total of more than 30 people. The 2 groups of people were led by a middle-aged man who exuded a majestic aura. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. When the 2 groups of people arrived at the eastern gate of King Qin's mansion, they flew down together. They did not dare to violate the rule of not allowing people to enter or leave King Qin's mansion. County Governor Tian, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you outside King Qin's mansion. One of the middle-aged men said to the other middle-aged man. The middle-aged man who was addressed as County Governor Tian was none other than Tian Jiyu, the County Governor of Nine Spectres County. Apart from the two inner mansion elders and a few revered elders, the rest of the people behind Tian Jiyu were all young men who were younger than 100 years old. There were 29 of them in total. One of the new faces was none other than Zhou Fei, the adopted son of Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of Nine Spectres County. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have recognized him immediately. Chapter 2679. Among the 29 young men, Qin Yu, who was familiar with Duan Ling Tian, was among them as well. However, as Qin Yu stood outside King Qin's mansion's royal city and looked at the majestic royal city, his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to be in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Prefectural Governor Wang. Tian Jiyu smiled faintly in response to the newcomer's greeting. The person whom Tian Jiyu addressed as Prefectural Governor Wang was Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Similar to Tian Jiyu, Wang Qiling had come to King Qin's mansion for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Behind Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, were a few of his trusted subordinates. The rest of the 30 young men were all young men. These youngsters stood there and stared at Qin Yu and them behind Tian Jiyu like tigers eyeing their prey. To them, the young men behind Tian Jiyu were their competitors in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Only by defeating all of them would they have a chance to stand out and obtain a good ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Prefectural Governor Tian. You seem to have brought one person with you. After a while, Wang Qiling's gaze swept across the 29 youths behind Tian Jiyu. Finally, his gaze landed back on Tian Jiyu, and he stared deeply at him. There's one more person who went out to train. He'll be here when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. Tian Jiyu said indifferently. Went out to train? Wang Qiling narrowed his eyes when he heard Tian Jiyu's words. He asked tentatively, County Governor Tian, don't tell me you're referring to Duan Ling Tian, the young powerhouse who's famous in the Nine Spectres County? Tian Jiyu smiled proudly at Wang Qiling's question. He did not answer Wang Qiling directly. Prefectural Governor Wang will be entering the city first. Without waiting for Wang Qiling's reply, Tian Jiyu led the group of people behind him into King Qin's mansion's royal city. Only Wang Qiling was left standing there with a gloomy expression on his face. Lord County Governor. At this moment, an old man standing behind Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the person Tian Jiyu mentioned is Duan Ling Tian. Who else could it be other than Duan Ling Tian? Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, initially, when I found out there's only Duan Ling Tian in Nine Spectres County who's almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old, I met with the county governors of the other 14 counties. We spent a large amount of supreme celestial stones to hire a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial to kill Duan Ling Tian in Nine Spectres County. However, when the powerhouse arrived at the Nine Spectres County and searched the entire county, he couldn't find Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had already left Nine Spectres County and successfully evaded the powerhouse's pursuit. Less than a year ago, the people that Fair Mountain County had planted in the county city of Nine Spectres County reported back to Fair Mountain County about a golden celestial who was not even 100 years old and whose strength was almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, he realized the severity of the matter. He knew that if the powerhouse was not killed, the 30 young powerhouses from Fair Mountain County would no longer be able to claim first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This meant that the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, would no longer have anything to do with them. This was not something he wanted to see. It was not something that the people from the other 14 counties wanted to see. For this reason, the 15 county governors of the Nine Spectres County, including him, had decided to spend some supreme celestial stones to hire a powerhouse who was stronger than Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, to kill Duan Ling Tian. However, the powerhouse had gone to 9 Spectres County. Alas, the target had disappeared. Actually, if we had a young powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian in Fair Mountain County, we would have used the same method to protect him, a middle-aged man standing behind Wang Qiling said with a wry smile on his face. Actually, when Lord County Governor said you and the other 14 county governors were going to invite a powerhouse to kill Duan Ling Tian, I knew this would happen. Humph. Another person behind Wang Qiling snorted and said, do you think Lord County Governor doesn't know about this? If there was even the slightest possibility, Lord County Governor would have joined forces with the other 14 county governors to hire a powerhouse to kill Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian's existence has seriously affected the balance of the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. However, since Duan Ling Tian is still alive, as long as he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely be able to claim first place. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Indeed. The others agreed as well. Although Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, had the same opinion, he was still slightly bewildered. However, he knew that it was useless for him to be bewildered. After all, what was done could not be undone. There was nothing he could do about it. Very soon, the king's city of King Qin's mansion was filled with young powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 days. Due to the arrival of the 16 powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, the king's city that had been bustling with noise and excitement for more than half a month suddenly became quiet. It was like the calm before the storm. In an inconspicuous inn in King's City, the county governor of 9 Spectres County only brought 29 people. In a spacious room, an old woman dressed in a plain long robe asked in a deep voice as she looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. If Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, was here, he would be able to recognize the middle-aged man as Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County whom he had met at the entrance of King's City. As the county governor and lord of Fair Mountain Prefecture, Wang Qiling was extremely humble and respectful in front of the old lady. His humble attitude was comparable to how he treated King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Qiling said, I think Tian Jiyu left the last spot for Duan Ling Tian who has been missing for almost a year. Senior, perhaps you'll be able to capture Duan Ling Tian in King Qin's mansion this time. However, if Duan Ling Tian appears after the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to capture him. At that time, the powerhouses from King Qin's mansion will definitely step in to protect Duan Ling Tian. As Wang Qiling spoke, he voiced out his concerns. Humph. The old woman snorted coldly. Her voice was so cold that it made Wang Qiling, the dignified Fair Mountain County's county governor, feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion steps in, he won't be able to protect Duan Ling Tian unless he has a death wish. Unless he has a death wish. When the old woman reached the end of her sentence, her tone was not only cold, but also domineering. It was as though if King Qin dared to step in to protect Duan Ling Tian, she would ask for King Qin's name. Gasp. Wang Qiling could not help but gasp when he heard the old woman's words. He looked at the old woman respectfully. In the past, although he knew the old woman was powerful, he did not expect her to be more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. However, based on her words, it seemed like she was more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. How could he not be shocked? As far as I know, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held in King Qin's mansion. The venue is not open to the public. Think of a way to bring me in. I don't want to alert Duan Ling Tian before the martial competition of the 16 counties ends. I don't want Duan Ling Tian to appear. The old woman said nonchalantly. Yes. Wang Qiling replied respectfully. Then, he asked, Senior, do you have any other instructions? If you don't, I'll take my leave. Go. From the beginning until the end, the old woman did not even bat an eyelid. It was as though she could not be bothered to look at Wang Qiling. 3 days later. The martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion arrived as scheduled. On the surface, everything seemed normal and calm. However, as the days passed, the martial competition of the 16 counties became more and more intense. It was nearing its end. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, became anxious. Why hasn't Duan Ling Tian appeared yet? If he doesn't appear soon, the martial competition of the 16 counties will be over. At this moment, Tian Jiyu felt as though he had been stood up by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. Is he all right? On the other hand, Qin Yu, who had just been eliminated, could not help but feel worried when he saw that Duan Ling Tian had not appeared. He was worried that something had happened to Duan Ling Tian, and that was why he did not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Pang Bing, the first inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion of 9 Spectres County, snorted and said, I don't think Duan Ling Tian is coming. What an ingrate. Back then, the county governor's mansion spent so much effort to nurture him. How could he not show up at such a critical moment? Elder Pang Bing, you can't speak carelessly. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian encountered something and couldn't leave, so he couldn't make it in time. Jing Qiu defended Duan Ling Tian. Couldn't make it? Pang Bing sneered. That's a good excuse. However, even if he encountered something important, could it be more important than participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, we're talking about 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. If he didn't show up today, not only would our 9 Spectres County miss out on the 3 great overarching pills, we wouldn't even be able to obtain a single great overarching pill. Pang Bing's expression darkened when he reached the end of his sentence. That's enough. Why are you arguing? Chapter 2680. On the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties, the top 10 contestants would fight each other. Of course, it was hard to say whether these 10 strongest people were the ones who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. This was because there were still many young experts from the 16 counties who had yet to make a move. King Qin's mansion had set a rule for the martial competition of the 16 counties. In any of the 16 counties, they could choose one person as their trump card to fight for the top 3 positions in the martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion had set this rule so that the strongest young expert from each of the 16 counties would be in the best condition to fight for the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, if the young experts from the 16 counties did not even make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, their counties would be punished. They would have to pay 3 times the usual amount of prominent celestial stones every year for the next 10 years. Of course, if any of the 16 counties were not confident, they could choose not to keep their trump cards. King Qin's mansion would not force them to do so. However, if any of the 16 counties kept their trump cards, they would have to follow the rules set by King Qin's mansion. If they did not make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would have to pay more celestial stones every year. Among the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, 3 of them were not confident in their young experts and did not keep their trump cards. As for the other 13 counties, they had all kept their trump cards. This included 9 Spectres County. 9 Spectres County's trump card was Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to show up. If Duan Ling Tian did not show up today and did not make it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would be considered absent and would be automatically excluded from the top 10. 9 Spectres County would also be punished. Therefore, the people of 9 Spectres County were very anxious these 2 days. It's the last day. Why isn't Duan Ling Tian here yet? Could something have happened to him? Qin Yu was the only contestant from 9 Spectres County who had made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, the top 10 was not enough to make the people of 9 Spectres County happy because there were still 13 contestants who had not shown up yet. Moreover, 12 of them were the trump cards of the other 12 counties, and their strength was not inferior to Qin Yu. Only the top 10 contestants who made it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be rewarded by King Qin's mansion. Although Qin Yu made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, it did not mean that he would stay there forever. Qin Yu's Spectres County, Spectres of the 16 Spectres of the 16 Spectres County. Qin Yu's Spectres County Spectres. However, at this moment, he could not help but worry about Duanling Tian's safety. County Chief Tian. At this moment, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, arrived next to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. He said with a faint smile on his face, "The trump card of 9 Spectres County should be Duanling Tian, right? However, it seems like he hasn't shown up yet. I heard he left the county city of 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Did he die outside during this time?" The smile on Wang Qiling's face grew wider and wider as he asked. "The martial competition of the 16 counties. Isn't it still ongoing?" Tian Jiyu narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, "County Governor Wang, it seems like you can't wait for Duanling Tian to show up. It seems like you don't have much confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County." Towards the end, Tian Jiyu's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Yang Jin was Fair Mountain County's trump card in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and he had not shown up yet. Although Yang Jin had not shown up yet, his strength was widely acknowledged in Fair Mountain County. He might not be as strong as Duanling Tian, but his reputation in Fair Mountain County was on par with Duanling Tian in 9 Spectres County. If it's someone else, I wouldn't have no confidence in Yang Jin. However, if it's Duanling Tian, I don't have much confidence in Yang Jin. It's not just Yang Jin, I believe the other trump cards from the other 11 counties don't have confidence in 9 Spectres County's Duanling Tian as well. Wang Qiling was not angered by Tian Jiyu's words. Instead, he continued to say, "After all, Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in the Lu clan in 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Even Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County, admitted that he's no match for Duanling Tian. How can I have confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County if he's the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County? After all, Yang Jin's strength is far inferior to Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County." Not only did Wang Qiling acknowledge Duanling Tian's strength, but he even praised Duanling Tian's strength. If one did not know better, one would think that Duanling Tian was one of Wang Qiling's subordinates and not from 9 Spectres County. The strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County was none other than Duanling Tian, who had left 9 Spectres County a year ago and had not been heard from since. "County Chief Wang, you're quite self-aware." Tian Jiyu did not know how to respond to Wang Qiling's words when he heard Wang Qiling praising Duanling Tian. He looked at Wang Qiling intently before he said, "You're right. County Chief Tian. Don't tell me Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County is already here? Did you hide him?" Wang Qiling looked deeply at Tian Jiyu and asked with a deep and meaningful tone. "County Chief Wang, you seem to be very interested in Duanling Tian." Tian Jiyu replied. "Of course. I'm sure I'm not the only one. The other 14 county chiefs are also very interested in Duanling Tian. It's said that even Lord King Qin from our King Qin's mansion has mentioned Duanling Tian before." A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Qiling's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "County Chief Tian, I'm really curious. Is Duanling Tian here?" Wang Qiling asked again. He did not notice that his tone was slightly anxious when he asked this question. It was as though he wanted to know if Duan Ling Tian was here or not. County Chief Wang, didn't you say that Duan Ling Tian might have perished outside? Tian Jiyu asked nonchalantly. I was just joking. Wang Qiling's expression froze when he heard Tian Jiyu's words. He could not help but smile awkwardly. County Chief Wang, if you want to know if Duan Ling Tian is here or not, you'll find out in the afternoon. Today, the top 10 and top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be fighting. Tian Jiyu said nonchalantly, if Duan Ling Tian doesn't show up, he'll definitely show up in the afternoon. However, I think. County Chief Wang, you don't want him to show up, right? A hint of mockery could be seen in Tian Jiyu's eyes as he looked at Wang Qiling. Of course not. Wang Qiling shook his head and smiled. I'm looking forward to his appearance. Although I know he'll definitely be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm still curious. He's not even 100 years old, and he's the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below the age of great overarching golden celestial. Wang Qiling's words were sincere. It was as though he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, was that really the case? County Chief Tian, the battle for the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties is about to begin. The trump cards of each county are about to be revealed. I'll return to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County are. Wang Qiling bade farewell to Tian Jiyu before he left. I won't see you out. Tian Jiyu glanced at Wang Qiling's back and said slowly, you're a genius. After Wang Qiling left, Tian Jiyu could not help but feel a sense of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Today was the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, until now, he still did not see Duan Ling Tian at all. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had not arrived in King Qin's mansion at all. On the other side, after Wang Qiling returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County were, he walked up to a skinny man in a gray robe. His face could not be seen clearly. Wang Qiling said respectfully through voice transmission, Senior, I've tested Tian Jiyu, but I didn't get anything out of him. He's very cunning. He's always trying to change the subject. Wang Qiling replied through voice transmission. It doesn't matter. An old man replied calmly through voice transmission. Today is the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Ling Tian is here, he'll show up in the afternoon at the latest. If he doesn't show up, it means he has no intention of participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Who's that? The few elders and honorary elders who had followed Wang Qiling to King Qin's mansion saw their prefectural governor standing beside the mysterious man in the gray robe. They could not help but feel their hearts tremble. They were curious about the identity of the man in the gray robe and why their county chief treated him in such a manner. This man. Could he be the person Lord County Chief hired to kill Duan Ling Tian? An elder from the Fair Mountain County's county chief's mansion guessed in a low voice. That's impossible. Another elder said, if Lord County Chief hired someone to kill Duan Ling Tian, Lord King Qin would not let Lord County Chief off so easily. After all, this is King Qin's mansion. Duan Ling Tian hasn't shown up yet. He might not come. If he doesn't come, Yang Jin has a high chance of winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chapter 2681. In the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by King Qin's mansion, Duan Ling Tian from 9 Spectres County was the most favored. News of Duan Ling Tian's actions in the Lu clan in the county city of 9 Spectres County spread like wildfire in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, news of Duan Ling Tian's actions in King Qin's mansion had spread throughout the entire 9 Spectres County. Even King Qin of King Qin's mansion had heard of him. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian had become the hottest topic and the highlight of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of his elegance. However, up until now, Duan Ling Tian had yet to show himself. Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. I wonder what Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, is up to. Could it be that he's waiting for Duan Ling Tian to show up and replace Duan Ling Tian as the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties? Humph. Duan Ling Tian hasn't shown up yet. It might not be because the county governor of 9 Spectres County forbade him from showing up. Maybe he died outside after leaving 9 Spectres County. After all, the outside world is very dangerous. That's possible. Apart from the people from 9 Spectres County and Fair Mountain County, the people from the other 14 counties could not help but whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they either thought that Duan Ling Tian had been hidden by the county governor of 9 Spectres County or that Duan Ling Tian had died outside and could not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, no matter what these people said, it was only their guesses. After a while, the powerhouse sent by King Qin's mansion to host the martial competition of the 16 counties announced that since the 13 counties had yet to show their trump cards, the top 10 contestants would compete for the top 3 spots. As time passed, the contestants were pushed back one by one. Qin Yu. Soon after, it was Qin Yu's turn to fight. When Qin Yu walked onto the stage, behind the VIP spectator seats on the side of the vast battle arena, in an area covered by a curtain, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes suddenly stood up from his luxurious chair and stared firmly at Qin Yu. Third Prince. You're... The moment the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up, the 2 old men beside him were shocked. They could not help but look at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. They did not know why the 3rd prince of King Qin's mansion would lose his composure. In King Qin's mansion, King Qin had 3 younger brothers. Below King Qin, there were 3 younger brothers. They were called the 2nd prince, the 3rd prince, and the 5th prince by the people in King Qin's mansion. The 3rd duke was the 3rd brother of King Qin. He was sent by King Qin to be in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. 3rd Prince Qin Yu was king, 3rd prince was Prince Qin, 3rd prince's 3rd. Similar. Too similar. I think his name is Qin Yu. The 3rd Marquis did not pay attention to the 2 old men beside him. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. He muttered to himself as his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like 2 bright stars in the night sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! After hearing the 3rd prince's mutterings, the gazes of the 2 old men beside him simultaneously landed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. With just a glance, their pupils couldn't help but shrink fiercely. Why does he look so much like the 4th prince? His nose, his lips, and even his forehead, are almost exactly the same as the 4th prince's. Who is he? The 2 old men regained their senses and looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The 4th prince was the 4th brother of the Duke of Qin in Duke Qin's mansion. It was to the extent that even before the 4th prince left the king of Qin's mansion, he was already stronger than the king of Qin. However, King Qin's mansion's 4th prince had suffered from qi deviation decades ago. After injuring King Qin, he left King Qin's mansion and disappeared without a trace. Although King Qin's mansion had sent people to search for him, they found nothing. Now, after a few decades, they saw someone who looked like the 4th prince in King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, this person's surname was also Qin. They could not help but let their imagination run wild. This Qin Yu, could he be? Soon, the 2 old men looked at each other again and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Elder Qi, go and investigate this Qin Yu. The 3rd Marquis gave the order in a deep voice. Traces of excitement appeared in his eyes. It was as though the young man standing in the middle of the battle arena was an old friend that he had not seen for many years. Yes. One of the old men answered and left immediately. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Qin Yu was also engaged in a fierce battle with a young man who appeared to be around the same age as him. They started to be evenly matched. After about several tens of breaths, Qin Yu's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of powerful energy. The palm prints that filled the sky were also dyed with blood red. Bang! Almost at the same time that Qin Yu's palm attack is stained with that blood-red color, the power in the palm increases greatly. It directly crushes and destroys his opponent's attack, sending his opponent flying. He lands on the ground with serious injuries and is on the verge of death. Hiss! 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 Instantly, waves of gasps sounded out in unison from the surroundings of the combat arena. This Qin Yu from the 9 Spectres County actually hid his strength. What was that technique he used at the end? It felt like a divine ability. Moreover, it's an assistive divine ability. It's even more powerful than the other assistive divine ability that he used earlier. This assistive divine ability. I feel like it's at least a dark grade divine ability. Moreover, it's probably not an ordinary dark grade divine ability. I've seen ordinary dark grade divine abilities a few times, and they're far inferior to the one he used earlier. The surroundings of the battle arena were bustling with noise. While the people from the various counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion were discussing animatedly, their attention had shifted to the support type ability that Qin Yu had used earlier. I didn't expect Qin Yu to hide his strength. With Qin Yu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties before the other counties used their trump cards. I didn't expect Qin Yu's cultivation to improve so quickly. If he's given a few more years, he might become another Duan Lingtian. The elders and honorary elders from 9 Spectres County could not help but sigh. When the inner mansion's elders Pang Bing and Jing Qiu look at Qin Yu again, there is an additional look of approval in their eyes. That assistive divine ability. I think it's Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, stared at Qin Yu. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Sky dancing blood imprint. That sky dancing blood imprint. While Tian Jiyu was staring at Qin Yu as if he had seen a ghost, the other 15 county governors also had the same look of shock and disbelief as Tian Jiyu. Many county governors could not help but exclaim in surprise. Sky dancing blood imprint. Isn't it a dark grade assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? How can this brat from 9 Spectres County know a dark grade assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? Where did he learn it from? Stealing a dark grade assistive divine ability from a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. As the various county governors opened their mouths, the spectator seats surrounding the enormous battle arena also let out waves of low exclamations. From their words, it was as if they were certain that the support-type divine ability that Qin Yu had just displayed was secretly learned from the King Qin's mansion. Sky dancing blood imprint. Behind the VIP seats, behind the curtains, the third prince, who had just sat down, stood up again. The excitement that had just calmed down appeared again. He must be fourth brother's child. Fourth brother, has a descendant. Meng Ping, bring Qin Yu to me. The third marquis's gaze pierced through the curtain like a sharp sword and went straight to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, who was looking at Qin Yu with a look of astonishment on his face. He immediately sent an order to the third marquis. Yes, third prince. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties immediately looked at Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, the third marquis wants to see you. Come with me. Once the host said those words, before Qin Yu could react, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Third prince? Immediately, numerous gazes from the various spectator seats landed on the area behind the VIP seats that was covered by a curtain. However, while it was easy to see through the veil, it was impossible to see through the veil. I'm afraid this brat from the 9 Spectres County is in trouble. The third prince is going to punish him. Although I don't know where he learned the assist-type divine ability, the heavenly blood-sealed dance, from the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, secretly learning the divine ability that's exclusive to the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. Many people felt that Qin Yu was going to run out of luck. I don't think the third prince is here to denounce her. Perhaps, he's here to acknowledge her as his relative? Exactly. Don't forget, his surname is Qin, his name is Qin Yu. Even though most people think that Qin Yu is out of luck, there are still a small number of people who think that Qin Yu is probably a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion who has wandered outside. In the past, I felt that Qin Yu was somewhat familiar. Now that I think about it, he seems to be somewhat similar to that fourth prince from back then. Chapter 2682. The fourth prince of King Qin's mansion was a legend in the eyes of the people in King Qin's mansion. Among the King Qin's brothers in the King Qin's mansion, the fourth prince's innate talent was undoubtedly the highest. In fact, 100 years ago, his strength surpassed the King Qin's and he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. However, it was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. A few decades ago, the fourth prince of the Duke of Qin's manor suffered from qi deviation during his closed-door cultivation. After injuring the Duke of Qin, he left the Duke of Qin's manor and disappeared without a trace. As the county governor of Nine Spectres County, Tian Jiyu was fortunate enough to have met the fourth prince before. However, it had been a long time, so he did not know how to react. He thought Qin Yu looked familiar because he thought Qin Yu resembled the fourth prince. Now that he had seen Qin Yu use the sky-dancing blood print, the exclusive skill of the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, and the third prince, who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties, had called Qin Yu over, he finally remembered the fourth prince. This Qin Yu from Nine Spectres County looks very similar to the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion. Suddenly, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, had a flash of inspiration. Why did he feel that Qin Yu looked somewhat familiar from the first time he saw him? Turns out it was because Qin Yu looked very similar to the fourth prince of the Qin mansion. This Qin Yu. Why does he look so much like the fourth prince? He looks so much like the fourth prince and his surname is Qin. Could he be a descendant of King Qin's mansion? He might even be the fourth prince's son. Some of the county governors from other counties who had seen the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion who had disappeared several decades ago could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Qin Yu enter the VIP area. They guessed that Qin Yu was the son of the fourth prince who had disappeared several decades ago. The fourth prince? The most powerful person in King Qin's mansion, the fourth brother of the current King Qin, the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion? This Qin Yu from Nine Spectres County. Could he be the fourth prince's son? As the group of governors spoke, their subordinates more or less heard what they said. For a moment, they were extremely shocked because this news was extremely shocking and caught them off guard. A nobody from Nine Spectres County was suspected to be the son of the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion, a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. Other than the people from the 16 counties under King Qin's manor, there were also some distinguished guests invited by King Qin's manor. They were all from powerful sects and clans in the territories under King Qin's manor's jurisdiction. Although the forces these people belonged to were not as powerful as the Duke of Qin's manor, none of the counties under the Duke of Qin's manor could compare to them. Qin Yu? A direct descendant of King Qin's mansion? Fourth prince's son? At the side of the VIP spectator seats, a figure covered in a black robe moved slightly and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. His tone was mixed with a bit of surprise. This black-robed man was completely covered in a black robe, and the black robe was embroidered with balls of flames. These flames formed the word Kun on the black robe. The word Kun seemed to be burning at all times, and it was gorgeous and dazzling. This was the Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was the uniform of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the Devata realms. Only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen could obtain the celestial master's robe at the Alliance of Celestial Masters stronghold. Very few people dared to imitate the celestial master's robe, since they would be hunted down by the Alliance of Celestial Masters if they were discovered wearing a fake celestial master's robe. For this reason, very few people dared to imitate or wear a fake celestial master's robe in the Devata realms. The celestial master's robe was divided into 4 grades. They were the heaven, earth, heaven, and Kuan. Only supreme celestial alchemists and supreme celestial weapon craftsmen were qualified to receive the heaven celestial master's robe. Only prominent celestial alchemists and prominent celestial weapon craftsmen were qualified to receive the earth celestial master's robe. Only mediocre celestial alchemists and mediocre celestial weapon craftsmen were qualified to receive the heaven celestial master's robe. As for the celestial master's robe with the character Kuan on it, it was only available to primitive celestial alchemists and primitive celestial alchemists who proved their identities at the Alliance of Celestial Masters strongholds. The black-robed man was wearing the heavenly master's robe with the word Kuan on it. This is enough to show that he was a primitive celestial alchemist. Vice Sect Leader Huang. Is the 4th prince stronger than King Qin? Suddenly, the black-robed man tilted his head. His eyes under the black robe flashed and landed on a middle-aged man sitting not far away. He asked in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. Revered Elder Tian Ling, when the middle-aged man heard the black-robed man take the initiative to speak to him, he immediately looked at the black-robed man. A radiant smile appeared on his originally solemn face as he nodded and said, "The 4th Marquis of the Duke of Qin's mansion is indeed stronger than Duke Qin." "It seems like you haven't heard of the 4th prince, revered Elder Tianling." The middle-aged man was Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. This time, he had brought some people from the Flying Dragon sect to join in on the fun at King Qin's mansion's invitation. They were here to join in the fun of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although the black-robed man had only joined the Flying Dragon sect for 2 months, and he was only one of the 5 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect, however, since the black-robed man's alchemy skills were far superior to the other 4 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the black-robed man. After all, even the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had to be polite in front of the celestial alchemist. Moreover, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had repeatedly reminded him to be polite. He had to treat revered Elder Tian Ling with the same respect as he treated him. "Yes." The black-robed man nodded and said nonchalantly, "I've been wandering around for the past few years. 2 months ago, I arrived in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. Coincidentally, the bottleneck in my cultivation base has loosened, and I'm looking for a place to settle down and seek a breakthrough." As the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji had heard about the black-robed man from the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Therefore, he was not surprised by the black-robed man's words. "Revered Elder Tian Ling, since you're interested in the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion, I'll tell you more about him," Huang Guangji said enthusiastically. After listening to Huang Guangji's explanation, the black-robed man learned about the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion. "Qin, you might really be the son of the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion." The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. After he finished speaking, the black-robed man sat there with his head lowered and no longer paid any attention to him. Huang Guangji was not annoyed by this. This was because he was already used to the Flying Dragon sect's revered Elder Tian Ling's unsociable personality. This revered Elder Tian Ling. Judging from his hoarse voice, he should be an old man. His real age shouldn't be that young. Huang Guangji glanced at the black-robed man again before retracting his gaze. However, he did not know that the black-robed man's hoarse voice was all an act. Under the black robe was a young man. To be more precise, it was a young man who looked very young and had an extremely powerful aura of flesh and blood. Furthermore, he wore a purple robe. However, because he was shrouded in a black robe, his entire body was covered by the black robe, so others could not tell that he was a young man. Now, if Qin Yu were here and lifted the black robe on this man, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This black-robed man was none other than the Duan Ling Tian he knew. The third prince of King Qin's mansion must be trying to verify Qin Yu's identity. Duan Ling Tian, who was completely enveloped in a black robe, thought in his heart. Although he wasn't like the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the others, who all turned their heads to look at the curtain-covered area behind the VIP seats, his thoughts were the same as those people. They were all behind the curtain-covered area. However, fortunately, King Qin's mansion set a rule for this martial competition of the 16 counties that any of the 16 counties can leave a trump card behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hide until now. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, no one, including Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, had expected that Duan Ling Tian would not be able to hide behind the curtains of the Flying Dragon sect. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had long arrived at the venue of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. However, he had come with a different identity. He was the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, a primitive celestial alchemist who was wearing a celestial master's robe with the word Kun written on it. Due to the fact that he was a primitive celestial alchemist, no one dared to probe him with their divine consciousness even though he was wearing the celestial master's robe with the word Kun on it. After all, nobody wanted to offend a celestial alchemist. Without his identity as a celestial alchemist, he would not have been able to hide his age and identity. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out in a timely manner. King Qin has arrived. King Qin has arrived. As the thunderous voice rang in the air, 9 snow-white horses pulling a roofless carriage could be seen approaching from the distance. Their speed was as fast as a great overarching golden celestial. A majestic middle-aged man dressed in a purple gold robe sat on the roofless carriage. Chapter 2683. The 9 snow-white horses looked no different from ordinary horses in the mundane realms. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the aura of celestial origin energy emanating from these horses. Clearly, these horses were celestial beasts. In the Devata realms, celestial beasts were divided into celestial beasts that had gained sentience and celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience. Celestial beasts possessed sentience that was not inferior to humans and could transform into humans. They cultivated like humans and were no different from humans. Celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience could only rely on their instincts to survive. Even their cultivation base was dependent on their instincts to cultivate and were raised by humans. For example, the 9 horses that pulled the roofless carriage in front of Duan Ling Tian were raised by King Qin's mansion. Each of them had a cultivation base equivalent to a violet moon golden celestial. The 9 horses pulled the carriage at a speed that was not inferior to an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. He's King Qin. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted under his black robe as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a long purple gold robe who was sitting on the roofless carriage. The middle-aged man had a jade-like complexion and a tall stature. As he sat there, he emitted waves of majestic aura, suppressing the majestic aura emitted by the county governors from all over the Duke of Qin's mansion. In the face of the middle-aged man's imposing aura, the auras of the county governors from the various counties under King Qin's mansion were not worth mentioning at all. They were on completely different levels. It's King Qin. King Qin is here. After the appearance of the roofless carriage, which was pulled by 9 white horses, the group of people present immediately became restless. Greetings, Lord King Qin. Greetings, Lord King Qin. A moment later, the people from the 16 counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion bowed respectfully to the Duke of Qin. The people in the VIP seats cupped their fists together and bowed at King Qin as well. Greetings, King Qin. Even Duan Ling Tian followed the other people from the Flying Dragon sect and cupped his hands at King Qin as a form of greeting. If there was one person who was indifferent to the appearance of King Qin, it would be the person next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling. He was clad in a gray robe. The Qin emperor, who was sitting on the roofless carriage, stood up and waved his hands at the people around him. He noticed that the gray-robed man beside Wang Qiling did not seem to care about his appearance. Immediately, he frowned slightly. Within the territory of the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually someone who dared to put on airs in front of him. In an instant, King Qin's sharp gaze landed on the gray-robed man. Everyone's eyes followed King Qin's gaze and landed on the gray-robed man. At this moment, the gray-robed man had become the focus of everyone's attention. Damn it! What was this guy trying to do? Are you trying to harm us? The expressions of the elders and guardians of Fair Mountain Prefecture changed drastically. Who the hell is he? How can he ignore King Qin when he's in front of him? The group of young experts from Fair Mountain Commandery were speechless. They were also worried that the gray-robed man standing next to the governor of Fair Mountain Commandery would drag them down because of his rudeness to the king of Qin. County Governor Wang, the person next to you seems to have a problem with me. King Qin shifted his gaze from the gray-robed man to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was standing next to the gray-robed man. Although King Qin's tone was calm, the people present could hear the anger in his voice. Wang Qiling's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. King Qin, as for the other 15 county governors, when they looked at Wang Qiling, their eyes were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Senior, please inform King Qin. If you're exposed, even if Duan Ling Tian wants to show himself, he'll be scared away by you. Wang Qiling sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man. When the gray-robed man heard the message, he did not reply to Wang Qiling. However, he raised his head slightly. His cloudy eyes were exposed in front of the Qin emperor. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. You're King Qin from King Qin's mansion, right? I'm from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The reason I'm here today is because the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect ordered me to kill someone. If you act rashly and alert the enemy, I'll annihilate King Qin's mansion. Just as the King of Qin saw the pair of turbid eyes under the gray robe, as well as the wrinkled face of the old man, a voice rang in his ears at the right time. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Just as his heart trembled, he saw the gray-robed man's right hand, which was originally covered by his sleeve, move. A token flashed before his eyes. A core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Although he had only seen the token for a brief moment, he could tell it was an identity token. Moreover, it was the identity token of a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The core elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect seemed to be celestial dukes. King Qin gasped inwardly when he realized the gray-robed man was a celestial duke. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away from Wang Qiling. Senior, I'll ask my subordinate to come up with an excuse. Please forgive him if he has offended you. After all, if I don't do anything in the current situation, I'll definitely expose how unfathomable you are. King Qin sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man as he withdrew his gaze from Wang Qiling. Humph. The gray-robed man snorted coldly, acknowledging King Qin's words. Then, King Qin sent a voice transmission to Wang Qiling immediately. Wang Qiling's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, he quickly regained his composure and bowed to King Qin, saying, King Qin, this person beside me is deaf and mute. If he has disrespected you, please forgive him. Since he's deaf and mute, I won't hold it against him. Qin Wang followed Wang Qiling's lead and walked down the stairs. At the same time, he retracted his gaze and entered the area behind the VIP seats that was shrouded by a curtain. It seems like King Qin is here for Qin Yu. Isn't it obvious? It seems like Qin Yu might be related to the fourth prince who went missing in King Qin's mansion. I heard the fourth prince severely injured King Qin before he left King Qin's mansion. If Qin Yu is related to the fourth prince, won't King Qin seek revenge on Qin Yu? You're thinking too much. Who doesn't know that the reason why fourth prince was able to injure Qin Wang in the past was because he was possessed by the devil and lost his mind? Qin Wang and fourth prince are blood brothers and have always had a good relationship. If Qin Yu is fourth prince's descendant, Qin Wang will only treat him well and won't make things difficult for him. Perhaps King Qin will even allow him to acknowledge his ancestors. In the spectator stands around the battle arena, the attention of a group of people shifted from the gray-robed man beside the fair mountain commandery Governor Wang Qiling to the area behind the curtain behind the VIP spectator stands. King Qin, the third prince, and Qin Yu were all inside. They did not know what was going on inside because they could not see through the curtains. Moreover, the curtains were soundproof. Not only could they not see or hear what was going on behind the curtains, but they also had no idea what was going on behind the curtains. About 15 minutes later, Qin Yu has withdrawn from the martial competition of the 16 counties. The competition will continue. Outside the curtains, the person from King Qin's mansion who was in charge of hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties rose into the air and announced loudly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Qin Yu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties? What's going on? It seems like Qin Yu is really related to the fourth prince. If he's the fourth prince's son, there's no need for him to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As the fourth prince's son and a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion will definitely treat him well. This is fate. There's a world of difference between knowing how to reincarnate and not. After a moment of silence, the audience became lively again. Qin Yu. Congratulations. In the VIP seats, Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze from behind the curtains and thought to himself, I'll congratulate you when I have the chance. Duan Lingtian had hidden himself here because he was worried that the old woman who went to Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County to kill him a year ago was waiting for him in the dark. Although he did not know who the old woman was, he still had to be careful. For this reason, he had not revealed his identity until now. In the eyes of others, he was just a primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. It's also because of this celestial master's robe that I'm a primitive celestial alchemist or a primitive celestial weapon craftsman. Otherwise, I would have attracted a lot of attention with my divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian could imagine. If he did not have the celestial master's robe with the word celestial master's robe, many people would have probed him with their divine consciousness out of curiosity. The martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Behind the curtains behind the VIP seats, Qin Yu stood there. Beside him stood the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the third prince of the King Qin's mansion. At this moment, the two of them were staring at Qin Yu with fiery gazes. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was slightly restrained. Where's your father? The third prince asked. My father has passed away. Qin Yu sighed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chapter 2684. What happened? Your father. How did he pass away? When King Qin looked at Qin Yu again, his expression was extremely unsightly. When he had just acknowledged Qin Yu, he was happy that his fourth brother had a descendant. At the same time, he longed to see his fourth brother again and reunite with his brother. However, he did not expect that when his third brother asked Qin Yu about his fourth brother, his nephew would tell him his fourth brother had passed away. Back then, my father suffered from Qigong deviation and injured you. Not long after he left King Qin's mansion, he regained his senses. He blamed himself for injuring you, and he realized that he could suffer from Qigong deviation at any time, so he did not plan to return to King Qin's mansion. Qin Yu said slowly, not long after, my father met my mother and they fell in love. Not long after my mother gave birth to me, my father suffered from Qigong deviation and left home. My mother brought me to find my father, but we were robbed on the way. The robbers wanted to silence us. My mother risked her life to protect me, but she died in their hands. As he spoke, Qin Yu's eyes turned red. After they killed my mother, they hunted me down. Just as I was about to die, my father regained his senses and returned. He killed those people and saved me. When he saw that my mother had died, he blamed himself and even lost all hope. Then, after he helped me settle down, told me about my background, and gave me this token. Before I could react, he committed suicide in front of me. The moment before he committed suicide, he told me that I must bury him together with my mother. At this point, Qin Yu's eyes turned even redder, as if they were dyed with a bloody mist. In his hand, there was a command plate. It's my fourth brother's identity token. The third Marquis snatches the identity plate from Qin Yu's hand as if he is trying to snatch it. His trembling hand caresses the 3 characters carved on the front of the identity plate, which is his fourth brother's name. Subsequently, his eyes become misty. From now on, King Qin's mansion and King Qin's mansion will be your support. Qin Wang takes a deep breath, pats Qin Yu's shoulder and says solemnly. When my father told me about my background, he told me to return to King Qin's mansion to acknowledge my ancestors. He also said that his greatest regret in life was that he couldn't return to King Qin's mansion to protect it because he might suffer from qi deviation at any time. Qin Yu continued. Now that you have a family, you don't have to wander outside anymore. From now on, I, your eldest uncle, your second uncle, and your fifth uncle will be your biggest support. The third Marquis says after returning the identity plate to Qin Yu. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. However, he was unable to stop the tears from rolling down his face. In the past, he could only rely on himself. Even if he had the chance to safely reach the Duke of Qin's manor this time, he had relied on himself to walk step by step. If he were alone, he would have to be at least a great overarching golden immortal before he dared to travel through the counties under King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he might be robbed by some peak golden immortals on the way and die on the way. But now, he had the Duke of Qin's manor to rely on. Comparing the two, the difference was like heaven and earth, and it made him feel very conflicted. Third brother. Did you pay attention to the gray-robed man next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County? Suddenly, the Qin emperor seemed to have thought of something. He immediately looked at the third prince and asked with a grave expression. What? Is there something wrong with that person? The third marquis was stunned. When he first arrived, he had taken note of the gray-robed man beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Prefecture. When he saw that Wang Qiling seemed to be very respectful to the gray-robed man, he took a few extra glances at the gray-robed man and took note of him. However, after a few days, the gray-robed man seemed to be well-behaved. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to him. There's something wrong. It's not a small matter. King Qin said. Don't tell me. Wang Qiling hired him to kill Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County? The third marquis said with a frown. The third marquis had heard that the 15 counties under King Qin's manor had joined forces to hire a powerhouse to kill Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County. However, he thought the 15 counties only dared to make a move in 9 Spectres County. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties began, even if Duan Lingtian showed up, the 15 counties would not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian under King Qin's manor's watchful eyes. After all, it was tantamount to provoking King Qin's manor. Kill Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian was his only friend. Moreover, he owed Duan Lingtian a debt of gratitude. No. Wang Qiling isn't powerful enough to hire a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. King Qin said. Compassionate. Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? A core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? The third marquis asked in disbelief as he looked at the Qin emperor with a pale face. What are you talking about? The third marquis asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom where King Qin's mansion was located. In fact, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the high-rank Celestial Kingdoms that were stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Even a high-rank celestial kingdom would not dare to offend the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the compassionate celestial traveler sect was a colossus even to a high-rank celestial kingdom. In addition, he had also heard that most of the core elders in the compassionate celestial traveler sect were celestial dukes. Yes. The Qin king nodded. The core elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect are all celestial dukes. Big brother, are you sure that the gray-robed man is an immortal monarch? The third Marquis asked with fear and trepidation. I purposely probed her just now. The feeling she gives me is unfathomable. Qin Wang said with a solemn expression. Unfathomable. The third Marquis was shocked again. Immortal monarch? Qin Yu, who was standing to the side, heard the conversation between his eldest uncle and his third uncle. His pupils were also unable to refrain from fiercely shrinking. Immortal monarch. Immortal monarchs were stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Currently, his eldest uncle was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in King Qin's mansion. Even if his father was still alive, there were only 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in King Qin's mansion. However, according to his eldest uncle and third uncle, there was an immortal monarch among the participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, the immortal monarch was from a powerful sect called the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, the immortal monarch was standing next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That gray-robed man is an immortal monarch? Qin Yu was shocked. He had some recollection of the gray-robed man since he was one of the only 2 people who did not reveal their faces. As for the other black-robed man, he was from the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in King Qin's mansion. Moreover, the black robe he was wearing was the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan on it, which was exclusive to primitive celestial alchemists and primitive celestial weapon craftsmen. Compared to the black-robed man, the gray-robed man was even more mysterious. Moreover, seeing that his third brother was suspicious of the gray-robed man's identity as an immortal monarch, King Qin continued to say, that person took out her identity token. Although it was only for a moment, I still saw it. Moreover, I recognized it as the identity token of a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, there's no doubt that she's a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. King Qin said. Since we can confirm her identity, it's only natural that we don't provoke her. We even have to cooperate with her if she wants to kill someone. The third Marquis said. That's right. King Qin nodded. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. After Qin Yu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion had yet to reveal their trump cards. Therefore, the top 3 were temporarily decided. Yan Shihu from One Heart County is temporarily ranked 3rd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horse Tooth County is temporarily ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County is temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host of the martial arts competition of the 16 counties stood in the air above the fighting ring and announced loudly in front of everyone. Next, the hidden aces of the 13 counties will have a chance to challenge the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If they succeed, they can replace the top 3. If they fail, they can only challenge the bottom 7 in the top 10 and replace them. Only then can they challenge the top 3 again. If the challenged person is defeated, they'll drop 1 rank. Those who rank behind them will also drop 1 rank. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties continued to explain in detail the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The next martial competition of the 16 counties would be the highlight of this year's martial competition of the 16 counties. This was because the hidden aces of the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion would all be revealed at this time. I really didn't expect that the person who temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be a woman. Many people around the arena exclaimed. Yes. Who would have thought that she would be temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Even with her strength, she couldn't become the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County. It seems like the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County is quite powerful. The hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County seems to be Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I've heard of him. He's the son of the Soaring Wind County governor, Chu Tingxian. He didn't make a name for himself until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. In the past, people only knew that the Soaring Wind County governor, Chu Tingxian, had a daughter named Chu Yu. Chapter 2685. I thought the Soaring Wind County would keep Chu Yu as their trump card. I didn't expect someone else to be their trump card. Moreover, it's Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Since the Soaring Wind County has chosen Chu Yan as their trump card, it means that Chu Yan's strength is above Chu Yu's. I didn't expect Chu Yu to be the strongest among the younger generation in the Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, Chu Yan was not well known. Chu Yan is really good at hiding his strength. Many people whispered among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Chu Yu from the Soaring Wind County and her brother, Chu Yan. Currently, Chu Yu, a young powerhouse from the Soaring Wind County, was ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. She was a valiant and beautiful lady with her long hair tied up in a ponytail. Her delicate features were clearly visible. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many beauties along the way, his eyes still lit up at this moment. Although Chu Yu was a lady, she had a strong beauty that was completely different from the other ladies he had met. She was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the swift whistling of the wind, it was the 9 snow-white horses in the sky pulling the roofless carriage. Under the escort of a group of people, they majestically landed in the area behind the VIP spectator seats. The curtains in that area also opened and expanded in a timely manner, enveloping all of them within, disappearing before the eyes of the group of people surrounding the battle arena. Now, the martial competition of the 16 counties will continue. The trump cards of the 13 counties may choose your targets and challenge them. The person from King Qin's mansion who was hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties announced loudly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. I, Xing Dong, challenge Chu Yu. Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a burly figure stepped out from one side of the spectator stand. His movements were as fast as lightning, and it seemed as though there were thunderclaps. This was a young man wearing gray tights. His body was extremely sturdy, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. They seemed to be twitching all the time, and on his exposed muscles, there were clearly visible veins that were pulsating vigorously. The young man had a strong build, but his height was average, only about 1.7 meters. After a while, he was already above the fighting ring. He stood in the air and glanced at the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Finally, his eyes fell on the only girl among the top 10. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It's Luofu region's Xing Dong. Xing Dong is the strongest person under the age of 100 in the overarching floating county. It's said that he's already a green sun golden celestial a few years ago. Even if he hasn't broken through to become a blue sun golden celestial, he's still much stronger than before. Chu Yu seems to be a green sun golden immortal as well. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Their cultivation bases are the same. Let's see the difference in their immortal artifacts and other means. Chu Yu has a mediocre celestial weapon. As the trump card of the overarching floating county, Xing Dong must have a mediocre celestial weapon as well. This battle will be the most intense battle since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm really looking forward to it. Almost as soon as Xing Dong entered the ring, a group of people who knew Xing Dong could not help but discuss among themselves. Whoosh! Just as the group of people around the fighting ring were discussing spiritedly, Chu Yu, who had been called out by Xing Dong, stepped into the air at the first possible moment and confronted Xing Dong. Xing Dong from the overarching floating county. I've heard of you. Chu Yu glanced at Xing Dong indifferently and said, however, you're no match for me. Humph. Xing Dong naturally couldn't tolerate a woman saying that he wasn't a match for her in front of so many people. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Chu Yu, I know your strength isn't bad. However, compared to me, Xing Dong, you're still lacking. From the beginning, he had watched all of Chu Yu's battles. Therefore, he knew Chu Yu was weaker than him. Therefore, he was going to use his only chance to challenge Chu Yu for the top 3 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as he defeated Chu Yu, he would be able to replace her and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although it was only temporary, it was still a great honor. Especially now that King Qin of King Qin's mansion was here, if he could defeat Chu Yu now and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, even if it was only for a short while, King Qin would take notice of him. Xing Dong. Does he think Chu Yu's strength is as weak as she has shown? If that's the case, I'm afraid he's in trouble. In the VIP seats, Duan Lingtian, who was wearing the celestial master's robe with the word Kun, narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He had watched all of Chu Yu's battles. In the beginning, he did not think much of it. However, in the end, he discovered that Chu Yu had been concealing her true strength. Even though the battle for first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties was intense, she had still held back. Since you're so confident, let's cut the crap and attack. Chu Yu raised her eyebrows and shouted when she heard Xing Dong's disdainful words. Boom! 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 Xing Dong made his move almost the instant Chu Yu cried out. His body moved like a huge mountain cutting through the sky, causing the air to explode and emit waves of deafening sounds of air exploding. The sound reverberated in all directions, causing some of the weaker people in the spectator seats to frown. Chu Yu, take this. When Xing Dong rushed out, he suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and an incomparably huge broadsword appeared in his hand. Wang! A 30-meter-long saber ray shot out from the saber and slashed toward Chu Yu. That slash appeared to be very simple. However, after it locked onto Chu Yu, it followed him like a shadow. Chu Yu's body moved swiftly. As she dodged, the saber ray continued to lock onto her. It was as if he would not rest until he had cut her into 2 halves with a single slash. Humph! After letting out an arrogant snort, Chu Yu no longer dodged. With a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the long spear, it whizzed forward like an angry dragon. It ferociously met Xing Dong's 100-feet-long blade glow. At this moment, Chu Yu was like a female general in the army. She looked even more valiant. Wang! 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 The radiance of the blade tore through the air. It was extremely resplendent, like numerous crescent moons. It tore through the sky, as if it was going to split this world apart. Whoosh! 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 Wherever the spear light passed, the tip of the spear seemed to form a star net in the void, which met the saber light that was like a crescent moon. At some point, the people around the combat ring had begun to hold their breaths as they quietly watched the battle. Xing Dong is going to lose. After a few exchanges, Duan Lingtian could tell Xing Dong had lost the upper hand. He also realized his prediction was coming true. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could tell Xing Dong was going to lose. In the VIP seats, there were many high-ranking officials from the clans and sects under King Qin's mansion who had retracted their gazes from the combat ring. They had retracted their gazes because they felt there was no need to continue watching. The victor had been decided. In the end, Chu Yu was stronger than Xing Dong. Chu Yu. She had been concealing her strength. When the county governors under King Qin's mansion saw that Xing Dong was going to lose, the county governor of Luofu County, where Xing Dong resided, also saw this. He did not expect this. Xing Dong, who he had kept as a trump card, would be defeated in his first battle. County Chief Chu, your daughter is indeed as good as the rumors say. She's not inferior to a man. The county governor of another county near the people from Soaring Wind County exclaimed as he looked at Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Between his eyebrows, there was a hint of envy mixed in. His daughter was already so strong. Moreover, she had a son who was the trump card of Soaring Wind County. He was envious that Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, had such a pair of children. Chu Tingxian was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. He looked very refined. Although he was old, from his mature and charming face, one could tell that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. You flatter me, County Governor Ren. Upon hearing the county governor's words, Chu Tingxian immediately looked at him and smiled humbly. It's over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he retracted his gaze. Bang! 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 In the air above the combat ring, the 7-foot-long spear in Chu Yu's hand, a mediocre-grade celestial weapon, seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon that had broken free from its cage. It pounced toward Xing Dong with bared fangs and brandished claws, shattering all of Xing Dong's attacks. Finally, it landed on Xing Dong and sent him flying. The mediocre-grade celestial weapon that Xing Dong was holding tightly in both hands was sent flying. Barf! Xing Dong, who had been sent flying, lost his celestial weapon, spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Xing Dong, who had fainted, fell hard to the side of the combat ring. He was about to be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Whoosh! The person from King Qin's mansion, who was the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, was one step ahead of the county governor of overarching county. An invisible force swept out and carried Xing Dong to the spectator stand where the people from overarching county were seated. Thank you, my lord. The county governor of overarching county thanked the host before he went to check on Xing Dong's injuries. Chapter 2686. The county governor of Luofu County knew very well. If Chu Yu had not shown mercy, Xing Dong would not have been so lightly injured. With Xing Dong's current injuries, he would be able to recover to his peak condition after taking a healing elixir. Then, he would be able to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although Xing Dong had lost his first battle, he still had a chance to challenge those ranked 4th to 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Furthermore, as long as he could replace one of the 7, he would have the opportunity to challenge the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're welcome, Uncle Lien. As the daughter of the High Wind County's county chief, Chu Yu had interacted with the county chief of the Luofu County before. Now that the county chief was thanking her, she immediately smiled in response. Then, she returned to her original spot and stood side by side with the 2nd to 9th ranked cultivators. Next. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said indifferently. Mo Chiu from Chioli County challenges Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Just as the host finished his words, a muscular young man stepped out from the side of the auditorium and directly challenged the person who was ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Tong Yuan was a 2-meter-tall middle-aged man with a muscular body and copper-colored skin. After he was challenged, he stood up with a solemn expression on his face. His expression was calm, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. His gaze was fixed on Mo Chiu, the trump card of Chioli County. After a while, both of them attacked at the same time. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 After about 30 breaths, a huge figure flew out and admitted defeat. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. The person who admitted defeat was Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Among the 13 trump cards left by the 13 counties, a total of 2 people had entered the battlefield so far. Xing Dong from Luofu County had been defeated, and Mo Chiu from Chioli County had successfully challenged Tong Yuan and replaced him. He was ranked second in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for Tong Yuan, he had been demoted to third. Those who were originally ranked third to ninth all dropped a rank. Those who were originally ranked 10th were directly squeezed out of the top 10. You've been squeezed out of the top 10, so you have a chance to challenge those who are currently in the top 10. You can choose to challenge one of them. As long as you can defeat him, you can replace him and temporarily return to the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host looked at the young man who had been pushed out of the top 10 and said, "If you give up this opportunity, you will have no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Give me an answer after you've thought it through." "I give up." After only about 2 breaths of time, the young man who was squeezed out of the top 10 chose to give up. If not for the fact that he was no match for the other 9, he would not have been ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Now, Mo Chiu, who was even stronger than Tong Yuan, had made it into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan knew that he was no match for Mo Chiu, so he chose to give up the challenge. He knew that even if he did, he was no match for Mo Chiu. As for the other 9 people, he had fought with them before, and he was no match for them. Next. As the host spoke again and again, the other hidden aces of the 13 counties entered the arena one after another. The battles were in full swing and intense. During this process, more and more people who were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were squeezed out of the top 10. They either failed in their challenges again or did not dare to challenge, so they had no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. During this process, the most outstanding people were undoubtedly Fair Mountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, and Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yan. Chu Yan was the elder brother of Chu Yu, who was temporarily ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Now, after one battle after another, the martial competition of the 16 counties was nearing its end. Chu Yu, who had been ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties for the time being, had not only fallen from first place, but had also been squeezed out of the top 3. For the time being, he was ranked 6th. If there were no accidents, this ranking would not change much. At most, she would fall 1 place, and this would only happen when Duan Lingtian, the hidden ace of 9 Spectres County, appeared, and Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Naturally, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Therefore, as long as Duan Lingtian appeared, she would fall 1 place. If Duan Lingtian did not appear, she would be able to maintain her ranking and rank 6th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Currently, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were, first, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. Second, Chu Yan from Soaring Wind County. Third, Zhong Jueming from Taiping County. Fourth, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. Fifth, Zhang Jianhong from Plum Blossom County. Sixth, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. Seventh, Mo Chiu from Chioli County. Eighth, Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Ninth, Yan Shihu from Tongshin County. 10th, Xing Dong from Overarching County. At this moment, apart from Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County, who was ranked first, and Chu Yan from Soaring Wind County, who was ranked second, who had yet to fight, the others had already fought with each other and the outcome had already been decided. In other words, Yang Jin and Chu Yan would determine the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as Duan Lingtian does not appear, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided between Yang Jin and Chu Yan. That's right. As long as Duan Lingtian does not appear, only the first 2 places of the martial competition of the 16 counties will change. The last 8 places will remain unchanged. If Duan Ling Tian is here, he will definitely be the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties, if he lives up to his reputation. If Duan Ling Tian is here, Xing Dong from Overarching County will be pushed out of the top 10. Seeing that the martial competition of the 16 counties was coming to an end, the audience around the combat arena became even more lively. Most of them were talking about Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County. Until now, Duan Ling Tian had not appeared. Don't worry. I don't think he'll come at this time. The county governor of Overarching County saw that Xing Dong was nervous, so he comforted him. Xing Dong nodded, but he could not help but feel nervous. Once Duan Ling Tian showed up, he would be forced out of the top 10. At the same time, he would drag the overarching floating county down with him and would be punished by King Qin's mansion. Currently, among the 13 counties, only 9 of them had trump cards and were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for the other 4 counties, except for 9 Spectres County, the trump cards of the other 3 counties had been pushed out of the top 10 and would have to bear the punishment of King Qin's mansion. Therefore, the county governors of the 3 counties did not look too good. Although King Qin's mansion's punishment for the 3 counties they were in charge of, the extra celestial stones they had to hand over was not enough to hurt the 3 counties they were in charge of, they still felt the pinch. In the VIP seats, Duan Ling Tian was wearing the celestial master's robe. He was calm as he watched Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were facing each other in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin was the trump card of Fair Mountain County. He was publicly acknowledged by the people of Fair Mountain County as the #1 expert of the younger generation in Fair Mountain County under the age of 100. He was a young man with a medium build. He wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. Chu Yan was the trump card of Soaring Wind County and was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, he was unknown. At that time, his younger sister, Chu Yu, was publicly acknowledged by the people of the Soaring Wind County as the strongest person in the younger generation under the age of 100. However, in this year's martial competition of the 16 counties, he had displayed strength that was far superior to his sister's. He had become the most dazzling dark horse and had fought his way to 2nd place. At the same time, he was about to compete with Yang Jin for the 1st place. Behind the VIP seats, there was a large area covered by a curtain. 9 fine white horses were lying on the ground, and a group of people were standing there like javelins. In front of the 9 steeds and this group of people, there were 3 people sitting on 3 luxurious chairs. They were respectively the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, the 3rd prince, and Qin Yu, the person who had just reunited with King Qin and his brother. Qin Yu was looking at Yang Jin and Chu Yan in the air above the combat arena. He was curious about who would win the martial competition of the 16 counties. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will come. If he comes, he'll definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he doesn't come, the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided in this battle. I hope Duan Ling Tian didn't come because something happened to him. I hope he's safe and sound. Qin Yu thought to himself. Unlike Qin Yu, although the king of Qin and the 3rd prince's gazes occasionally swept over Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the air above the arena, most of the time, they were still looking at the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain Commandery were seated. To be more precise, they were looking at the gray-robed man next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Big brother. The core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect hasn't shown up yet. Could it be that the person she was ordered to kill by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect hasn't shown up yet? The 3rd prince asked King Qin, puzzled. I think so. King Qin nodded and said, however, up until now, those who should have shown up have all shown up, right? Except. At this point, the Duke of Qin paused and looked at the 3rd prince. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 2687. Duan Ling Tian? Qin Yu snapped out of his daze almost as soon as the third prince and the king of Qin's mansion said the name in unison. He looked at them and asked, "Eldest uncle, third uncle. What happened to Duan Lingtian?" "Right." Suddenly, King Qin seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qin Yu and asked, You came here with the people from the Nine Spectres County. That Duan Lingtian was also in the Nine Spectres County. Have you ever interacted with him?" "Of course." Qin Yu nodded. "He is my only friend in the Nine Spectres County." Even though Qin Yu only got to know Duan Lingtian later on, Duan Lingtian was still a very young man. However, before he met Duan Lingtian, he did not have a true friend. It was only after he met Duan Lingtian that he felt that he had a friend. "And he saved my life," Qin Yu added. "Saved your life?" Hearing Qin Yu's words, King Qin and the third prince slightly frown. They exchange a look and see bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. He was their nephew's friend, and a friend who had saved their nephew's life. It was only right that they protect him. However, if the target of the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was their nephew's friend, there was nothing they could do even if they wanted to protect him. At this moment, they could only hope that the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect's target was not Duan Lingtian. Even the Duan Lingtian hoped that the Duan Lingtian would not appear. This way, they would not be in a difficult position. "Yes." Qin Yu nods. At the same time, he sees the helplessness in the eyes of Qin Wang and the third prince. For a moment, his heart cannot help tensing up. "Big uncle, third uncle, what were you talking about just now? What happened to Duan Lingtian?" When Duan Lingtian was mentioned again, Qin Yu could not help showing a worried expression on his face. Although he didn't hear the conversation between his first and third uncles clearly, an ominous premonition still rose in his heart. We are only guessing." The third Marquis sighed. "What guess?" Qin Yu became even more anxious. "It's like this," as the third prince slowly opened his mouth, his words caused Qin Yu's expression to change again and again. "So, third uncle, both you and eldest uncle suspect that the core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting Duan Lingtian?" Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. It was as if he never knew when to stop. "Just a suspicion." Seeing Qin Yu's concern, King Qin comforted him. After all, until now, only Duan Lingtian has not appeared in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, it could be someone else. Although King Qin said it was someone else, he was certain the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was waiting for Duan Lingtian. After all, apart from Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius who was not even 100 years old, he could not think of anyone else in King Qin's mansion who was worthy of being killed by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, when he heard about Duan Lingtian a few months ago, he was also shocked. He did not expect such a person to appear in King Qin's mansion. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County. Although the third prince and King Qin comforted Qin Yu was not stupid. He could vaguely guess the core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was here for Duan Lingtian. Although Qin Yu did not know why the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect would send a core elder to kill Duan Lingtian, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian. I hope you're safe now, but I also hope you won't show up at the martial competition of the 16 counties." Qin Yu thought to himself. Previously, he had hoped Duan Lingtian would show up. However, he did not want Duan Lingtian to show up at all. "Now, I can only hope Duan Lingtian won't show up," the third prince sighed. "Although I think highly of Duan Lingtian and hope he can stay in King Qin's mansion, since he's Yu's friend and the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect seems to be here to kill him, I also hope he won't show up." King Qin said. Boom. Rumble. The ground trembled. Waves of rolling air waves came from the battle arena in front of the VIP spectator seats outside the curtains. They slammed onto the battle arena, causing the battle arena to tremble. It also affected the surrounding spectator seats, causing the spectator seats to appear as though an intense earthquake had occurred. The commotion was caused by the two people who were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. At this moment, Yang Jin, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, and Chu Yan, the trump card of Soaring Wind County, were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. Both of them were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. At this moment, King Qin and the third prince looked at the sky above the battle arena in unison. Qin Yu was the only one who kept his head down with a frown on his face. He kept praying that Duan Lingtian would not show up. Qin Yu did this because Duan Lingtian was his only friend. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, he did not care about anything else. It did not matter who won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties between Yang Jin and Chu Yan. King Qin and the third prince also hoped that Duan Lingtian would be fine. However, Duan Lingtian was only their nephew's friend. Although he was their nephew's savior, if Duan Lingtian showed up and the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, there was nothing they could do. If the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was not targeting Duan Lingtian, they were not worried that Duan Lingtian would be in danger. For this reason, their attention was no longer on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, their attention was completely drawn over by Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were fighting intensely in the air above the combat arena, and their gazes never left the two of them from the beginning. They all wanted to know who would be the first to defeat Yang Jin and Chu Yan and win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I've long heard of Fair Mountain County's Yang Jin. He's quite strong and is a rare genius in Fair Mountain County. Now that I've met him in person, he really lives up to his reputation. The third prince sighed. Chu Yan is not bad as well. He and his father are very good at hiding their strength. Although I'm the master of King Qin's mansion, I've only heard of Chu Yu in the Soaring Wind County. I didn't know Chu Yan was even more talented than Chu Yu. King Qin said. Big brother. Who do you think will win? The third prince asked. I can't tell yet. However, based on the current situation, their combined strength is about the same. I'm afraid it depends on who's distracted first. If one of them gets distracted first, and the other takes advantage of the opening, they can completely attack the enemy in one go and defeat him. Qin Wang hit the nail on the head. I think so too. The third prince nodded. Outside the veil. At this moment, the attention of the group of people in the spectator seats around the combat arena was also focused on the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin's strength is very strong. He lives up to his reputation. I've heard of Yang Jin's name before, but I didn't know his strength. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. If it weren't for Chu Yan and Duan Lingtian, Yang Jin would have undoubtedly won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. That's right. Who would have thought Chu Yan would be a trump card in Soaring Wind County apart from Chu Yu? It doesn't matter if Duan Lingtian is here or not. Soaring Wind County will take up 2 of the top 10 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, they're brothers. This matter will definitely become a legend in the Soaring Wind County and even King Qin's mansion. County Governor Chu of Soaring Wind County has a pair of good sons and daughters. How enviable. A group of people discussed animatedly in the spectating area around the combat arena. Most of them were exclaiming about Chu Yan, the dark horse. At the same time, many of them were envious of Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, for having a pair of good sons and daughters. At this moment, Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, was sitting at the side of the audience as he watched the fierce battle in the air calmly. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, one would see that he was filled with pride. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of pride. He had a daughter like Chu Yu and a daughter like Chu Yan. What more could a father ask for? Revered Elder Tian Ling. Who do you think will win this battle? Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, asked as he looked at the black-robed man standing nearby. The black-robed man was none other than revered Elder Tian Ling of Flying Dragon sect. He was a primitive celestial alchemist who wore a celestial master's robe with the word Kun written on it. This primitive celestial alchemist was also the trump card of the 9 Spectres County that many people were talking about. Duan Ling Tian. The two of them are evenly matched. It's hard to say who's going to win now. Duan Ling Tian answered Huang Guangji's question in a hoarse voice. I agree. Huang Guangji nodded. Even if one of them wins in the end, it's probably because one of them is distracted. It's hard to say who will win now. However, before Huang Guangji could finish speaking, Duan Ling Tian said, I think Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chu Yan? The son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County? Huang Guangji asked in surprise when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Revered Elder Tian Ling, why do you say that? After all, based on the current situation, it's hard to say who will win. This is just my personal judgment. The outcome might not necessarily match my judgment. Chapter 2688. Revered Elder Tian Ling, can you tell me why you came to such a conclusion? Huang Guangji was even more curious when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He could not help but ask again. Because at this time, even if there were 100 or 1,000 people asking him, he would only say that Yang Jin and Chu Yan had a 50-50 chance of winning. It was almost impossible for him to come to the same conclusion as Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, he was very curious. How did revered Elder Tian Ling, the primitive alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect, come to such a conclusion? Faced with Huang Guangji's burning gaze that was filled with curiosity, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, this is because I feel that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan is definitely more composed. Even if one of them gets distracted and reveals a flaw, I still think that person will most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan. Why do you say that? Huang Guangji's curiosity was piqued. He urged, revered Elder Tian Ling, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me why you think so. Yes, revered Elder Tian Ling, just tell me. Revered Elder Tian Ling, I'd like to know why you think so as well. Revered Elder Tian Ling, at some point, the people from the Flying Dragon sect who came with Huang Guangji and Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Duan Ling Tian curiously. Naturally, they were unaware that Duan Ling Tian was dressed in a black robe. The black-robed man was the trump card of 9 Spectres County, who had been constantly mentioned since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Duan Ling Tian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to that of a great overarching golden celestial. They only knew that Duan Ling Tian was a primitive celestial alchemist who was highly skilled in alchemy. Apart from the people from the Flying Dragon sect, even the people from other sects and clans who were close to the Flying Dragon sect had heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and Huang Guangji. At this moment, many people were anticipating Duan Ling Tian's next words. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded. It was a bearded man from a group of people not far away. He coldly glanced at the group of people from the Flying Dragon sect and said with disdain, deliberately mystifying things. Right now, even His Excellency King Qin wouldn't dare to say that Chu Yan has a good chance of winning. What right does a primitive celestial alchemist have to say such words? I think you better go and refine your medicinal pills honestly. Stop trying to mystify and mislead others here. When the curly-bearded man finished speaking, his gaze that was filled with disdain and contempt landed on Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner. Zhouan, you actually dare to be rude to my Flying Dragon sect's consecrator Tian Ling. Is it you who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect, or is it your Poison King's sect who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect? As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, Huang Guangji was so angry that he stood up and glared at the bearded man, asking in a deep voice. It's the Poison King sect's vice sect leader, Zhouan. At the same time, some people from the Flying Dragon sect also recognized the bearded man. The Poison King sect and the Flying Dragon sect have been rivals for hundreds of years. I didn't expect them to clash again after participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I thought they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the martial competition of the 16 counties since King Qin's mansion is suppressing them. I didn't expect them to clash again. Although they've clashed, I'm sure they'll consider the consequences. After all, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held by King Qin's mansion. If they make a scene here, it'll embarrass King Qin's mansion. If they make King Qin's mansion uncomfortable, they won't have an easy time either. As the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats whispered to each other, they looked at the group from the Flying Dragon sect and then looked at the group from the Poison King sect. Humph. Do you think the Poison King sect is afraid of the Flying Dragon sect? Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, stood up and stared at Huang Guangji. It was as though he was not worried about offending Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Zhouan was also the leader of the group of people from the Poison King sect. The others were completely under his command. When they saw Zhouan standing up and staring at Huang Guangji, they glared at the people from the Flying Dragon sect with hostility. It was as though they were ready to fight the people from the Flying Dragon sect at any time. The Poison King sect? Duan Lingtian, who was covered in the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kun, was surprised. Although he had not been in the Flying Dragon sect for long, he had heard of the Poison King sect more than once. He knew the Poison King sect was a sect that specialized in poison. Naturally, most of the poisons from the Poison King sect were only effective against great overarching golden celestials. Only the most powerful poisons from the Poison King sect could threaten a great overarching golden celestial. About 100 years ago, the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect had a fierce battle over a celestial stone vein. In the end, the two sects could not stop fighting and blood flowed like a river. Even one great overarching golden celestial from each sect had died. In the end, King Qin's mansion intervened and took the celestial stone vein. Only then did the two sects stop fighting. However, after that battle, the two sects became sworn enemies. As long as there was an opportunity to suppress the other party, they would not let it go. Just like now. You're the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, right? While the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect were arguing, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, breaking the silence between the two sections. You. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, looked at Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he heard Duan Lingtian asking if he dared to make a bet with him, he was stunned. He could not react at all. You. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked again. His tone was filled with provocation. What kind of bet? Zhouan asked in a deep voice. His expression turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocation. Let's bet on whether Chu Yan will win or not. Duan Lingtian said. Without waiting for Zhou An's reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, of course, I know you think Chu Yan has a 50% chance of winning. Therefore, I'll make a bet that's beneficial to you. If Yang Jin wins, I'll give you 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If Chu Yan wins, you'll only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. After Duan Lingtian bluntly made the bet, he continued to use a provocative tone and said in a hoarse voice, Vice Sect Leader Zhou, do you dare to accept this bet? Gasp. 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the VIP spectators gasped in unison. Many of them were shocked. Moments later. Is this primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect out of his mind? How could he make such a bet? This bet is unfair to him, right? Currently, Yang Jin and Chu Yan are evenly matched. Based on the current situation, the chances of them winning are 50%. Of course, it's also possible that they'll end up in a draw. The martial competition of the 16 counties doesn't allow for a draw, right? I almost forgot about this. It's said that if there's no winner after an hour, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties will exert pressure on them and force them to duel. They'll definitely have to deal with the pressure. At this time, even if they're facing the same pressure, they'll have to deal with it differently. It won't be difficult to determine the winner. In the VIP spectator seats, the group of people who had gradually regained their senses began to whisper again. Based on their words, most of them felt it was unfair for Duan Ling Tian to make such a bet. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhouan, who had just regained his senses, looked at Duan Ling Tian eagerly and asked in a deep voice, "Are you serious? If Yang Jin wins, you'll give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently, "However, if Chu Yan wins, you'll have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones as well. What do you think? This bet, do you dare to accept it?" Duan Ling Tian asked again. Revered Elder Tian Ling, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, turned to look at Duan Ling Tian with a frown on his face. He could not help but ask through voice transmission, "Are you confident?" "I'm not 100% confident," Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission. Huang Guangji's expression darkened immediately. "Then why did you bet with Zhouan?" "However, I'm 90% confident that I'll win." Duan Ling Tian interrupted Huang Guangji through voice transmission again. Huang Guangji was rendered speechless. He felt as though he had risen from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. 90%. His confidence was not low at all. Don't tell me this revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect can tell Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning? Otherwise, why would he dare to make such a bet? After all, if Yang Jin and Chu Yan have a 50% chance of winning, he'll be at a disadvantage. That's right. He's betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones against Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, for 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I really don't know what he's thinking. Even if he's giving away celestial stones, he shouldn't be giving it away like this. Maybe he's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse and Chu Yan wins? Like you said, it's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse. What if Yang Jin wins? The commotion in the VIP seats quickly spread to the back of the hall and attracted the attention of King Qin and the third prince of King Qin's mansion. That primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Interesting. The third prince smiled. I wonder how he saw Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2689. I think it's just as Zhouan said. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is just bluffing. The third prince said with a smile. I don't think so. He sounded very confident when he made the bet. King Qin said. All right. I, Zhouan, will accept the bet you've made. At the same time, King Qin and the third prince heard the voice from outside. It was none other than Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately agreed to the unfair bet that Duan Ling Tian had made. However, are you sure you won't go back on your word after you lose? Zhouan said. It was clear he did not trust Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry. 100,000 prominent celestial stones is nothing to me. However, I'm worried you'll go back on your word. Duan Ling Tian feigned a hoarse voice, and his tone was filled with doubt. Nonsense. I'm the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. Why would I go back on my word? Zhouan said angrily. Who knows? Duan Ling Tian continued to speak in a hoarse voice. Since you don't trust each other and want to bet, I'll be the middleman. When the third prince spoke with a loud voice, he also stood up and left his luxurious seat. Then, he passed through the curtain and appeared in the VIP seats. Third Prince. Greetings, Third Prince. The people in the VIP seats immediately took the initiative to greet the Third Prince. After all, apart from being King Qin's younger brother, he was also one of the few peak great overarching golden celestials in King Qin's mansion. In King Qin's mansion, the Third Prince's strength was second only to King Qin's. Because of this, he was almost always King Qin's spokesperson. Even this time, King Qin had asked him to host the martial competition of the 16 counties. What do you think? If you trust me, I'll be the middleman and collect your bets. After the winner is decided, I'll give the bets to the winner. The Third Prince soon arrived near the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect. Of course, I trust you, Third Prince. Zhouan was slightly fearful when he saw the Third Prince was attracted by the bet between him and the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. At the same time, he took out an empty spatial ring and placed 50,000 prominent celestial stones in it before handing it to the Third Prince. With you as the middleman, I'm not afraid he'll go back on his word. Duan Ling Tian said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring that contained 100,000 prominent celestial stones and handed it to the Third Prince. The Third Marquis checked the 2 storage rings and nodded. Not bad, the numbers are correct. However, after putting away the 2 spatial rings, the Third Prince turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was clad in the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kun on it. He asked with a smile, "You seem to be a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect? Can you tell me why you think so highly of Chu Yan? I heard a little of what you said just now. You seem to have said that you felt that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan would definitely be more composed. Even if one of them would be distracted first and reveal a flaw, you also felt that that person would most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan? I wonder. Why do you think Yang Jin will be distracted and reveal a flaw?" The Third Prince asked. As soon as the Third Prince finished speaking, everyone in the VIP spectating area shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian in unison. Even Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, was no exception. It was also because the other spectator seats around the combat arena were very far away from the VIP spectator seats. Coupled with the fact that the attention of the people in the other spectator seats was focused on Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were fighting fiercely in the air above the combat arena, the other people did not notice that abnormality in the VIP spectator seats. "Actually, I'm just guessing." Duan Ling Tian answered the Third Prince's question with a hoarse voice. "I just think that Chu Yan was able to conceal his strength until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held in King Qin's mansion. Then, he revealed his innate talent and strength to the world and even became the dark horse in the martial competition of the 16 counties today. Just this matter alone is enough to show that Chu Yan is an extremely calm person." At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not conceal his thoughts and directly spoke of his inner thoughts and judgment. You have a point." After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, the Third Prince was stunned for a moment. After a while, he regained his senses and nodded. He felt that Duan Ling Tian's words were irrefutable. Based on Yang Jin and Chu Yan's experiences, it was true that Chu Yan was more composed. Of course, this was not enough to prove that Yang Jin was an impatient person. Ha ha ha. After the Third Prince, Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect who made a bet with Duan Ling Tian, regained his senses as well. After he regained his senses, he burst out laughing. After a while, he realized that the Third Prince of King Qin's mansion was right in front of him, so he quickly stopped laughing. However, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with mockery. "Although what you said makes sense, why do you think Yang Jin would lose his cool first? After all, Yang Jin's opponent is Chu Yan, whose strength is on par with his. If it were anyone else, they would definitely go all out and be careful. They would definitely not lose their cool first." In Zhou An's opinion, although Duan Ling Tian's words made sense, it was not enough to prove that Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yang Jin. After all, Yang Jin was not someone easy to deal with. The other people in the VIP seats felt the same way as well. For this reason, they were slightly disappointed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They thought Duan Lingtian would come up with a reason that would convince them. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to come up with a reason that made sense. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you're too rash. Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. In his opinion, although what Duan Lingtian said made sense, it was not enough to determine the final outcome of this battle. At most, the outcome of the battle between Chu Yan and Yang Jin would be 50-50, and Chu Yan's chances of winning would still be less than 90%. He could not figure it out. How could revered Elder Tian Ling be so confident? Upon hearing Huang Guangji's words, Duan Lingtian did not explain himself. He merely replied through voice transmission, Vice Sect Leader Huang, just wait and see. In any case, even if I lose, I won't lose the sect's prominent celestial stones. That's not what I meant, Huang Guangji smiled wryly again. Meanwhile, the third prince of King Qin's mansion returned to his seat. I thought the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would come up with something that would convince me. I didn't expect him to come up with something that doesn't sound like nonsense at all. It's not worth it for him to use 100,000 prominent celestial stones to bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones on Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. The third prince shook his head as he sat next to King Qin. His voice was filled with hope. That might not be the case. However, King Qin did not take the third prince's words seriously. What do you mean, big brother? The third prince looked at King Qin curiously. There's a 90% chance Yang Jin will lose. King Qin said. 90%? The third prince's eyes widened slightly. Even after Duan Lingtian's words, he only thought Chu Yan had a 60% chance of winning. However, his big brother had said Chu Yan had a 90% chance of winning. If Chu Yan really had a 90% chance of winning, it would be worth it even if he had to bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones on 50,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Why do you think so, big brother? The third prince asked. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was originally not very interested in the conflict and the bet taking place outside, cannot help looking at Qin Wang. He is curious as to why this big uncle of his said that Yang Jin, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, had a 90% chance of losing. If the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect didn't mention that, I would also think Chu Yan and Yang Jin would have a 50% chance of winning. King Qin sighed. Under Qin Yu's and the third prince's curious gazes, King Qin continued to say, I've been observing Yang Jin's battles. Indeed, compared to Chu Yan, he's much more impatient. Naturally, since his opponents are much weaker than him, it's not obvious that he's impatient. That's why I didn't think about it. I suspect that the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect must have noticed Yang Jin's impatience during his battles. As he spoke, King Qin's gaze pierced through the curtains and landed on the black figure in the VIP seating area. His gaze lingered there for a long time. I see. I didn't notice this before. If I had noticed this, I would have been certain Yang Jin is no match for Chu Yan. After listening to King Qin's words, the third prince finally understood why King Qin said Yang Jin had a 90% chance of losing. However, even I didn't notice it. How did the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect see it? Could it be that his strength is stronger than mine? The third prince said in disbelief. You don't have to be strong to notice it. Even a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial would be able to notice it. King Qin said. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is not simple. In the end, Qin Wang gave this evaluation. Soon enough, an hour had passed. Chu Yan and Yang Jin were still locked in a stalemate. Both of you should be careful. I'm going to put more pressure on you now. The voice of the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties rang in the air, shocking everyone present. The arrival of this moment meant that Chapter 2690. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties was sent by the third prince of King Qin's mansion. He was a great overarching golden celestial. Both of you should be careful. I'm going to exert pressure on you now. The moment the host's voice fell, waves of powerful aura suddenly extended from his body and swept towards Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, directly engulfing their figures. Immediately, Yang Jin and Chu Yan both felt tremendous pressure. However, they continued to fight while resisting the pressure from the host's aura. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Humph. The host snorted when he saw this. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into an invisible force that shrouded Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Yang Jin and Chu Yan felt even more pressure. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Yang Jin and Chu Yan's bodies. Yang Jin. Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, looked at Yang Jin with anticipation. He hoped Yang Jin would defeat Chu Yan and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Yang Jin defeated Chu Yan and won the martial competition of the 16 counties, Fair Mountain County would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, from King Qin's mansion. 3 Great Overarching Pills would make 3 Great Overarching Golden Celestials. Yan the governor of the Lingfeng County, Chu Tingxian, was no longer as calm as before. His gaze towards Chu Yan was filled with anticipation and desire. He hoped Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yang Jin and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. This way, even if Duanling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, appeared after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin, he would still be able to secure second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, for the Soaring Wind County. As long as Soaring Wind County obtained 2 Great Overarching Pills, he would be able to break through and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Unlike Chu Tingxian, who was worried about Duanling Tian, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, was not worried about Duanling Tian. The county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, was not worried at all that Duanling Tian would appear. It wasn't because Wang Qiling thought that Fair Mountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, could defeat Duanling Tian, but because he knew that even if Duanling Tian appeared, he wouldn't be able to survive. The reason the grey-robed man beside him had appeared here was to wait for Duanling Tian to appear. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as Yang Jin could defeat Chu Yan, he would be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, and Fair Mountain Prefecture would be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion, 3 Great Luo Pills. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. In the VIP spectator seats, Duanling Tian, who was originally staring intently at the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, seemed to have noticed something as he secretly muttered in his heart. He also withdrew his gaze and did not take another look at Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Almost at the same time Duanling Tian retracted his gaze. Bang! There was a deafening explosion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Jin had lost his composure and revealed a flaw. Chu Yan's eyes turned cold and his lips curled into a smile. He took advantage of Yang Jin's flaw and went straight for the root of the problem. A vast amount of energy whizzed out from Chu Yan's palm and slammed into Yang Jin's body, directly sending him flying. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Jin did not pass out. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his originally powerful aura had weakened significantly. In his current state, it was impossible for him to continue fighting with Chu Yan. If he continued, he would only be humiliating himself. Damn it! Because he realized this, Yang Jin's expression was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he knew clearly that he had lost. He had been defeated. He had suffered a crushing defeat. Do you still want to continue? After severely injuring Yang Jin with one blow, Chu Yan looked at Yang Jin in high spirits and asked. When I've recovered, I'll challenge you again. At that time, I won't be as careless as I was today. Yang Jin glanced coldly at Chu Yan. After saying this, he returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain Prefecture were seated. He came before Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain Prefecture, and lowered his head. He said apologetically, "County Governor, I'm sorry to disappoint you." Wang Qiling sighed. Although he was unhappy, he did not show it. It's all right. Even if you didn't win the martial competition of the 16 counties, you still won 2 great Luo pills for Fair Mountain Prefecture. It's just one less great Luo pill. County Governor. Isn't it too early to say 2 great Luo pills? We don't even know if Duan Lingtian will show up. If he does, Yang Jin will have to settle for 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. An elder from Fair Mountain Prefecture said with a wry smile. Duan Lingtian might not show up. Even if he does, he might not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. Wang Qiling smiled coldly. It was as if he was 100% certain. Whether Duan Lingtian showed up or not, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain Prefecture would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. After hearing Wang Qiling's words, the elders and high officials of Fair Mountain Prefecture, as well as the group of young experts including Yang Jin, all looked at the mysterious man in the gray robe standing beside Wang Qiling. This man in the gray robe. Could he really be the person that the county governor hired to kill Duan Lingtian? I don't think so. Now, not only is the 3rd prince of King Qin's mansion here, but even King Qin himself is here. Under such circumstances, not to mention the fact that the gray-robed man might not have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian, even if he kills Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death. Moreover, our Fair Mountain County will definitely be implicated. I don't think so either. Even if the man in the gray robe manages to escape after killing Duan Lingtian, King Qin's mansion will definitely think that Fair Mountain Prefecture is trying to sabotage the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, King Qin's mansion will be extremely grateful if they don't punish Fair Mountain Prefecture. They won't even give us the rewards we deserve. If the man in the gray robe was not hired by the county governor to kill Duan Lingtian, where did the county governor get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian showed up, he would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties? The group of people from Fair Mountain Prefecture discussed among themselves using voice transmission. They could not figure it out. Where did the county governor of Fair Mountain County get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian came, it would not affect Yang Jin's chances of winning 2nd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Chu Yan won. I didn't expect Chu Yan to win in the end. This time, Lingfeng Prefecture is in the limelight. Just now, I saw it clearly. It was because Yang Jin couldn't keep his composure that Chu Yan was able to take advantage of the opportunity and beat Yang Jin with one move. No matter what happened, a loss is a loss. Chu Yan is the final winner today. The final winner? It's too early to say that. After all, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian, hasn't shown up yet. That's right. Once Duan Lingtian shows up, Duan Lingtian will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up, Chu Yan will definitely be the final winner. Whether Duan Lingtian shows up or not, Chu Yan will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties this time. Moreover, he will be stepping on Yang Jin. A commotion broke out among the spectators. Many county governors of the various counties under King Qin's mansion took the initiative to congratulate Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. County Governor Chu, congratulations. Congratulations to your son for winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor Chu, I used to know that you have a daughter who's as good as a man. I didn't expect your son to be more outstanding than your daughter. I'm so envious. County Governor Chu, my daughter is an adult this year. Why don't we get married? Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture, was overjoyed when he saw the group of county governors crowding around him. Unlike the other spectators' seats that were bustling with noise and excitement, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture was in an uproar. The VIP spectator seats were noisy for a while, but they fell silent again. All of this was because of one person's words. Since Chu Yan won, doesn't that mean the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect has won as well? When this sentence was spread in the VIP auditorium, a group of people in the VIP auditorium also thought, that's right. Before the battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan ended, there were two people in the VIP seats who had made a bet. Moreover, the third prince of King Qin's estate was the middleman and the notary of the bet. Moreover, the third prince was in charge of the bet as well. Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, has lost 50,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Many pairs of eyes landed on Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. His expression turned grave as he glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the people from the Flying Dragon sect like stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a hero in the eyes of the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Congratulations, revered Elder Tian Ling. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you've won. Consecrator Tian Ling, this time, you have helped our Flying Dragon sect vent our anger. The elders, revered elders, and disciples of the Flying Dragon sect praised Duan Ling Tian. Even Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, was beaming with joy at this moment. When he looked at Zhouan again, he felt elated. Humph. It's just a stroke of luck. What's there to be proud of? That's right. Did he really think he could predict Chu Yan would win? What a joke. Chapter 2691. Thank you, Vice-Sect Leader Zhou. After receiving the two spatial rings from the third prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhouan, the Vice-Sect leader of the Poison King sect, and said in a hoarse voice with a smile on his face. Zhouan's expression turned unsightly as though he had just swallowed a fly. Do you dare to make another bet with me? Zhouan suddenly rose to his feet as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice. Another bet? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Then, he asked, what do you want to bet? At the same time, the people in the VIP seats turned to look at Zhouan in unison. They were curious about what Zhouan wanted to bet with the celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect. It seems like the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect is unwilling to admit defeat. The third prince of King Qin's mansion laughed. The sounds in the area behind the curtain couldn't be heard from the outside, but the people in the area behind the curtain could clearly hear the sounds outside the curtain. The curtains were only soundproof to the outside world. I'm curious. What else can he bet at a time like this? Qin Yu asked. At a time like this, other than betting on whether Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, will show up or not, what else can he bet on? A hint of wisdom flashed in King Qin's eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he had guessed the thoughts of the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader, Zhouan, and betting on whether Duan Ling Tian will show up or not. Qin Yu was stunned. If I'm not mistaken. The third prince of King Qin's mansion narrowed his eyes. The third prince narrowed his eyes when he heard King Qin's words. He smiled faintly as he said, he'll definitely bet that Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, won't show up. It's very likely that Duan Ling Tian won't show up. Isn't he a little too shameless? Although Qin Yu also hoped that Duan Ling Tian would not show up, he could not help but feel that the third prince of King Qin's mansion was too shameless. If the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader Zhouan did that, he would be extremely shameless. Moreover, will the primitive celestial alchemist in the Flying Dragon sect agree to such a bet? In my opinion, unless the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist was kicked in the head by a donkey, it's impossible for him to agree to such a bet. Qin Yu said. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian did not hear what Qin Yu said. Otherwise, he would definitely be speechless. What did he mean by saying that if he agreed, his head would be kicked by a donkey? Wasn't he intentionally scolding him? It's just as you said. Unless the flying dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist has lost his mind, he won't agree to such a bet. The third prince said with a smile. At the same time, the Poison King sect's vice sect leader, Zhouan, opened his mouth and said under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Let's see if Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. After a while, many people in the VIP seats shook their heads and said, "There's no point in betting with this bet. Indeed, this bet is completely meaningless. Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. This means he won't show up. Unless Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, is betting that Duan Ling Tian will show up. Otherwise, who would be willing to bet with him? Will he bet that Duan Ling Tian will show up?" The people in the VIP seats discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhouan. They were curious if Zhouan would bet that Duan Ling Tian would show up and participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at Zhouan. Zhouan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said calmly, "I'll bet 100,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, won't show up." The people in the VIP seats thought Zhouan was shameless when they heard his words. However, Zhouan continued to say, "Since I have a higher chance of winning, you can bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian will show up." As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but spit on the ground. Shameless. Zhouan, you're too shameless. Shameless. How shameless. I'm afraid only a shameless person from the Poison King sect would come up with such a bet. Since Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet, it's highly likely that he won't show up. Even if Zhouan used 200,000 prominent celestial stones to bet on revered Elder Tian Ling's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, revered Elder Tian Ling would still be at a disadvantage. Only a fool would agree to such a bet. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhouan and discussed among themselves. They all felt that Zhouan was shameless. Even the people from the Poison King sect felt that their vice sect leader was shameless. However, they could not help an outsider to scold their vice sect leader, right? Therefore, they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect and retorted, "What do you mean by shameless? If the people from the Flying Dragon sect don't dare to accept the bet, just say so. Do you think we're going to hold a knife to your neck and force you to accept the bet? That's right. Just say so if you don't dare to accept the bet." In my opinion, the people from the Flying Dragon sect are terrified. The people from the Poison King sect argued as they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Shameless. How shameless. Now, the group of people in the VIP seats who were not from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, after hearing the unreasonable words of the Poison King sect's people, not only did they feel that the Poison King sect's vice sect leader Zhouan was shameless, they even felt that the Poison King sect's people were shameless. The people from the Poison King sect are too shameless. Behind the curtain, Qin Yu felt indignant on behalf of the Flying Dragon sect. In this world, there are many shameless people. This is nothing. The third prince shook his head and said, "In fact, we all know who's the shameless one here. No one will accept the bet anyway." Meanwhile, County Governor Tian, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, looked at the people from the 9 Spectres County and locked his gaze on Tian Jiyu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. "Will the trump card of 9 Spectres County forfeit?" the host asked bluntly. "My lord, I hope you can wait a little longer," Tian Jiyu said reluctantly. Until now, he still had not seen Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not think it was likely that Duan Ling Tian would show up, he was still unwilling to give up. Subconsciously, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would show up and bring hope to Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he wanted to buy some time. What if Duan Lingtian showed up in the next moment? Wait? What are you still waiting for? Humph. The trump card of Nine Spectres County must be that Duan Lingtian. If that Duan Lingtian wanted to show up, he would have been here a long time ago. Why hasn't he shown up yet? In my opinion, it's a waste of time to wait. Duan Lingtian won't show up. At practically the instant Tian Jiyu's voice sounded out, similar voices rose and fell from the spectator stands around the combat arena. More than 99% of the people thought Duan Lingtian would not show up. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties frowned slightly when he heard Tian Jiyu's words. In the end, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused it with his celestial origin energy before he sent it to the area behind the VIP seats. He was seeking the opinion of the third prince who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Big brother, do you think it's necessary to wait? The third prince asked King Qin when he received the communication celestial talisman. Let's wait for an hour. King Qin's eyes flashed as he said, "This is my way of expressing my admiration for Duan Lingtian. After all, it's not easy for such a monstrous genius to appear in King Qin's mansion's territory." All right. The third prince nodded and replied to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties with a communication celestial talisman. After the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties received the communication celestial talisman, he immediately announced under everyone's watchful eyes. Lord King Qin has ordered that Nine Spectres County be given another hour due to his admiration for Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius from Nine Spectres County. If Nine Spectres County's trump card does not show up after an hour, the martial competition of the 16 counties will end. At that time, Chu Yen from the Soaring Wind County will be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host finished his sentence in one breath. Everyone present thought it was a waste of time to wait for an hour. However, since it was their King Qin's mansion who had spoken, they did not dare to complain even if they were dissatisfied. To them, King Qin's mansion's territory, King Qin was a lofty and inviolable existence. Thank you, Lord King Qin. Upon hearing the host's words, Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, hurriedly bowed to the VIP seats to express his gratitude. However, his heart was heavy, and the pressure he felt increased. At this moment, he even felt a little regretful. He regretted not buying time for Duan Lingtian. It was as the majority of the people had said. If Duan Lingtian wanted to show up, he would have done so long ago. It was impossible that he had not shown up yet. Lord County Governor, is there a need to wait? I'm sure Duan Lingtian won't be coming back. Pang Bing, the inner court elder of the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County, said. At this moment, even the inner mansion's elder, Jing Qiu, who had always supported Duan Lingtian, fell silent at this moment. This was because he did not have the confidence to do so. At this moment, he did not think Duan Lingtian would show up. However, since Duan Lingtian didn't come, something must have happened to him. Otherwise, with his temper and character, it's impossible for him to not come. Chapter 2692. It seems like I have no choice but to show myself this time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He was wearing a black celestial master's robe with the word Kun written on it. When Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was trying to buy time for him, Duan Lingtian had already made a decision in a flash of lightning. If Tian Jiyu managed to buy time for him, he would show himself and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he failed, he would not show himself and think of a way to compensate Tian Jiyu and Jing Qiu. He had promised Tian Jiyu and Jing Qiu that he would do his best to win the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, for them. Now that Tian Jiyu had bought time for him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, it's all thanks to Tian Jiyu. It's all because of fate. What do you think? Do you dare to accept this bet that I've made? At the same time, an irritating voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, who felt that he could continue to bet with the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect after seeing that the county governor of Nine Spectres County had bought time for Duan Lingtian. If the county governor of Nine Spectres County did not buy time for Duan Lingtian and announced the end of the martial competition of the 16 counties, then the bet would be meaningless. Shameless. Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, glared at Zhouan. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Revered elder Tianling, ignore him. He's a mad dog who will bite whoever he catches. He's trying to use this unfair bet to win back the 50,000 prominent celestial stones." After saying that, Huang Guangji looked at Zhouan again and put on an expression that said, "I've seen through you long ago." Huang Guangji, "I'll bet with him." "What are you talking about?" Zhouan said angrily with a dark expression on his face. Revered elder Tianling is a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Naturally, I won't let him lose. Huang Guangji said matter-of-factly. Apart from Duan Lingtian himself, everyone in the VIP seats, including Zhouan and the others from the Poison King sect, felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to agree to Zhouan's bet. Duan Lingtian said calmly in a hoarse voice, "That's right. I can agree to this bet of yours, but the stakes have to be changed. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that the current bet is unfair to me." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the entire VIP audience fell into a dead silence. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect actually agreed to Zhouan's shameless bet? Was he crazy? At this moment, it was not only the others who looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. They could not understand why revered elder Tianling of the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhouan's shameless bet. Zhouan, the person who had made the bet, was also stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree to the bet. After all, he was the one who had made the bet. Duan Lingtian would definitely win. "Are you serious? Are you really going to agree to my bet?" Zhouan looked at Duan Lingtian intently and said, "Let me make this clear. If you agree to my bet, you can only bet that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties because I've already bet that Duan Lingtian won't participate." Zhouan was worried that Duan Lingtian would also bet that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If that was the case, his bet would be meaningless. After all, it was impossible for him to bet that Duan Lingtian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted and said disdainfully, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" Zhouan was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could already see 50,000 prominent celestial stones waving at him. "You said you were going to change the bet. Are you trying to say that I didn't bet enough and that it's unfair to you? As long as you agree to the bet and bet that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour, I can increase the bet to 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Is that enough? If you win, I'll give you 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If I win, you only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones." Zhouan said. Pfft. As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. "Vice sect leader Zhou, you just gave me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Now, I'm afraid you don't even have 100,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 200,000 prominent celestial stones, right?" The Poison King sect was wealthier than any of the counties under King Qin's mansion. However, it would be difficult for a vice sect leader of the Poison King sect to have more than 100,000 prominent celestial stones. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhouan was not a vice sect leader. It was impossible for Zhouan to have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If vice sect leader Zhou wants to gain something without risking anything, Forgive me for not agreeing to your bet. Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh mockingly when he reached the end of his sentence. It's true that I don't have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, but are you worried that the Poison King's sect won't be able to come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhou En's face paled when he heard Duan Ling Tian's mocking words. In the end, he had no choice but to bring up the Poison King's sect and said the Poison King's sect would pay the 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Can you represent the Poison King's sect? Duan Ling Tian continued to mock Zhou En. What a joke. Zhou En said in a deep voice, I'm the vice sect leader of the Poison King's sect, and I'm the younger brother of the sect leader. Do you think I can represent the Poison King's sect? It seems like I've underestimated you. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. Cut the crap. Zhou En said coldly, if you want to accept the bet, then accept it. If you don't, then admit defeat. Of course, I'll accept the bet. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhou En deeply before he said slowly, however, don't you think you're taking advantage of me by betting 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Why don't I bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian won't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and you bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties? How about we swap bets? Duan Ling Tian continued to say. How many prominent celestial stones do you think I should bet? Naturally, Zhou En would not agree to Duan Ling Tian's request. He was certain that Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour. If Duan Ling Tian really wanted to participate in the martial competition, he would have arrived a long time ago. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. All right. 500,000 prominent celestial stones it is. Zhou En agreed without hesitation. He was confident that he would win. Even if he had to bet 500,000 prominent celestial stones on Duan Ling Tian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, he would still be willing to bet. At this moment, Zhou En was still unaware of the fact that Duan Ling Tian was hiding in the shadows. The black-robed man in front of him was setting him up step by step. He did not realize that he was slowly falling into Duan Ling Tian's trap. Also, I have another condition. Duan Ling Tian spoke again. Speak. Zhou En said impatiently with a frown. Why you have to invite the third prince of King Qin's mansion or King Qin to be the notary of our bet? After all, with your shamelessness, I'm worried you'll renege on your bet. Duan Ling Tian stated his condition. Zhou En was infuriated when he heard Duan Ling Tian calling him shameless and suspecting him of reneging on his bet. I can be the notary of your bet. At this moment, the third prince of King Qin's mansion stepped out from behind the curtain and looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. He could not figure it out. Why would the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist agree to Zhou En's shameless bet? Could the third prince not see that Zhou En would definitely win? However, even if he could not figure it out, he was still willing to be the notary of the bet. After all, he wanted to see how the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect would react after losing the bet. Thank you, third prince. After thanking the third prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Ling Tian handed the spatial ring that contained 50,000 prominent celestial stones to the third prince. The number is correct. After confirming the number of celestial stones in the spatial ring, the third prince looked at Zhou En and said indifferently, if you lose, King Qin's mansion will first collect the 500,000 prominent celestial stones from the Poison King sect. After that, we'll transfer the celestial stones to revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect. If I lose, the Poison King sect will immediately send the 500,000 prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion when I return. Zhou En said nonchalantly. At this moment, he did not think he would lose at all. That's good. The third prince nodded and did not say anything else. He was not worried the Poison King sect would renege on their bet. Thank you for the 500,000 prominent celestial stones. When the third prince nodded, the people in the VIP seats looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, Duan Lingtian suddenly pulled the robe off his head, revealing his handsome face. He grinned at Zhouan. At this moment, his voice was no longer as hoarse as before. He had finally revealed his true appearance. When Duan Lingtian pulled down the robe that covered his head and revealed his true appearance, the group of people in the VIP spectator seats were greatly shocked. Initially, when they heard the voice of the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect, they thought he was an old man. But he didn't expect that the voice was fake. Chapter 2693. Revered Elder Tian Ling. He looks like this. All this while, I've only heard Revered Elder Tian Ling's voice. I thought he was an old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. I didn't expect this at all. I really didn't expect this. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect, including Vice Sect Leader Huang Guangji, could not help but exclaim. Even for them, this was the first time they had seen the true face of their Flying Dragon sect's revered Elder Tian Ling. For a moment, they could not help but be shocked. Bang! Accompanied by an enormous bang, Duan Lingtian abruptly exerted strength with his legs and stomped on the ground to rise up, causing the thick ground to shatter into pieces at the same time as his entire body had already soared into the sky above the combat arena. In just a blink of an eye, he was close to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties. 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian's indifferent voice spread out towards the surroundings, he was already standing in the sky above the combat ring, and he stood in confrontation with the Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yen. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression was calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian. As soon as these 6 words left Duan Lingtian's mouth, it spread like wildfire in the air. When the people saw the purple figure in the air, they were in an uproar. Even more people were shocked to the point of standing up from their seats. When they secretly gasped, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. As soon as Duan Lingtian left the VIP seats, he removed the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kun on it, revealing his purple robes. Duan Lingtian is here? He's Duan Lingtian? I thought the martial competition of the 16 counties would end after Chu Yen defeated Yang Jin. Who would have thought that after the county governor of 9 Spectres County bought an hour for their trump card, Duan Lingtian would appear? It seems like the county governor of 9 Spectres County knew Duan Lingtian would come, so he bought some time for him. That must be it. In the surroundings of the combat arena, besides the group of people in the VIP spectating area who were still in a dazed state, the other spectating areas were extremely bustling, and a group of people were discussing animatedly. Many people shifted their gazes from Duan Lingtian to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, most people's eyes were still locked onto Duan Lingtian. They stared at Duan Lingtian, as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear in the blink of an eye. He's the Duan Lingtian whose name shook the entire Duke of Qin's manor a few months ago? He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a golden celestial? In the past, I don't think there has ever been such a monster in the territories ruled by King Qin's manor, right? A year ago, he was so strong that even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, felt inferior to him. Now that a year has passed, I'm sure he's even stronger than before, right? Perhaps, he's already a great overarching golden celestial now. A golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. Such a person is rare even in the high-rank celestial kingdoms, let alone the intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, which is under King Qin's manor's jurisdiction. Numerous burning gazes landed on Duan Lingtian, causing him to become the absolute center of attention. Before Duan Lingtian's appearance, Duan Lingtian had attracted the most attention among the 13 trump cards selected by the 13 counties in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even before Duan Lingtian's appearance, many people were still talking about him, saying that Chu Yan would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, Duan Ling Tian had appeared. Everyone's attention was completely focused on him. Almost no one was distracted. Duan Ling Tian? Qin Yu abruptly rose from his luxurious seat behind the curtain of the VIP spectator area. He was happy that Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound. However, when he thought about the possibility that the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was targeting Duan Ling Tian, his expression changed immediately. According to his uncle, the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke was a powerhouse that was superior to an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. If such a powerhouse attacked with all his might, he could even annihilate King Qin's manor. Duan Ling Tian, why did you come out at this time? Even if you want to come out, you should have contacted me first. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, he did not use voice transmission to communicate with Duan Ling Tian because he knew it was too late even if he did so now. If the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was targeting Duan Ling Tian, it would be futile even if he warned Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, if the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect was not targeting Duan Ling Tian, he would only distract Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties and fight Chu Yan from the Soaring Wind County. I hope the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Travelers sect isn't targeting Duan Ling Tian, Qin Yu prayed inwardly. However, I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to be sitting in the VIP spectator area so close to me. Why didn't he send me a voice transmission? If he had sent me a voice transmission, I could have contacted him privately and asked if he had any enmity with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Earlier, he had also noticed the commotion in the VIP spectator area. But because there were many people in the VIP spectating area between him and Duan Ling Tian, he didn't see Duan Ling Tian's true appearance clearly at the first possible moment, and it was to the extent that he didn't have the time to react before Duan Ling Tian appeared in the sky above the combat arena. By the time he regained his senses, Duan Ling Tian had already appeared in the air above the combat ring in front of everyone. He was Duan Ling Tian from the 9 Spectres County. So he's Duan Ling Tian? King Qin, who was sitting at the side, looked at the purple-clad young man in the air above the combat ring. Yes. Qin Yu smiled wryly. I didn't expect him to be here so early. I also didn't expect him to be the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He's very well hidden. King Qin said. At the same time, King Qin was also puzzled. Since Duan Ling Tian had come to the martial competition of the 16 counties, why did he not show up? Why did he only show up now? If King Qin had not agreed to the county governor's request to wait for Duan Ling Tian, the martial competition of the 16 counties would have ended earlier. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties ended, it would be meaningless for Duan Ling Tian to show up again. However, Duan Ling Tian had appeared again. Moreover, he had not just arrived. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago and was hiding in the VIP spectator area with another identity. This is King Qin's mansion. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have to worry about the people from the other 15 counties plotting against him. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Why did he almost miss the martial competition of the 16 counties? Could it be that he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him? However, that doesn't make sense. If he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him, why would he show up now? Even if he guessed the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect might not be here, there's no need for him to take the risk, right? The more King Qin thought about it, the more confused he became. At the same time, King Qin could not help but look at the people from Fair Mountain County. Finally, his gaze landed on the gray-robed man standing next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. The gray-robed man was a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, a Celestial Duke. Senior, Duan Ling Tian has shown up. Why aren't you making a move yet? Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, became anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian had shown up for a while, but the person next to him did not seem to have any intention of making a move. If the person next to him made a move after Duan Lingtian had defeated Chu Yan, then Duan Lingtian would be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, Fair Mountain County would have one less mediocre celestial pill, the Great Overarching Pill. At that time, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County would only be ranked third in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He would only be able to obtain one Great Overarching Pill for Fair Mountain County. Wang Qiling had thought the person next to Duan Lingtian would kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared. He did not expect the person next to him would not make a move. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. The old woman's cold voice rang from under the gray-robed man's robe. When Wang Qiling heard this, his face turned pale again. He lowered his head and said apologetically, "Senior, I was too impatient. I was too impatient." Although Wang Qiling did not know the old woman's identity, he knew that she was a celestial duke. However, after the confrontation between King Qin and the old woman, he realized something was amiss. Even King Qin would have to lower his head in front of this old woman. At that time, King Qin had asked him to say that the old woman was deaf and mute to give him a way out. How could someone who even King Qin had to give him a way out be an ordinary person? King Qin's actions showed that even he could not afford to offend this old woman. How could a mere county governor under King Qin's command offend someone that even King Qin could not afford to offend? Wang Qiling was certain. Even if the old woman killed him now, he would die in vain. King Qin would not avenge him, and he might not even have the ability to do so. Because of this, when he heard the cold anger in the old woman's tone, he also felt a bit of fear and trepidation. He's Duan Lingtian? The man who took Miss Bing's virginity. Chapter 2694. Although Duan Lingtian had appeared, the old lady was not in a hurry to make a move. She knew that since Duan Lingtian had appeared right in front of her, it meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape. He would die sooner or later. If that was the case, why should she be in a hurry? However, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was beside her, was extremely anxious. Of course, he did not dare to urge the old lady to make a move. He could only wait anxiously. Duan Lingtian is here? The elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County who came with Wang Qiling could not help but smile bitterly. I thought Yang Jin would be able to obtain second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 great overarching pills for Fair Mountain County. It seems like there's no hope now. Duan Lingtian has appeared. Yang Jin is destined to be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. With the appearance of Duan Lingtian, there's only one great overarching pill left. This Duan Lingtian really came at the right time. Although the elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County were helpless, they knew that they could not change anything. This Duan Lingtian. Of all times, he chose this moment to appear. Although this was the first time Yang Jin had seen Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the Duan Lingtian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring. The reason he was hostile to Duan Lingtian was that with the appearance of Duan Lingtian, he would only be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As a result, not only would Fair Mountain County receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion, but he would also receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion. Naturally, he was unhappy. The situation in Soaring Wind County was similar to that in Fair Mountain County. The elders and honorary elders of Soaring Wind County who came with Chu Tingxian could not help but sigh when they saw Duan Lingtian. 3 great overarching pills. It's going to be too soon. This Duan Lingtian actually came. Perhaps, this is fate. Chu Tingxian shook his head. However, 2 great overarching pills is not bad. I should be content. He's Duan Lingtian? Standing beside Chu Tingxian, the valiant Chu Yu's gaze was currently focused on Duan Lingtian, the depths of her eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. Although she was usually carefree, no different from a man. However, in the end, she was still a woman. In the past, she only worshipped her big brother, Chu Yan. She felt that only a man who was as outstanding as her big brother or even more outstanding than her big brother was worthy of her. It was not until she heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds in Nine Spectres County that she realized something was amiss. In the territories under the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually a man who was more outstanding than her elder brother. Even though Yang Jin from the Fair Mountain Commandery was quite strong. However, Yang Jin was more than 20 years older than her big brother. In terms of innate talent, he was far inferior to her big brother. For this reason, she did not think highly of him. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian was the same age as Yang Jin, his innate talent was not something her big brother could compare to. At that time, although she had not met Duan Lingtian, she was attracted to Duan Lingtian. Although it sounded ridiculous, it was the truth. She was a strong woman who had never been attracted to any man since she was young. She even thought that she would spend the rest of her life alone because there was no man who could attract her. However, when she found out that there was such an outstanding man in King Qin's estate, she was instantly attracted to him. Naturally, if she met Duan Lingtian, she would not be attracted to Duan Lingtian because his appearance and temperament were not to her liking. This was similar to Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth. They chatted well on the internet, but when they met in real life, they realized they did not like each other. Therefore, they would delete each other and go their separate ways. Yet now, when he saw Duan Lingtian in person, that perfect facial features, that otherworldly and graceful bearing, Chu could feel his heartbeat speeding up without end. In the end, she felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. I, Chu Yu, will marry no one but him in my life. Chu Yu swore in her heart as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Before she met Duan Lingtian, she had not met Duan Lingtian in person. She had only heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds and innate talent. Therefore, she was only slightly attracted to Duan Lingtian. Now that she had met Duan Lingtian in person, her heart had completely fallen for him. Sometimes, matters of the heart were just so wonderful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware that he had won the heart of a woman without her knowledge. Moreover, it was the heart of the younger sister of Chu Yan, who was about to fight him. If he knew, he would be speechless and helpless. After all, he had two wives now. One was his confidant, and the other was Murong Bing, who was not officially his wife but was in fact his wife. This was enough to give him a headache. How could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Damn it! Why is he here? Over at Luofu County, both the county governor and the trump card of Luofu County, Xing Dong, had ugly expressions on their faces. If Duan Lingtian had not come, it was almost certain that Xing Dong would be ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, now that Duan Lingtian had come, Xing Dong was destined to be kicked out of the top 10. Not only would Xing Dong not receive any rewards from King Qin's mansion, but the Luofu County would also be punished by King Qin's mansion. In the next 10 years, they would have to pay more prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. The atmosphere was different from the people from Fair Mountain County, Soaring Wind County, and Luofu County. Over at Nine Spectres County, the atmosphere was no longer gloomy and was replaced by excitement and joy. Ha! Duan Lingtian is finally here. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, laughed heartily without caring about his image. He was as happy as a child. I knew he wouldn't break his promise so easily. Jing Qiu, the inner mansion elder, was also smiling. Humph. At least he still has some conscience. Pang Bing snorted coldly. The other people from Nine Spectres County were also very happy. In the VIP seats. No wonder he dared to make such a bet with Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. As it turns out, he's Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duan Ling Tian from the Nine Spectres County. This time, Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, has suffered a huge loss, 500,000 prominent celestial stones against Duan Lingtian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I thought he would definitely win. However, it seems like he's going to go for wool and come home shorn. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Even if the Poison King sect were to take out such a huge amount of prominent celestial stones, they would still suffer a huge loss, right? The Poison King sect is going to lose this time. Many people discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, in unison. These gazes were looking at Zhouan as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, almost everyone in the VIP seats realized that Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, from the moment revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to Zhouan's bet, Zhouan had fallen into revered Elder Tian Ling's trap. This was because revered Elder Tian Ling was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since revered Elder Tian Ling was Duan Ling Tian, it was up to him to decide if he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Ha 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 ha, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, laughed heartily as he looked at Zhouan, 500,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect? Previously, Zhouan looked at revered Elder Tian Ling as though he was an idiot. Now, it seems like he's the real idiot. He thought he would definitely win, but he didn't expect revered Elder Tian Ling to be Duan Ling Tian. He could easily decide the outcome of the bet. Revered Elder Tian Ling's role is similar to a swindler who isn't a swindler. I'm sure Zhouan feels worse than if he had eaten a fly, right? Of course. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones we're talking about. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhouan mockingly. At this moment it was as though they had forgotten about Zhouan previously. When revered Elder Tian Ling agreed to Zhouan's bet, they had looked at revered Elder Tian Ling skeptically. They thought revered Elder Tian Ling was just giving Zhouan celestial stones. Meanwhile, the group of people in the VIP seats looked at Zhouan with a hint of pity in their eyes. The group of people from the Poison King sect only looked at their vice sect leader, Zhouan, without saying a word. If Zhouan was not the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect but an ordinary disciple, they would have scolded him for being an idiot. Zhouan stood rooted to the ground with an unsightly expression on his face. He could still remember. Earlier, when the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to his bet, he felt as though his 50,000 prominent celestial stones had returned to him. It did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of the Nine Spectres County. No. It doesn't count. This bet doesn't count. He's Duan Ling Tian. He can decide the outcome of this bet with just a thought. He's cheating. He's cheating. This bet must be voided. It must be voided. After a while, Zhouan regained his senses. When he saw the pitiful looks from the group of people in the VIP seats, he began to shout like a madman. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Poison King sect lost 500,000 high-grade immortal stones because of him, even if he didn't die when he returned to the Poison King sect, he would at least lose a layer of skin. The elders, revered elders, and the two supreme elders who were on par with his elder brother would definitely not let him off so easily. Humph. Chapter 2695. Third Prince. Zhouan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper when he regained his senses. He looked at the third prince of King Qin's mansion fearfully. I know you're the judge of the bet between me and revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect. However, I didn't know he's Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of Nine Spectres County. If I had known he was Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't have agreed to the bet even if he asked me to bet 5,000 prominent celestial stones. So, this bet was unfair in the first place. Zhou An's voice was laced with anger when he spoke. Zhou An knew very well that King Qin's mansion was not an option. The person who could decide whether the bet was voided or not was not him or Duanling Tian. It was the third prince of King Qin's mansion who was standing before him. He could go back on his word in front of Duanling Tian. However, he could not go back on his word in front of the third prince. What a joke! Almost as soon as Zhou An finished speaking and before the third prince could say anything, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but laugh mockingly. Zhou An, don't you think it's embarrassing for you to say such words? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Don't forget that you're the one who initiated the bet with revered elder Tian Ling. Revered elder Tian Ling didn't initiate the bet. When consecrated Tian Ling agreed to your bet, you must have been very happy, right? You must have thought the 50,000 prominent celestial stones would be yours again, right? Why didn't you say the bet was unfair at that time? Now that you know revered elder Tian Ling is Duanling Tian and you know you're going to lose, you're saying the bet is unfair? As he spoke, the mocking smile on Huang Guangji's face grew wider. At the same time, his gaze left Zhou An for a while and swept across the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats. Everyone. Let's be fair. Do you think this bet is unfair? Do you think that this bet should be cancelled and should not be counted? Although Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from 9 Spectres County, wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect as a primitive celestial alchemist, Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect even though he was a primitive celestial alchemist. However, after Duanling Tian joined the Flying Dragon sect and became their revered elder, he did not do anything to let the Flying Dragon sect down. Instead, he had helped the Flying Dragon sect to refine a batch of high-quality primitive celestial pills. Under such circumstances, one side was Duanling Tian while the other side was the Poison King sect. Naturally, he would help Duanling Tian. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as vice sect leader. That's right. When this Poison King sect's vice sect leader Zhou made this bet, I already felt that he was extremely shameless. But now, seeing that he was about to lose, he went back on his word and said that this bet didn't count. Simply shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how the Poison King sect has someone like him. Moreover, he's a vice sect leader. Earlier, he said he's the younger brother of the sect leader of the Poison King sect. It seems like he only became the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect because of his relationship with the Poison King sect. The Poison King sect is on the decline. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry become a vice sect leader? Moreover, he's a disgrace to the Poison King sect. The other forces in the VIP seats did not have any ties with the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, nor did they have any enmity with them. For this reason, the people from the various forces were neutral when they discussed this matter. However, all of them felt Zhou An, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, was shameless. They felt the bet between Zhou An and Duanling Tian should not be cancelled. The voices of the VIP seats rang out in unison. Now, do you still think the bet should be cancelled? The third prince of King Qin's mansion asked as he looked at Zhou An coldly. Plop. As soon as the third marquis finished speaking, Zhou An, whose face had become increasingly pale, trembled and fell to the ground. He was paralyzed on the ground and could not get up for a long time. His legs were completely weak from fear. 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. That's 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. When the third prince of the king of Qin's estate expressed his stance, Zhou An already knew in his heart, no matter what, the Poison King sect had to hand over the 500,000 high-grade celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he would offend the third prince of the Duke of Qin's manor and even the entire Duke of Qin's manor. Although their Poison King sect strength was not bad, in front of the colossal Duke Qin's mansion, they were not even worth mentioning. Let alone King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Even the third prince of King Qin's mansion could easily annihilate the Poison King's sect if he made a move. If I don't see the 500,000 prominent celestial stones within a month, I'll personally bring my men to the Poison King's sect to collect them. At that time, things will become complicated. It won't be as simple as just 500,000 prominent celestial stones. After saying these threatening words, the third prince of King Qin's mansion left the VIP area and retreated behind the curtain. Let's go back. After the third prince left, Zhou An's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood up and led the people from the Poison King's sect away. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to continue watching the martial competition of the 16 counties. It was not because he could predict the outcome of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Right now, there was nothing more important than him bringing this matter back to the Poison King's sect and reporting it to his elder brother, the sect head of the Poison King's sect. When the people from the Poison King's sect left in a hurry, the people from the Flying Dragon's sect were elated. When we return to the sect, we'll tell our junior brothers and sisters about this. I'm sure they'll be happy. It's rare for our Flying Dragon sect to make the Poison King sect suffer like this. A Flying Dragon sect's disciple said smugly. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to revered Elder Tianling. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to hold our heads high in front of the people from the Poison King's sect. However, I didn't expect revered Elder Tianling to be Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from the Nine Spectres County who has become famous in King Qin's mansion in recent months. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he's also an outstanding primitive celestial alchemist. Revered Elder Tianling is too monstrous, right? If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten that revered Elder Tianling is a primitive celestial alchemist. A primitive celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. Revered Elder Tianling is a monster among monsters. When the Flying Dragon sect's disciples looked at Duanling Tian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring, their eyes were filled with admiration. In the air above the combat ring. Duanling Tian. After staring at Duanling Tian for a long time, Chu Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. He looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Although I've heard that you're very strong and I can't compare to you, I still want to fight you. If you can defeat me, you'll be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I hope you live up to your reputation." When Chu Yan reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Whoosh! The celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body also burst out of his body. It formed a clear airflow around his body, emitting a terrifying aura. "Make your move," Duanling Tian said indifferently. Even when Duanling Tian asked Chu Yan to make his move, there was no trace of celestial origin energy on his body at all. It was as though he did not bother to circulate his celestial origin energy in advance to meet Chu Yan's powerful attack. Humph. Upon seeing this, Chu Yan immediately felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He flew into a rage and charged toward Duanling Tian like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, he took out his mediocre celestial weapon as soon as he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Although he had only heard of Duanling Tian's strength, he had never seen Duanling Tian fight with his own eyes. However, as the saying went, a man with a great reputation lives up to his name. Coupled with Duanling Tian's casual attitude, Chu Yan realized that Duanling Tian was indeed as powerful as a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, Chu Yan did not dare to hold back when he made the first move against Duanling Tian. This was because he knew that if he still had any strength left, he might not be able to use it in the future. Boom! Rumble! Chu Yan, who charged towards Duanling Tian with all his might, was like a primeval beast. Everywhere he passed, the air and the sky would violently shake, and a series of explosions would sound out one after another, emitting a deafening sound that was like thunder. Boom! 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 When Chu Yan appeared in front of Duanling Tian, he unleashed a powerful attack that was as vast as the sea and as powerful as thunder toward Duan Tian. Just as he was about to land his attack on Duan Tian, he discovered that Duan Tian's celestial origin energy was not present. Duan Tian's body did not emit any celestial origin energy at all. Moreover, Duan Tian was still standing on the same spot. His expression was as calm as before. Instantly, he felt like he was being humiliated. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for this." Chu Yan glared at Duan Tian as though he had transformed into an angry King Kong. Boom! Rumble! His attack erupted a step further and transformed into a thundercloud that seemed to be suffused with a myriad of thunderbolts that enveloped Duan Tian's head and swept him into it. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Tian was completely shrouded by the thundercloud. What's Duan Tian doing? Is he planning to take Chu Yan's attack head-on? Although this is only Chu Yan's first attack, based on the battle between him and Yang Jin earlier, it's definitely his strongest attack. Duan Tian seems a little too careless in the face of Chu Yan's attack, right? Even an ordinary Violet Sun Golden Celestial wouldn't dare to underestimate Chu Yan's attack, right? Chapter 2696. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the thundercloud that engulfed Duan Tian seemed to be pushed apart by something as soon as it engulfed Duan Tian. Bang! Following that, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. It was so loud that it was earth-shattering. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the crisp sound of a sword whistling resounded in everyone's ears. After the thundercloud exploded, a dazzling white light spread out. It was sword chi. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. As the tens of thousands of sword chi surged out, a figure could be vaguely seen within the sword chi. The power is not bad. Unfortunately, this level of attack can't hurt me. Duan Tian stood in the middle of the tens of thousands of sword chi. He was completely unharmed. Even his purple robe was not damaged at all. It was obvious that Chu Yan's attack did not hurt Duan Tian at all. Swoosh! Horror dawned on Chu Yan's face when he saw Duan Tian was unharmed. He looked at Duan Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. How? How's this possible? My attack earlier. It's impossible for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it so easily. Don't tell me he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial? When this last thought appeared in his mind, Chu Yan's heart trembled violently, and his pair of pupils also fiercely shrank. How powerful! In the spectating area where the people from the Soaring Wind County were seated, Chu Yan's biological sister, stared at Duan Tian with a bright gleam in her eyes when she saw her brother did not hurt Duan Tian at all. Based on the power of my brother's attack earlier, it should be difficult for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it. It seems like he has broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Chu Yu looked at Duan Tian, the light in the depths of her eyes becoming increasingly resplendent. They were like two stars in the night sky, beautiful and dazzling. His strength has actually increased again. Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate of 9 Spectres County, narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Tian standing amidst the thousands of sword rays like the king of the sword Dao. Duan Tian has become a great overarching golden celestial? The other inner mansion elder, Jing Qiu's eyes lit up, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He was sincerely happy for Duan Tian. Ha! Amazing! Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, smiled widely. At the same time, he was shocked by Duan Tian's improvement. I didn't expect Duan Tian to improve so much in less than a year. Of course, Tian Jiyu was happy because King Qin's mansion would reward 9 Spectres County after Duan Tian won the martial competition of the 16 counties. 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. As for how strong Duanling Tian's strength was, he did not care at all. He knew that with Duanling Tian's innate talent, it was impossible for him to stay in the Nine Spectres County. Even King Qin's mansion might not be able to accommodate him. He knew clearly in his heart after today, Duanling Tian would definitely be able to use the King Qin's mansion as a stepping stone to enter the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. In the history of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one such genius more than 100,000 years ago, right? That genius seemed to have left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and entered a powerful sect that was superior to a high-rank celestial kingdom. Tian Jiyu thought to himself. How powerful. Duanling Tian is so strong. I'm afraid he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial, right? He's bullying us by participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're right. However, he's qualified to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I didn't expect such a freak to appear in King Qin's mansion. Such a monstrous genius has never appeared in King Qin's mansion. Even in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one such genius a few 100,000 years ago. In the surroundings of the combat arena, no matter if it was the VIP spectating area or the other spectating areas, they were filled with similar discussions. Behind the curtain of the VIP seats. It's true that Duanling Tian possesses strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. The third prince sighed. Yes. King Qin nodded. Great overarching golden celestial? However, Qin Yu did not comment when he heard the third prince's words. A year ago, he knew Duanling Tian possessed the strength to kill a great overarching golden celestial. He had even witnessed Duanling Tian imprisoning Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial, and sending him to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City so that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could kill him. However, at that time, Duanling Tian's sword ray was a 7-colored sword ray. I remember that when Duanling Tian's sword ray wasn't a 7-colored sword ray, he wasn't a match for Zhou Tong. However, when his sword ray turned 7-colored, he was able to suppress Zhou Tong. Although Qin Yu was unaware that Duanling Tian possessed the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, since he had seen Duanling Tian fight before, he knew Duanling Tian had the ability to transform his sword ray into a 7-colored sword ray. However, today, Duanling Tian did not use the ability to turn his sword ray into 7-colored. Today, Duanling Tian displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial without using the 7-colored sword ray. If he had used the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would have been even stronger. Qin Yu could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought of this. He still remembered. A year ago, if Duanling Tian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would not have been comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. However, today, even if Duanling Tian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In just a year, Duanling Tian's strength has become so much stronger. Qin Yu thought to himself. In the air above the combat arena. Whoosh. 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 Duanling Tian, who had once again become the center of attention, was surrounded by tens of thousands of sword rays. It made him look as though he had transformed into the ruler of the world of swords. Even in the void around his body, due to the tens of thousands of sword rays, there was a clearly visible layer of airflow. You should also receive a move from me. All of a sudden, Duanling Tian, who had been looking at Chu Yan calmly since the beginning, spoke. His voice was calm as though it did not contain any emotion. He did not deliberately raise his voice, but it still clearly spread around the combat arena, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. Duanling Tian is going to make a move? The eyes of the group of people around the combat arena lit up one after another. They were like hunters who had seen their prey. Earlier, Duanling Tian easily neutralized Chu Yan's full-force attack. This allowed them to realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had most likely broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. However, they had never seen Duan Lingtian take the initiative to make a move with their own eyes. Now, when they heard Duan Lingtian was going to make a move, they instantly stared at Duan Lingtian without blinking. It was as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Chu Yan's expression instantly changed. He wanted to admit defeat at the first possible moment. What a joke! The strength Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was already far from something he could compare to. At this moment, if he allowed Duan Lingtian to make a move, would he not be looking for trouble? However, just as Chu Yan was about to admit defeat, a terrifying aura surged toward him, causing his qi and blood to surge violently. He was unable to complete his sentence. Whoosh! 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 Accompanying the terrifying aura was the sword formation that Duan Lingtian had formed with just a lift of his hand. In the beginning, there were more than 10 sword formations before they merged into one. It was so dazzling that it seemed as though it could illuminate all the darkness in the world. Boom! 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sword formation controlled by Duan Lingtian transformed into a gigantic sword that was more than 100 meters long. It shot through the air and slammed down on Chu Yan. That's right, it was slamming down. Duan Lingtian used the body of the enormous sword to slap it down towards Chu Yan, and didn't use the blade of the sword to point at Chu Yan. This was because he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. Killing was prohibited in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, even if killing was not prohibited, he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. After all, he had no enmity with Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan had attacked him with all his might, he did not reveal any killing intent. Obviously, he did not intend to kill him. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering rumbles continued. The gigantic sword that was descending from the sky caused a clear air current to appear in the void. It was as though the water in the sea had been split into two. On the gigantic sword, there was a thick sword essence that seemed to be able to crush everything. Bang! The gigantic sword enveloped Chu Yan. Its speed was so fast that Chu Yan could not dodge it at all. He could only take it head-on. However, no matter how hard he tried, before the giant sword could even touch him, all of his attacks were instantly disintegrated and shattered when the sword aura on the giant sword touched him. As for him, he was ruthlessly sent flying by the slap. Chu Yan, who was sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance like an arrow, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Thank you for your mercy. Although Chu Yan managed to stabilize himself in the air, his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. It was just like when he had seized the opportunity to defeat Yang Jin in one fell swoop during his battle with Yang Jin. Chapter 2697. Whoosh! When Chu Yan was blasted flying by the sword force, Duan Lingtian withdrew all of his attacks with just a thought. If he had not retracted his attack, Chu Yan would have lost his life. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded at Chu Yan. Brother, are you all right? A melodious voice rang out. It was Chu Yu who had leapt into the air from the side of the spectator stand. In the blink of an eye, she arrived beside Chu Yan and supported him. I'm fine. Chu Yan shook his head, but there was a hint of doting and helplessness in the depths of his eyes. When his sister came over and communicated with him through voice transmission, she did not ask about his injuries. Instead, she asked him to introduce her to Duan Lingtian. This made him feel that a grown girl could not be kept at home. However, out of his doting love for his sister and his fondness for Duan Lingtian, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced Chu Yu to him. Duan Lingtian, this is my sister, Chu Yu. Miss Chu Yu. Duan Lingtian nodded at Chu Yu out of courtesy. Hello, elder brother Duan. Chu Yu was a little restrained in front of Duan Lingtian. She, who usually did not care about anything, had a rare blush on her cheeks. Chu Yan, who was standing beside her, was stunned by this scene. Chu Yan had never thought that his sister, who was like a man, would have such a feminine side to her. It's true that a woman dresses up for the man she loves. Chu Yan sighed in his heart. Now, is there anyone else who wants to challenge Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian could not help but avert his gaze when the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said, "What's the matter with Chu Yu?" Duan Lingtian could not help but look away when he heard the host's voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally looked at him. According to the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duan Lingtian is ranked first for the time being. Other than Chu Yan, who is ranked second for the time being, anyone who is ranked 3rd to 10th can challenge Duan Lingtian. The host continued. When the host finished speaking, many people around the arena could not help but roll their eyes. Are you kidding me? Duan Lingtian has completely crushed Chu Yan's strength. No matter who challenges Duan Lingtian, they're just looking for trouble. That's right. Those 8 people were all defeated by Chu Yan. Now that Chu Yan has been defeated by Duan Lingtian, if they challenge Duan Lingtian, they're just looking for trouble. Actually, the host must know that those 8 people won't challenge Duan Lingtian. He's just going through the motions. After all, he can't just let Duan Lingtian be ranked first for the martial competition of the 16 counties without asking for the opinions of the others, right? You're right. Among the crowd around the arena, there were quite a few who were observant. Just as these discerning people had said, as soon as the host finished speaking, none of the other 8 people issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian. Since no one challenges Duan Lingtian, the final ranking of the martial competition of the 16 counties is set. Seeing that the other 8 people did not make a move, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said. The final ranking of the martial competition of the 16 counties was set. First, Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County. Second, Chu Yan from Soaring Wind County. Third, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. Fourth, Zhong Jueming from Taiping County. Fifth, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. Sixth, Zhang Jianhong from Plum Blossom County. Seventh, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. Eighth, Mo Chiu from Chioli County. Ninth, Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. 10th, Yen Shihu from Tongshin County. The martial competition of the 16 counties came to an end. In the spectator area where the people from Fair Mountain County were seated, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, did not dare to say anything. However, he looked at the gray-robed woman in confusion. He did not understand why she had not made a move yet. Was her target not Duan Lingtian? This old woman. Could it be that she can't bring herself to do it because Duan Lingtian is too handsome? Wang Qiling could not help but think to himself. Just as I thought. The first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will ultimately go to Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian appeared just in time. If he had appeared an hour later, he wouldn't have been able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. It's worth it to be able to see a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian in action. I'm sure he'll be able to go far in the future. Of course. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, it won't be difficult for him to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. With his innate talent, if he leaves the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom smoothly, he'll definitely surpass those in high-rank celestial kingdoms. At the very least, he'll be able to become a celestial duke. A celestial duke. That's an existence that surpasses an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's said that even high-rank celestial kingdoms don't necessarily have a celestial duke. Although the martial competition of the 16 counties had come to an end, most of the people present had no intention of leaving. They continued to sit in the spectator seats, whispering and discussing. The topic was completely centered around Duan Lingtian. Many people were curious about how far Duan Lingtian could go in the future and whether he could become a celestial duke. For them, the immortal monarch was already an invincible existence, an existence that only appeared in legends. At the very least, it had been more than 100 years since a celestial duke had made an appearance in King Qin's mansion. Looks like that old woman didn't come. In the sky above the combat arena, Duan Lingtian surveyed the surroundings and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, greeted Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was about to join the group of people from Nine Spectres County. An old, hoarse, and cold voice suddenly rang out. You're Duan Lingtian from the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City under Nine Spectres County? Although this voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of magical power. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed all the noise in the surroundings, causing the people who were originally talking with confidence to shut their mouths and began to look around. Who's talking? In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gray figure slowly rose into the air from the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain County were seated. What's he trying to do? Apart from Wang Lingqi, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, who was looking at Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on his face, the people from Fair Mountain County were stunned. Whoosh! The figure shrouded in a gray robe suddenly shed her gray robe, just like how Duan Lingtian had shed his black robe, revealing her true appearance. She was an old woman in her 70s who was dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman rose into the air and walked toward Duan Lingtian. She's the old woman City Governor Lu mentioned? She's definitely stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, I have a feeling she's as strong as King Qin from King Qin's mansion. As soon as the old woman spoke, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to flee, but he discovered a powerful invisible energy had locked onto him. Although the invisible energy was dispersed, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of invincibility. With his current strength, only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or stronger would be able to give him such a feeling. In fact, even an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to give him such a feeling. It's you? Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, exclaimed in shock when he saw the old woman who had shed her gray robe and revealed her true appearance. He was initially smiling as he waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. He was no stranger to the old woman. She was the one who had come to look for him in the county governor's estate a year ago. At that time, the old woman had injured him with just her aura. The old woman's strength was comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She was at least a first-rate overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She's here? Moreover, she's been hiding beside Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Tian Jiyu did not expect the old woman to be here. This old woman had actually come, and she had come early in the morning. She had used a gray robe to cover her face, and she was following beside Wang Qiling, the governor of Pingshan Commandery. The old woman who was walking toward Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped in her tracks when she heard Tian Jiyu's words. She tilted her head slightly, and a bright light flashed through her turbid eyes. Her gaze also fell on Tian Jiyu immediately, and she said faintly, I almost forgot about you, I remember. When I went to look for you in the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County, you told me that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, right? As she spoke, the old woman's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. Say. Senior, hearing the old woman's words and feeling the old woman's killing intent directed at him, Tian Jiyu was so scared that his expression changed greatly. He said with a terrified expression, Senior, you misunderstood. I really didn't know that Duan Lingtian would come. I really didn't know that he would come, although he was in King Qin's mansion and knew King Qin was present. Tian Jiyu did not feel safe at all. King Qin was only an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on the strength of the old woman, it was highly likely that she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this old woman's strength was on par with King Qin, it would be easy for her to kill him. Even the Duke of Qin might not stop her. Chapter 2698. Is that so? The old woman sneered when she heard Tianji use words. Why do I remember that you purposely bought an hour for Duan Ling Tian when he didn't show up? If you didn't know he was coming, would you have bought time for him? Do you think I'm a fool? The old woman's voice turned colder and colder as she spoke. It felt as though winter had arrived. Tianji, who was targeted, bore the brunt of it. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Senior, Tianji wanted to say something. Harumph. With a cold harumph, a cold light flashed through the old woman's eyes, but she didn't do anything. In the next moment, spurt. Tianji, who was as pale as a sheet of paper, suddenly trembled. A bloody hole appeared between his brows, and his vitality was drained away in just a blink of an eye. Bang! The next moment, Tianji's body fell heavily to the ground. The sound was unusually loud in the silent environment. Tianji, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, was dead. Gasp! 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 Almost at the same time when they saw Tianji fall to the ground and die, the group of people present could not help but gasp one after another. Nobody thought the county governor of 9 Spectres County under King Qin's mansion would be killed in such a manner. Moreover, he was killed right in front of King Qin's mansion. Lord County Governor. Lord County Governor. When the people from 9 Spectres County regained their senses, they were in a mess. The inner mansion elders, Peng Bing and Jing Xiu, glanced at Tianji who was on the ground, then glanced at the old woman who stood in the sky above the combat ring before turning around once again and walking towards Duan Ling Tian, and their expressions were gloomy to the point water seemed to drip from them. Jing Xiu. Even King Qin wouldn't be able to kill the county governor in such a manner, right? Peng Bing asked through voice transmission. This old woman should be stronger than King Qin. Jing Xiu replied through voice transmission. Do you remember, when His Excellency the Duke of Qin first appeared, this old woman was wearing a grey robe and standing beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Commandery. She didn't even greet His Excellency the Duke of Qin. Jing Qiu continued to speak. Now that you mention it, I remember. At that time, the Duke of Qin and this old woman were at daggers drawn, but the Fair Mountain County Governor, Wang Qiling, said that this old woman was deaf and mute, so the Duke of Qin did not continue to argue with this old woman. Peng Bing. Deaf and mute? Do you think Wang Qiling's county governor would dare to deceive King Qin's as the county? In my opinion, when he said the old woman was deaf and mute, it was most likely His Excellency Duke of Qin who instructed him to do so. Jing Qiu. King Qin, Peng Bing was puzzled. Why would King Qin do this? The Duke of Qin did this either because he knew that the old woman was stronger than him, or because he knew that the old woman had a powerful background and he didn't dare to provoke her. I'm more inclined towards the former. The Duke of Qin knew that the old woman was stronger than him, so he asked the Fair Mountain Commandery chief, Wang Qiling, to cooperate with him and give him a way out. After all, as the master of King Qin's mansion, he couldn't possibly admit defeat in front of the old woman in front of so many people. Jing Qiu's words made it seem as though he had personally witnessed the battle between King Qin and the old woman. If that's the case, it makes sense. King Qin hasn't made a move even though the old woman has killed the county governor. Peng Bing sighed as he looked at the curtain behind the VIP seats. Behind the curtain. Qin Yu's expression darkened when he saw the old woman walking toward Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, he realized the old woman was a celestial being. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had indeed come for his friend, Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, based on his uncle's words, the old woman had come to kill Duan Ling Tian. Every step the old woman took was akin to stepping on his heart. He could not help but shudder. Duan Ling Tian was his only friend, and he'd even saved his life. Now, Duan Ling Tian's life was in danger, yet he could only watch and do nothing. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. "Uncle, you. Please save Duan Ling Tian," Qin Yu said as he looked at King Qin. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the third prince smiled wryly and said, "That old woman is a celestial duke. You saw how she killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County earlier. Even if your first uncle's cultivation base were to break through 2 levels, he might not be able to use such a technique. The strength of a celestial duke is beyond your imagination." A hint of helplessness could be heard in the third prince's voice when he spoke. Although he was a peak great overarching golden celestial who was unrivaled by anyone below the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as insignificant as an ant in front of a celestial duke. Moreover, a celestial duke could kill him with just a thought, just like how she had killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It's not that I don't want to help him. I can't." King Qin sighed. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial travelers sect had killed his subordinate, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, in front of so many people. However, even though he had lost all his face, he could not feel any anger in his heart. After all, he knew there was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. Putting aside the fact that he was no match for the old woman's background alone was enough to intimidate him. The compassionate celestial traveler sect. The compassionate celestial traveler sect was much more powerful than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Whoosh! While King Qin was sighing, Qin Yu's expression changed a few times. In the end, he flew out of the curtain and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. He shielded Duan Ling Tian behind him. Although Duan Ling Tian's body was surrounded by the old woman's powerful and invisible energy, it was only natural that the old woman was protecting him. The invisible energy was directed at Duan Ling Tian. It was directed at Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, Qin Yu did not encounter any obstruction from the old woman's invisible energy when he appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. He successfully arrived in front of Duan Ling Tian. "Qin Yu?" Duan Ling Tian was greatly surprised by Qin Yu's appearance. However, despite his surprise, Duan Ling Tian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Qin Yu. He smiled bitterly and said, "Qin Yu, hurry up and go back." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Although Duan Ling Tian knew Qin Yu's appearance could not resolve the crisis he was facing, he still felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He could imagine, before Qin Yu appeared, he must have begged his uncle, King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Now that Qin Yu had appeared alone, it meant that King Qin did not agree to help him. Or rather, King Qin knew he was no match for the old woman, so there was nothing he could do to help Qin Yu. Although Duan Ling Tian said he would be fine, Qin Yu did not believe him. At this point, how could Qin Yu believe Duan Ling Tian's words? After appearing in front of Duan Ling Tian, Qin Yu saw the killing intent in the old woman's eyes when she looked at Duan Ling Tian. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Qin Yu was certain. The old woman might not kill Duan Ling Tian as quickly as she killed the county chief of 9 Spectres County. "Senior. May I know how Duan Ling Tian has offended you? If you're willing to let him go, I can promise you anything I can do. Even if you want my life in exchange for his, I'm willing to do it." Qin Yu's heart trembled slightly when he saw the old woman. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a true celestial duke. Currently, he was only an ordinary golden celestial who had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. Even great overarching golden celestials and celestial dukes were separated by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In other words, Qin Yu was no different from an ant in front of the old woman. In fact, the old woman could easily kill him with a puff of her celestial origin energy. Earlier, even the county chief of 9 Spectres County, a profound great overarching golden celestial, had been killed by the old woman. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful the old woman was. As soon as Qin Yu appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, the old woman's eyes flashed coldly. She was prepared to kill Qin Yu. However, when she heard Qin Yu's words, she temporarily dismissed the idea of killing him. She asked in disbelief, "You're willing to exchange your life for his?" In the Devata realms where the strong were revered and the weak were prey to the strong, very few people would be willing to sacrifice their own lives for others. After all, everyone was selfish. "Senior, as long as you promise not to kill him after killing me, I'm willing to give up my life," Qin Yu said solemnly with a serious face. "Since you want to exchange your life for his, I'll fulfill your wish." Right after Qin Yu's words left his mouth, the old woman's gaze suddenly turned cold. Whoosh! Immediately after that, a powerful aura swept out from her body and enveloped Qin Yu. It was moving toward him menacingly. As a celestial duke, the old woman's aura was strong enough to injure ordinary great overarching golden celestials. If she wanted to, she could kill ordinary golden celestials with just her aura alone. "Senior, please have mercy on me. Please have mercy on me." Almost at the instant when the old woman's aura swept out and enveloped Qin Yu, two hurried voices sounded in succession from behind the curtain of the VIP viewing seats. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, two figures flew out from behind the curtain. They were none other than the master of King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the third prince. Qin Wang and the third prince, one after the other, soar into the air at an extremely fast speed, wanting to rescue Qin Yu. Qin Yu's father was their fourth brother. On the other hand, their fourth brother had saved their lives more than once in the past. Chapter 2699. Whoosh! Whoosh! King Qin and the third prince soar into the air one after another. They break through the air and rush toward where Qin Yu is, wanting to save him. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the old woman lifted her hand. A vast and boundless energy appeared out of nowhere and swept out, causing the empty space to tremble. The airflow in the air also spread out like ripples, clearly appearing in front of everyone's eyes around the battle arena. It was as though a rock had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. After all, this was a Devata realm. The space here was much more stable than the space in the mundane realms. In the Devata realms, not everyone would be able to create such a huge commotion when they made a move. Even an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial might not be able to create such a huge commotion. Bang! Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Wang and the third prince, who were charging at Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed, were sent flying backwards at an even faster speed. They both spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. The originally powerful auras on their bodies also withered in an instant. This, King Qin and the third prince. They couldn't even withstand a single move from her. This is too terrifying. The people in the surroundings of the battle arena widened their eyes in shock. Apart from the people from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, the group of people in the VIP seats, including Fei Longjian's group, were also people from the regions under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. However, they belonged to different forces and did not have a subordinate relationship with King Qin's mansion. In their opinion, King Qin was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in King Qin's mansion. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. However, at this moment, King Qin, who was like a legend to them, could not even withstand a single move from an old woman who seemed to be in her 70s. Who exactly was this old woman? Qin Yu. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian wanted to save Qin Yu as well. However, his reaction was still slower than King Qin and the third prince. Duan Ling Tian, if there's an afterlife, I hope we can still be friends. Qin Yu grinned. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and stepped into the air. He faced the old woman's powerful aura head-on. He had an expression of facing death with equanimity. At the same time, Qin Yu also felt a bit relieved. He had finally repaid his debt to the Duan Tian. Qin Yu. Duan Tian's expression changed greatly. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At the same time, he was somewhat regretful. Why did he have to be so stubborn? Couldn't he have just left? If he had left earlier, none of this would have happened. When Duan Tian's expression changed greatly and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, he clearly sensed that the powerful aura that originated from the old woman's slap on Qin Yu's body dissipated the moment it enveloped Qin Yu's body. Bang! However, even though the old woman's aura had dispersed by about 70 to 80%, the remaining aura still hit Qin Yu's body and knocked him back a dozen steps. It also caused him to continuously spit out several mouthfuls of blood. His complexion became as pale as paper in an instant. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. Qin Yu, are you all right? Duan Tian supported Qin Yu and asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Yu shook his head and looked at the old woman with a puzzled expression. He did not know what the old woman meant. Why did she stop at the last moment and not kill him? You're really willing to risk your life for him? The old woman looked at Qin Yu and sneered. However, even though she was sneering, there was a hint of admiration in the depths of her eyes. The reason for this was that when she was young, there was a time when she was in danger. It was also her good friend who risked her life to save her. Because of that experience, she respected people like Qin Yu who were willing to risk their lives for their friends. Earlier, the reason why she attacked Qin Yu was merely because she wanted to test whether Qin Yu was truly willing to lay down his life for his friend. After all, saying it and actually doing it were two completely different concepts. Senior, you're not going back on your words, are you? Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He was afraid that the old woman would go back on her words and kill Duan Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the injured King Qin and the third prince arrived in front of Qin Yu and protected him behind them. At the same time, they also protected Duan Tian behind them. Senior. King Qin looked at the old woman and said, although I don't know how my nephew's friend offended your esteemed sect leader, if it's possible to resolve the enmity between him and your esteemed sect leader, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'm willing to do anything for your esteemed sect leader to resolve the enmity between them. Sect leader? Upon hearing King Qin's words, Duan Tian's eyes widened slightly. He thought to himself, this old woman is from a sect? Based on King Qin's words, it seems like she's acting on the orders of her sect leader to kill me. Brat. The old woman does not pay any attention to Qin Wang. She looks at Qin Yu and says, if it's only a small grudge between me and your friend, based on the fact that you're willing to sacrifice your life for him, it doesn't matter if I don't kill him. However, I'm here to kill him under the orders of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, he'll definitely die today. Nobody can stop me. The old woman's voice became even colder as she spoke, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Tian's eyes widened in shock. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Is it Murong Bing's sect? This old woman must be from Murong Bing's sect, right? The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? This old woman is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? When Duan Tian learned the old woman was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, many people in the surroundings were shocked by the old woman's origin. Most of them knew about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is a powerful sect that far surpasses high-rank celestial kingdoms. There are countless powerhouses in the sect, and many of them are celestial dukes. A powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect came to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and King Qin's mansion just to kill Duan Tian? Who's Duan Tian? While the crowd around the combat ring was discussing animatedly, numerous gazes that were filled with doubt landed on Duan Tian again. All of them found it a little unbelievable. It seems like Duan Tian's true identity isn't simple. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear in King Qin's mansion. That's right. After all, in King Qin's mansion, there's never been anyone below the age of 100 whose strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In my opinion, Duan Ling Tian is most likely from a sect that's hostile to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He ended up in King Qin's mansion after being hunted down by the powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. That's most likely the case. One had to admit that the people in the surroundings had wild imaginations. However, everything that they said was reasonable and well-founded. For this reason, more and more people felt that this was the truth. Duan Ling Tian was originally a disciple from a sect that was hostile to the compassionate celestial traveler sect. He ended up in King Qin's mansion after being hunted down by the powerhouses from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. In this way, it was easy to explain Duan Ling Tian's monstrous natural talent. After all, there was no lack of great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. A sect that was targeted by the compassionate celestial traveler sect must be on the same level as the compassionate celestial traveler sect. It was not strange for such a sect to have a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to ask the old woman if Murong Bing was from the compassionate celestial traveler sect, Senior, when Qin Yu sensed the old woman's determination to kill Duan Ling Tian, he felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. At the same time, he made a final effort. Is there any misunderstanding between your sect leader and my friend? As far as I know, my friend isn't a native of the spirit overarching heaven. He's an ascender who has ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to have offended your sect leader, right? Qin Yu could not figure out how Duan Ling Tian, who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago, could have offended the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After all, the gap between the two of them was too wide. It was almost impossible for them to cross paths. Ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago? Following Qin Yu's words, not only did the old woman's pupils slightly shrink, she also displayed an expression of shock and disbelief. Even the Duke of Qin and the third prince were stunned. What? Duan Ling Tian is an ascender? Moreover, he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago? How's this possible? Based on Duan Ling Tian's aura, we can confirm he's less than 100 years old. If he's an ascender, it means he's only a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial when he ascended to the Devata realm. How could a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in just 5 years? What a joke! Even if a Crimson Moon heavenly celestial has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, cultivated heaven-grade cultivation methods, and had the best cultivation resources and environment in King Qin's mansion, it's impossible for him to possess such strength in just 5 years. Qin Yu must be lying. He must be trying to mislead the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect into letting Duan Ling Tian go. After hearing what Qin Yu said, the people present were all shocked. After a while, they all came to the same conclusion: Qin Yu was lying. It was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to have ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Boy! Chapter 2700. Senior, I'm not lying to you. Qin Yu smiled wryly and helplessly when he saw the old woman's cold gaze. It's true that Duan Ling Tian has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. I, Qin Yu, can guarantee this with my dignity. Qin Yu's expression was solemn as he spoke. The old woman firmly stared at Qin Yu. She was trying to see if Qin Yu was lacking in confidence from his eyes. However, she discovered that Qin Yu was fearlessly looking back at her without the slightest bit of fear. She could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that what this Qin Yu said was true? Do you know Murong Bing? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice while the old woman stared at Qin Yu. Her heart was filled with doubt. Murong Bing. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old woman's eyes widened. She shifted her gaze from Qin Yu to Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. She sneered and said, "It seems like you're aware that Miss Bing is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If that's the case, you should be able to understand that you didn't die in vain." As she spoke, the killing intent in the old lady's eyes soared to the extreme. She's from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard the old woman's words. He was certain Murong Bing was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. This was the answer he had been searching for ever since he had parted ways with Murong Bing. "Does she know that you're here to kill me?" Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at the old woman. "A person who's about to die doesn't need to know too much." The old woman scoffed. Celestial origin energy surged out of her body. Like a ferocious beast, she sent King Qin and the third prince, who were standing in front of Duan Lingtian, flying to the side. Following that, Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was sent flying to the side as well. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu, who had been sent flying to the side, seemed to have realized something. His expression changed drastically. "Looks like she doesn't know." Withdrawing his gaze from the old woman's eyes, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. Even when Qin Yu and Qin Wang beside him were blasted far away, he did not show any signs of fear or panic. "Die." When the old woman saw the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face, her old face became distorted and hideous. She let out an earth-shattering shout as waves of terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of her body. In an instant, the rolling celestial origin energy enveloped Duan Lingtian like a dark cloud, making him look like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In the next moment, the rolling dark clouds rapidly shrank. The terrifying power swept towards Duan Lingtian with an oppressive aura. "You shouldn't be so hesitant." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's calm voice resonated in the air. Judging from his tone, he didn't seem to reveal the slightest bit of panic even until now. "When you return to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, tell your sect leader that I'll personally bring the betrothal gifts to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and marry Murong Bing in a grand manner." Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. "HM." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old woman frowned as though she had sensed something. Her expression changed drastically. You have the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman." When the old woman cried out in shock, her celestial origin energy that was rolling like dark clouds began to converge. A loud bang rang in the air as the old woman's voice reverberated in the air. Following that, the celestial origin energy that had been gathering rapidly exploded. In the next moment, an exaggerated mushroom cloud appeared and rose into the sky. "This is bad." Wah! Puff! The instant the mushroom cloud appeared, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions from the center of the mushroom cloud. The terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings of the arena in the blink of an eye, killing most of the young experts under the age of 100 from the various prefectures under the Duke of Qin's mansion. Only a few of the remaining young experts survived. Even the elders and revered elders from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion could barely protect themselves from the shockwave. All of them coughed out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Only the county governors of the 16 counties, who were great overarching golden celestials, were capable of protecting the young powerhouses. However, their strength was limited. They could only protect some of the young powerhouses. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they would choose to protect the young powerhouses who were more important. For example, in the spectator seats where the people from Soaring Wind County were seated, several elders and sinecures from the county governor's mansion of Soaring Wind County were severely injured. The county governor, Chu Tingxian, was only able to protect his two children, Chu Yan and Chu Yu. The rest of the young experts who participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties were all dead. The situation was similar in the other counties. The elders and revered elders could barely protect themselves while the county governors protected the talented and powerful young powerhouses who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people who participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties survived. The 9 specters county suffered the most. This was because Tian Jiyu, the county governor of the 9 specters county, had been killed by the celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Therefore, there were no great overarching golden celestials to protect the young powerhouses. Only the inner court elders of the county governor's estate of the 9 specters county, Peng Bing, Jing Qiu, and a few revered elders survived. The people from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion were in a terrible state. Only the VIP seats were better off. There weren't many people, and only a few were injured. The people in the VIP seats were from the major sects and clans under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. These sects and clans were more powerful than the powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. Many great overarching golden celestials had come to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Therefore, these great overarching golden celestials had protected most of the people. Only a small number of people, due to various reasons, were affected by the aftershocks of the mushroom cloud and suffered some injuries. As for the people from King Qin's mansion, almost all of them were unharmed. Qin Wang and the 3rd prince are protecting Qin Yu effortlessly. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. If he had been among the audience, he would not have felt any pressure. However, because he was close to the mushroom cloud, he still suffered some minor injuries. As for the people from King Qin's mansion behind the VIP seats, they were unharmed. Even the 9 snow-white horses with the cultivation base of violet sun golden celestials were unharmed under the protection of the great overarching golden celestials from King Qin's mansion. Boom! 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 The remaining power of the mushroom cloud in the sky above the battle arena continued to spread in all directions, causing the spectator seats around the battle arena to completely collapse, turning into ruins. This caused the people in the seats to only be able to step into the air and stand in the empty space. Whoosh! 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 After a long while, the mushroom cloud above the combat ring finally disappeared. A gust of wind blew past, and the scene returned to its original state. However, apart from the combat ring, all the buildings in the venue were unharmed. Apart from the curtains behind the VIP spectator seats, the rest of the spectator seats had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Whoosh! 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 Just as the entire place fell silent, everyone turned to look at the plainclothed figure in the air above the combat ring. The plainclothed figure was none other than the old woman dressed in a plainclothed robe. The old woman stood there. She couldn't be considered tall and had nothing to do with being strong. However, as she stood there, the gazes that landed on her body were filled with the fear of surviving a calamity. The powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect is so terrifying. This destructive power. Isn't it too terrifying? Moreover, she didn't use it on us. It's the aftershock of her attack on Duan Lingtian. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial wouldn't have such terrifying strength, right? Is this old woman a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at the old woman. Based on their words, most of them felt the old woman was stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A celestial duke. There were many celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Is he dead? Among the people from the Soaring Wind County, Chuyu looked at the sky above the combat ring anxiously. He wanted to find the purple-clothed figure, but his efforts were in vain. He should be fine. If he's dead, there would be traces left behind. Didn't you notice there's no blood on the combat ring? Chu Yen, who was standing next to Chuyu, shook his head. Upon hearing Chuyu's words, Chuyu lowered his head and looked at the combat ring. Indeed, there was no blood on the combat ring. Logically speaking, if Duan Lingtian was really killed, then even if his body was directly blasted into powder, there would surely be a mist of blood that fell down and left behind some traces on the combat ring. However, there was none. This meant Duan Ling Tian was still alive. Before the old woman unleashed her power, she seemed to have lost her composure and shouted the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Ling Tian must have used a Shadow Void Escaping Talisman at the most critical moment to escape from this place. Chu Ting Xian, the county governor of the Soaring Wind County, said in a deep voice. At this moment, the gentle and refined middle-aged scholar's expression was unsightly. Earlier, the other 28 young powerhouses who came with him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties were killed by the old woman's power. Duan Ling Tian. In the sky above the combat arena, Qin Yu, who was protected by Qin Yu and the third prince, had just recovered from his shock and seemed to have suddenly recalled something, causing his face to go pale. Subsequently, he looked left and right as if he'd gone mad, wanting to find traces of Duan Ling Tian. Don't worry, he's fine. Chapter 2701. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Ling Tian had escaped. However, he could not help but look at King Qin in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. The Shadow Escaping Talisman is an immortal talisman that immortal kings expended great effort to inscribe, and its success rate is extremely low. Possessing a single Shadow Escaping Talisman is equivalent to possessing a single chance of survival from an expert below the immortal king realm. As long as the target isn't a celestial king, they can only watch as the target escapes if they can't kill the target before the target uses the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. King Qin paused for a moment before he looked at the old woman in the distance. Currently, the old woman's face was contorted even more. She looked exceptionally ferocious. His Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. You gave it to him? All of a sudden, the old lady turned around. The moment she turned around, her sharp gaze landed on Qin Wang. It was as though she would not hesitate to kill Qin Wang as long as he responded with a yes. Senior. Do you think I have the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman? King Qin smiled bitterly. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his bitter smile. As the master of King Qin's mansion, he was usually high and mighty. He was respected and awe-inspiring. But today, in front of this old woman in front of him, he could not muster up any courage. This was because he could not bring himself to act tough. The old woman was a Duke Celestial. If she wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting her hand. Duan Ling Tian isn't dead? It can't be, right? He's still alive even after being swept away by such a terrifying force? How's that possible? At this moment, the people in the surroundings finally realized Duan Ling Tian was still alive. Duan Ling Tian isn't dead. It seems like he used the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman? Is that the talisman that can only be inscribed by a celestial king? Moreover, even a celestial king has less than a 1% success rate when inscribing it. Once this Shadow Void Escaping Talisman is used, it's said that one can easily escape from existences below the immortal king realm. It's an extremely precious and rare immortal talisman. Generally speaking, this kind of celestial talisman is rare even in high-rank celestial kingdoms. How did Duan Ling Tian get it? While everyone was discussing animatedly, they were also shocked that Duan Ling Tian actually had the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman in his hands. Moreover, he had used it at the critical moment and successfully escaped. It seems like Duan Ling Tian's background isn't as simple as it seems. Not only did he attract the attention of the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, but he also possesses a precious celestial talisman like the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. He must be an enemy of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Previously, I wasn't so sure. However, now, I'm certain he's from a force that's hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Moreover, that force isn't weak. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's identity in that force is definitely not simple. Of course. Even in the compassionate celestial traveler sect, I'm afraid there aren't many disciples below the age of 100 who possess a rare and precious celestial talisman like the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. At this moment, many people were certain that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. Moreover, he was most likely from an enemy force of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. You said he has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old woman who stood in the sky above the battle arena looked at Qin Yu with a cold gaze and asked with a cold smile. Senior, I'm not lying to you. Qin Yu smiled wryly. Although he had a wry smile on his face, he was inwardly happy that Duan Lingtian had successfully escaped. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. A person who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, yet his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he possesses the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Do you really think I'm a fool? The old woman's voice grew increasingly ice-cold. Her increasingly chilly gaze gave Qin Yu a feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It caused Qin Yu's complexion to instantly become incomparably pale. Senior, I'm not lying to you. The wry smile on Qin Yu's face grew wider. From beginning to end, the old woman's chilly gaze was fixed on Qin Yu's eyes. She wanted to find clues from Qin Yu's eyes and confirm that what Qin Yu said was false. However, she discovered that Qin Yu was not lying to her. Even though she is pressuring Qin Yu now, Qin Yu still does not have a guilty conscience and does not show any sign of deceiving her. This made her feel slightly vexed. That brat. Could it be that he has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years? If that's true, I'm afraid even the compassionate celestial traveler sect can't compare to his background, right? It was not that he did not think it was possible for a freak to possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. However, such freaks were extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Such monstrous geniuses usually obtained the inheritance of a powerful force in a Devata realm when they were still in the mundane realms. Moreover, they were also very outstanding. After all, there were many people in the mundane realms who had obtained the legacies from the top forces in the Devata realms. Even so, they might not be able to possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial within 5 years of ascending to the Devata realms. It was impossible for a bodiless celestial to ascend before the age of 100 since it was impossible for a bodiless celestial to ascend before the age of 100. A bodiless celestial would become a golden celestial after ascending to the Devata realms. On the other hand, a bodiless celestial could only become a heavenly celestial after ascending to the Devata realms. If I find out in the future that you're lying to me, I won't just kill you, I'll tear you to pieces, and I'll burn your bones to ashes. I'll bury the entire King Qin's mansion with you. After coldly casting a glance at Qin Yu and leaving behind those words with an ice-cold tone, the old woman's figure started to turn illusory before everyone's eyes. In the end, she turned into a void and gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the end, she disappeared into thin air. Swoosh. Swoosh. Although the old woman had left, her words caused King Qin and the third prince's expressions to change drastically. Swoosh. Even the expression of the powerhouse from King Qin's mansion who presided over the martial competition of the 16 counties changed drastically. Swoosh. 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 Behind the curtains behind the ruined VIP seats, the expressions of the people from the Duke of Qin's manor changed. All of them, without exception, thought Qin Yu was lying to the old woman. Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years? How was this possible? I bet Qin Yu didn't expect his cleverness would drag King Qin's mansion into this mess, right? Indeed, he thinks he's clever. He's not even 100 years old and has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. How could such a person become so powerful in just 5 years? Before the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect left, she said that once she confirmed that Qin Yu was lying to her, not only would he be in trouble, but King Qin's mansion would be in trouble as well. Qin Yu is the jinx of King Qin's mansion. As soon as he returned to King Qin's mansion and acknowledged his family, he's already a potential threat to King Qin's mansion. Apart from the people from the Flying Dragons sect who remained silent, the people in the VIP seats discussed among themselves. All of them felt that Qin Yu was a burden to King Qin's mansion and that he was a threat to King Qin's mansion. Even the people from King Qin's mansion felt the same way. Yu, Qin Wang and the third prince look at Qin Yu. There is nothing but helplessness on their faces. If Qin Yu was their son, they would have slapped him in the face for bringing such a threat to King Qin's mansion. However, Qin Yu was their fourth brother's son. Eldest uncle, third uncle. Now that the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect has left, there's no reason for me to lie to you, right? Duan Ling Tian. He's really an ascender. Moreover, he's only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. Qin Yu smiled wryly. He didn't take the old woman's threat to heart because he had a clear conscience. However, he could understand how King Qin and the others felt. Are you telling the truth? The third prince frowned. He did not expect his nephew would still insist that Duan Ling Tian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. It was just as his nephew had said. Since the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had left, there was no reason for him to lie to them. King Qin's brows furrowed as well. Eldest uncle, third uncle. It's better for you to deal with the matters here. As for the matters regarding Duan Ling Tian, I'll tell all of you in detail after you've dealt with the matters here. Qin Yu said as he looked at his surroundings. With so many people watching and so many ears, he did not plan to expose Duan Ling Tian's background here. Initially, he had told the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect that Duan Ling Tian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years because he was worried the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had found the wrong person. After all, he did not think there was any connection between Duan Ling Tian and the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, when Duan Ling Tian mentioned a woman named Murong Bing, Duan Ling Tian was certain of one thing even though he did not know what that woman was involved in. The powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had not found the wrong person. The person she was looking for was Duan Ling Tian. At that time, he was unaware that there was no misunderstanding between Duan Ling Tian and the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He was also unaware that Duan Ling Tian possessed a shadow void escaping talisman inscribed by a celestial king that allowed him to easily escape from the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, he would not have revealed that Duan Ling Tian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. What he said was equivalent to betraying Duan Ling Tian to a certain extent. It might bring some hidden dangers to Duan Ling Tian and create some obstacles for Duan Ling Tian in the future. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.